Day 1 is behind us. Yesterday, 37 players stepped into the arena with the goal of becoming the next arena champion. Today, only 19 remain. Fresh off of standard rotation, Izzet Cauldron landed as the breakout deck of the tournament, representing over half the field. Many players brought innovative archetypes to dethrone Vivi, with decks like Teemo Ferocious and Gruul Delirium making an appearance. We're moments away from the top 16, but before we begin, we have one final round of play-ins to determine who will make it in. Sultai Control and Dimir Midrange will be put to the test against Izzet Cauldron for the ultimate prize, walking away as the 9th arena champion. With $250,000, 16 Pro Tour invites, and 2 World Championship qualifications on the line, get ready to see Magic at its finest. Welcome to Day 2 of Arena Championship 9.
Yeah, this is great. Yuki just saying, like, I don't even care about getting rid of the board. I'm at 10, you're at 8. I'm just going to make 4 more dragons. Whatever.
Yeah, don't need to get rid of the board. I am the board.
Look at that. Never punished. Just got another prosthetic memory.
Hey, that's why you play 4 of a legendary card, right? You don't mind tossing it away.
I mean, we've seen this before. Makoto's ready with the GGs. Fear missing out. Draw a card. Oh, it's like a mountain this time. That's another brick.
And I think Jan and his adorable little pup are heading to Sunday competition. Jan takes it down and is going to be automatically into the top 16.
I am the arena champion.
Hey, what's cracking, everybody? Welcome to Sunday of the Arena Championship number 9. It is top 16 Sunday. We still, though, have more than 16 players vying to make it into what potentially could be some of their first World Championships for our 2 finalists here. So let's figure out how we're going to get to our top 16, whittle them all the way down until we eventually find a champion. Here to help me do just that is Corey Baumeister and Daquan Watson. Welcome on in, fellas. How was your day yesterday? Corey, what are you looking forward to today?
Oh, God, you said it. The key word here being the World Championship. There is nothing better than watching the just expressions on the 2 players that just accomplished, well, you know, probably a dream that they didn't even realize could be possible until you step foot in the Arena Championship. So I'm excited for that semifinals.
Hell yeah. Daquan, what about you? What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, this first round, I mean, this is a big deal. When you're playing for sake, sure, there's money involved, but some of these players, this is going to be their first chance to go to the Pro Tour. So there's a lot of pressure on this effective win and in, if you want to call it that.
Awesome. So we're going to get to that very soon, friends. It's not just us here today bringing you all the action. We also have Arya Kramchandani alongside Hayu Yu and Tannen Grace bringing us all the interviews from our victors for the day. Let's take a quick look if you are just joining us for the competition today. Let's take a look at what the weekend looked like, how the players got themselves here today, and what they can look forward to for the rest of it. Daquan, would you be able to tell us what players are, or what the event structure is here for this weekend?
Yeah, so yesterday we had our 7 rounds, which kind of determined what we're dealing with today. However, after those players got their wins or losses, some of them got to chill out, some of them went home with their $2,000, but now we have 3 matches, I should say, that are going to fill out our top 16. And then we're going to go ahead and play some single elimination matches to determine who our winner is today.
Alrighty, and then for today specifically, let's take a look at our schedule. Yesterday is done and done. We had rounds 1 through 7 of Swiss. You got 4 wins before round 7. You are in. You got 4 losses. Unfortunately, you get sent out of the airlock. But Corey, tell me what the players can look forward to and what we can look forward to for today.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the playoff round. It is going to be single elimination every single round. So every match is going to be win or go home. Our champion is going to have to win a solid 4 to 5 matches to be able to walk home with that trophy. 9 a.m., what we're starting right now is going to be this qualification round. We have 6 players that are vying for those 3 final spots here in the top 16. We'll be taking a look at that bracket a little bit later. And that top 16, all going to the Pro Tour. That is going to be later on in Atlanta. And then we're going to be playing all the way to the finals at around 4 p.m. Pacific. So do not go anywhere. It's going to be a very exciting day.
And of course, plenty of money up for grabs here this weekend. $250,000 that our players are competing for here today. First place, taking home $30,000. That is a big chunk of cash for a good weekend's work here. Even if you bombed out yesterday and went 0-4, well, you still took home $2,000. So, Corey, any big differences here you want to point out as our players vie for the top 16 spots?
Yeah, so basically 21st through 25th and below, those money spots are already figured out. What we have now, these 6 players that are trying to get into the top 16, if you lose, you get $5,000. If you win, you go to the bottom left part of our screen, and you're automatically guaranteed $7,500 and the Pro Tour invite, which carries a lot more equity. The Pro Tours have minimum cash payouts, as well as what could be, the expected value you could have at the Pro Tour is a little bit higher than that 75K as well. So big number jump for our first 3 matches of the day.
Definitely, and especially if you can capitalize on your first Pro Tour performance. You go to 10-4, I think. You qualify for the next one, so all to play for here. But how did our players get here? Daquan, can you tell us what some of the ways are for our arena players to compete in and to qualify for the arena championships?
Yeah, so it starts out with those play-in points, right? You want to get in those so you can get qualified and go into some of these events. But when you get those points and you get to play in the qualifier play-ins, that can actually lead you up even higher. But you can also get in by playing the Arena Opens, which I think people aren't aware of sometimes.
Yeah.
You get some cash, but you also get qualified to play in these arena championships. But you can also get into the qualifier weekend. If you do well on day 1, you get your chance to play on day 2 and possibly move forward.
And from day 2 onwards, Corey, where
yeah, it's tough enough to get through what Daquan was just talking about, but once you get to this is the meat and the potatoes here. Once you get to day 2 of qualifier weekend, I mean, this is just as tough as day 1 at a Pro Tour, day 2 at a Spotlight. These are no joke, and you gotta do quite well in those, and then you will find yourself right here being talked about by us fine folks in the Arena Championship. And you do well in that tournament, and of course you make it to the Pro Tour like these 16 players we're going to be seeing, and then top 2 at the Arena Championship, go to the World Championship, and then you play a whole new game. You try to stay on the Pro Tour for as long as you can and start making your real dreams come true.
Awesome sauce. If you like the sound of that and if you are interested in competing in an arena championship, then mark the calendars because there's an upcoming play-in event August 16th and 22nd. August 16th is best of 1, 22nd is best of 3. Demonstrate your mastery of Edge of Eternities Limited, and you can compete in the upcoming Arena Championship 10 qualifier weekend. There's also, friends, if you like collector boosters, Arena Direct happening right now as we speak. If you want to win physical Edge of Eternities cards, maybe get some practice as well for those opens, you can do just that right now. There's an Arena Direct going on, and it'll be happening all weekend. Today's the last day. Win the event, and you get an Edge of Eternities collector booster box shipped to your doorstep. Not too shabby, huh?
Yeah, I'll take
collector's
it.
boosters are so hard to get your hands on right now,
They
too.
are.
So why not just get one shipped right to your house?
Yeah, or 4 like Corey did last time.
I'm 0-5 this time, but I've been having a blast. And, when we're done here, my goal is to get one. I'm going to go until that timer
Please.
ends. Sleep is for the weak,
Let me live vicariously through you, please, because I cannot get any run going. It's been miserable.
Yeah,
One
tough
always has
format,
like
but very
3
fun.
board wipes, dude. Ah.
A lot of good sweepers in this set, that's for sure. They're out of this world.
Pun intended. Enough of our misery, though. Let's go and make some dreams come true. Let's take a look at our bracket here for the day, friendos. This is how things look at the moment. Daquan, tell me about the top half of this bracket. What are we going to see today?
Well, we will get this extra, if you want to call it the play-in match, in to get into the top 16 there. We will have an Is It Cauldron Mirror. Not too much of a surprise. They made up a big chunk of the field, so we expect to see some today. And there are several that we're going to see here. But in the upper bracket, we do have a very interesting matchup with Marvin Chong there against Alongo, which, as the Gruul Delirium deck and the Teamer Ferocious deck, the only one of each of those in the tournament, unfortunately got paired up in the round of 16, but that should be a fun match to watch.
Should be fun indeed, and I bet the other will be rooting on their opponent to take it all down, because no one wants to see Is It Cauldron win, except for the Is It Cauldron players, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And Corey.
Speaking of, Corey, tell us about the other half of this bracket here, friendo.
All right, the other half, we're going to see those 2 matches on the left that'll complete our top 16, and then they're going to go play against the players, that were the highest seed that got into the top 8 the fastest, Daniel Getchell, as well as Maza there up top. Is It Cauldron Mirrors here for a couple times. We do have Jan up against Maxime playing Demir against Is It Cauldron, so we'll definitely be taking a look at that when we get to that, but we got some of those other decks as well on the far left that I think a lot of people will be rooting for, especially that Sultai control from Cho. I mean, that deck is sweet. Really excited to see that one here in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely some fun other things to look forward to in this top 16. The big bad here to beat is, of course, Vivi. So let's see if any of these other archetypes can take it down. Well, you did mention that it'd be cool to see some Sultai control in action, and would you know it, that's going to be our very first match of the day. It's our feature match, so let's take a look and meet our players here. Jeongwoo Cho is playing Sultai Control up against Tion Timoshenko, and a very cool tale about these players. Jeongwoo Cho is pretty accomplished. Very, I should say, illustrious career thus far. 2017 South Korea national champion, player to online top 8, bunch of top 8s to his name. Playing the Sultai control list. Let's take a look at it. Corey, tell me more about this deck.
Yeah, and his play has really impressed me. We saw him win that final match to get to this spot. Really cool stuff. Playing the kind of off-meta deck here. Says, one of the most overrated decks/cards is Agatha's Soul Cauldron, y'all. Which I believe is a steaming hot take here. So this deck looks really strong, though. Being able to destroy a lot of different artifacts, a lot of different enchantments with Urgent Necropsy, as well as Deadly Cover-Up to be able to fully exile any kind of VVs, any kind of Cauldrons. If you get these Is It decks to not have the combo in play yet, Deadly Cover-Up can just completely, take the legs out from under these Is It Cauldrons decks. So really awesome stuff, and has been an absolute blast to watch.
On the other side of things is Tihan Timoshenko. This is his first big tournament. Welcome, sir. Also, potentially, welcome to the Pro Tour. You gotta get through your opponent here first, but you are so close. Playing is a Cauldron, the de facto best deck for the weekend. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, Daquan, give us a rough idea of what is a Cauldron is trying to do.
Yeah, I would say while we know the namesake of the deck is the Cauldron that you're trying to use with Vivi to just get a bunch of triggers, use a bunch of mana, play a bunch of cards. It actually does have the ability to just attack. We saw that multiple times yesterday, where you just get a Mako out there, you start putting counters on it, and then you just come across, right? Sometimes that's just going to be your win condition as well. So the deck is actually attacking from two different angles. No pun intended there, but it actually is actually a fairly versatile deck, even if you disrupt the combo.
It is, and you know, red creatures do like to hit fast and hit hard, so they are doing a very good job indeed, even if Agatha's Soul Cauldron isn't on battlefield or is dealt with in some matters. So should be an excellent matchup indeed. I'm super looking forward to seeing who is going to lock up their top 16 spot here. Corey, Daquan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ailey. All right, Daquan, I am so excited to be hanging out with you for another day of competitive, high-level Magic, buddy. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, dude. Hey, it's always fun hanging out with you when we get to talk about Magic, because there's going to be a lot of it today.
Absolutely. One card I want to bring attention to it is Tihan's 2 Dragonautics Engineers in the main. That card is actually going to be very big there, the left part of his deck list screen there. Getting haste against all these sweepers and stuff, that's going to come in handy. Maybe a card that isn't shining throughout the weekend in the mirrors, but it is going to shine here. So going to be a really exciting match. $2,500 on the line, as well as a Pro Tour invite for this match. So let's kick it off, y'all.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be really interesting to see how Tihan decides to approach this game. If he's going to try to be super aggressive or just play passively to kind of play through all this removal and artifact destruction or whatever, because it could go either way.
Yeah, I think game one's really going to come down to how many dead cards do we draw here from the Izzet side, because, well, you're a Braid, you're into the Flood Maws, you're Torch the Towers. They're not great, but the thing that is amazing about this Cauldron deck is, well, you know, a lot of the core things of what it's doing, the VV Cauldron stuff, but the fact that you can play a lot of like 2-ofs, 3-ofs, 1-ofs, and if they're not good in the matchup, you just get to discard them away with Tursa and Winter Night Stories and stuff. That really leads you to play these high impact cards in some matchups, even if they're dead in others, they still can just get looted away.
Yeah, and Tihan had a really good start here with the Mako and the Fear of Missing Out. And honestly, had he found a third land, being able to play Tursa would have been fabulous there.
Yeah.
But we missed out, so we're looking at a nowhere to run. Going to take out the Mako just to save future damage there.
And, you know, you got to be a little careful if that Mako was a 3-3. The cycling of a Mako always gets people when you're in combat here. But, yeah, no land 3. Going to be a bit of a big deal. And these Tursas, you know, it's a little unfortunate. When you mulligan, you don't want to discard your other Tursas, even though it's a legend, because, well, they're going to die so often here. And you want to be looting away your Braids and stuff like that.
Yeah, so Cho's hand is actually pretty good here, holding a couple of different points of removal. Looks like he does have Deadly Cover-Up as well if he can get to the mana eventually. And it looks like we have the star charts also in hand. So he's got a lot of options here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Deadly Cover-Up in this specific deck, I don't think I've ever seen a better Deadly Cover-Up deck, as this deck just gets to collect evidence so easily. You know, there's so many cards that kind of cheat on their mana value, you know, kind of mainly being these Rishkar's Bargain. It's a 3-drop in this deck, but it counts as 6 for collecting evidence. So pretty trivial to do that.
Yeah, and that's a tough bit of discarding there on the Tursa for Tihan. Ends up drawing just 2 land. But the flip side of that is he's not drawing 2 land for 2 turns.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, this is a good amount of pressure. That Draconautics Engineer, you're pretty priced into killing this turn, as, you know, if your opponent goes land 4 and just makes a free dragon, you're not too happy about that. But we might see mana efficiency here and save that Caustic Exhale for later. For next turn, maybe you can Exhale plus consult the star charts. and really decimate the battlefield here. It looks like a solid play to me.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go ahead and consult. Probably looking for a land, I would imagine here.
Yeah, you would think so. Consult the Star Charts is just so amazingly flexible. Having this bailout of just casting it for 2 or the mode of, you know, playing it for 4, where it kind of looks like Memory Deluge if you squint hard enough.
All right, did not get a land, decided to take 3 steps ahead. But do still have a Caustic Exhale here that you can get rid of a potentially problematic engineer.
Yeah, I mean, the fear of missing out can be a problem too if, you know, there's a Winter Night Stories. You can kind of see yourself getting Delirium, but not the case. Animating a Soulstone Sanctuary here is not so bad. Or just playing a VV. The VV plan is a little bit worse, as you really don't want to expose that quite yet. You don't want to lose all your VVs.
Yeah, also
Deadly
VV with
cover-up.
nothing to do with it is not great when you know your opponent has the deadly cover up, but it looks like is there one already in the graveyard as well? Yeah, there is. So
Oh, there is already. Okay, so it would have been
just
reasonable
goes
to play
regardless.
one because you're
Yeah.
already kind of going to lose it, but
All right, looks like Cho might just pass here.
yeah, not great. The Exhale is an instant. I mean, most things are instant in this deck, but man, as it stands, this little bit of damage with Cho stumbling on mana could really get there.
Yeah, this, depending on what we discard, well, we don't have nearly enough there to get to Delirium, I don't think, here.
It's getting close because the sorcery makes it to 2, the land makes it to 3. So if we get a unique permanent, aka an enchantment, an artifact, you can get to Delirium here. So I like this counter spell. Too many bad things can happen.
All right, gonna go all the way down to 5 here. Joe really needs a good draw here.
Land would be big. Oh, well, actually, that's still pretty strong. You can kill both creatures here. Miser will reveal it again and get it out of there. I like it.
All right, into the Flood Maw. Doesn't have a lot of weight in this matchup, but with your opponent at 5, I mean, a point's a point from Vivi here.
Yeah, you still might have to kill it at some point, and Watery Grave is kind of a tilting draw here as, yeah, you kind of want to play it untapped and do the Sift ability from River Regent, the other side, but you are just going to 3 here, and all of a sudden, you're dead to 2 spells.
Oh, that's so brutal. All right, fear of missing out was the draw here from Tihan.
Okay.
And finds a Mako. Interesting.
Yeah, that was not great. You know, you could have into the Flood mod on the Nowhere to Run as your VV would get bigger, but then Nowhere to Run can come down and shrink it for combat for that turn. And the Mako here is not really doing anything too exciting. We'll see if we want to cycle it right now or be a little patient. I think the big benefit to cycling it now is just if you top deck Soulstone Sanctuary. You really want that in play. That's about the only thing, though.
Okay, we did find a non-damage untapped land off of those cards there. So this is actually a pretty big deal because we get to Deadly Cover Up and remove all the VVs, I would assume is going to be the next action.
Yeah, I think that looks pretty good to me. You know, now you are under the Tursa kills you plan. There is 2 Tursas already gone, so there's only 1 out when it comes to that. But hey, I mean, that's a clean victory here if we can find it.
I mean, to your point, though, maybe you do get rid of Tursa because that's one of the few ways you can lose.
That is true. That is true. To get rid of the 1 Tursa that's there, or to get rid of the namesake card, or honestly, the Draconautics could be a problem. But wow, goes for the Winter Night Stories, it looks like. Goes for neither of those options.
Interesting. I guess the idea is, I guess he could dig for more answers to kill you.
I am shocked we didn't cycle that Mako.
Well, your opponent's at 3. I mean, like, get a few attacks in.
I mean, if Tursa's the next card, you know, that is going to be the biggest kick yourself moment ever, because now the game is out of reach. It feels like, at least, you know? So if this next card's Tursa, you know, that is going to be the saddest thing. Okay. It was an Izzet Guildgate. It's all good.
Oh,
Nothing mattered.
back-to-back lands. No.
Oof. Yeah, and now the control has has begun here. Cho tightens the grip on game number 1, it looks like, and now is the time where, you know, every control player just thrives. This is where you just love it. You're in control. You just got to make sure you don't do anything stupid and lose the game out of nowhere. Draw bunches and bunches of cards until your opponent concedes.
Yeah, see, I think you meant to say the control deck is now in control. Yeah.
Bravo, good sir. Take a bow.
Yeah, this is where I don't know if Tihan has any outs, or even with Cho at 3 life. Yeah, he's just saying there's no way here.
Yeah, it wasn't 4 land in a row. That was not the outs. That is for sure.
Yeah, that was a blazing start. And Cho got stuck for a minute there. So that was a pretty good situation. Good comeback for Cho in that setup.
Yeah, that really felt like, in my opinion, Cho had to win that game, because when all the counter spells come in and all the dead cards come out, I think the matchup sways from in Cho's favor to now back into Tihan's favor. Just Spell Pierce is so incredible. Disdainful Stroke, so good. If you counter that key deadly cover up, the game ends.
Yeah, and cease and desist coming in from Cho here is pretty big, because late game you can get rid of one of those cauldrons that's already on the battlefield, but you can also stop them from getting what they want directly out of the graveyard for just 2 mana.
Yeah, let's hope Michael Lacey is not watching right now. He does not ever want to hear those words, cease and desist, next to each other ever again.
Yeah, that was a rough final match for Lacey yesterday.
Exactly. Anyone who didn't watch the end, it was those 3 cease and desist decks up against the Solemn Simulacrum, or not Solemn Simulacrum. I love that card.
Simulacrum Synthesizer.
Thank you. Against that deck, creating a bunch of artifacts and enchantment. It was didn't go well for that deck and that player, that's for sure.
Okay, a little bit of a different start here for Tihan. Getting the Prosthetic Memory, getting an extra card, loading up this Mako at least just a little bit to try and get something going here.
Yeah. All right, this is a great start, though. Prof's Eidetic Memory is low-key the card in this matchup, so being able to have that early is excellent. Ral also looked great, as I don't... Oh, well, yeah, okay. Urgent Necropsy just does everything. It also kills Planeswalkers, so... Wow, that's a heck of a card in this metagame.
Yeah, his hand's pretty loaded right now. Necropsy, the end, have a few different options going on there. So this is going to be a bit of a game.
Yeah, I mean, we know it. We don't know if, Tihan knows it, but this Rawl would actually resolve, and it looks good right now. Every other play doesn't look as good. So, if Tihan could see this battlefield, would have windmill slammed that Soulstone Sanctuary and windmill slam Rawl. And honestly, maybe draw some cards first to just make sure you get a little bit of value off that Rawl, because, well, you got to expect it's not long for this world with cards like the End and Urgent Necropsy.
Yeah, I wonder if you just playing around the fact of he'd left 3 mana up, it could be 3 steps ahead or something, and Ral being so good against all the creature spot removal that, hey, you just want to have this later if you can.
Yeah. Now it still looks okay, and you can kind of still do the same thing where you can Ral and then draw immediately. That way your Profs, still gets those triggers, and then you're probably going to lose it to the end or something like that, but...
Yeah, you at least get a big sizable hit in here, which is pretty good. Another counter would go on the Mako. Actually, multiple counters would go on the Mako. You'd get 3 plus the discard from Ral.
Yeah, so you could get 5 counters here with the Raw, which is extremely powerful. And, Tihan, of course, this play could look genius if you're playing around these counter spells, playing around a negate, for instance. But we know with Perfect Information, the Raw might be a little bit better. But hey, Magic is not all about perfect information. Whoa, that being said, we can do the VV things here.
Yep, you're all set, locked and loaded.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you play Soul Cauldron and it resolves, you can eat the VV and attempt to put the card or the counters on this Steam Core Scholar. And if they go to kill that, who cares? Your Mako still gets the VV ability, so then you can cast Ral again.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong setup. I mean, Necropsy is actually going to look stellar here if this goes the way it needs to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be a 4-mana deal with the Cauldron, right? Okay, no, you deal with the End. This works out very well as well. I mean, not perfectly, because you do get to put the counters here, then you get to go to the prof's turn, and then post-combat, it's Raw Crackling Wit time.
Yeah.
So this looks nice.
And I'm assuming you're just going to draw here.
Hey, you see a guy in a
Yeah,
blue
I
hat
would
out
think
here?
so too. You know, there's too many ways for you to lose your value here
Iterate.
that I like just drawing. Get rid of your lands, have 2 great threats for next turn, and be feeling pretty strong about this game.
Yeah, and really, if Cho doesn't have Necropsy here, then you actually get a pretty big turn with your stuff having counters on it.
So the Necropsy can deal with Rawl and the Cauldron right now, I believe. We see the 6 with Deadly Cover-Up. That's kind of the way to show how much evidence you can collect. And that is not everything. That is by no means out of the woods.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. It just stops the pain for the time being.
Yeah. But, you know, we could definitely see the kind of brutal combo of Fear of Missing Out, discard the Engineer, eat the Engineer. Oh, no, the Cauldron will be gone, so that won't be as good. But still, the attack for 5, you can put the extra counter on it. There'll be a nice battlefield as well, but I don't think Cho has an option here. I think you have to, for sure, get rid of the Cauldron, and then it's a question, do you get rid of Scholar or Ral? And I think it's got to be Ral, as that's your only out to Ral in your hand right now.
Yeah, I think you get rid of Scholar and Ral because you do have Deadly Cover-Up that you could just hit next turn. Though it looks like he's considering doing it now. Oh, no. That was just a little bit of a pump fake.
Yep. Wow. Letting the Raw live. Trying to get some more value. Okay.
Hey, these are why these are top players. Like things that we might not do, they have a whole plan for.
Yep. Okay, so now we have a choice here. We can either Fear of Missing Out, discard the Engineer to put it underneath the Cauldron, if you have that vibe that, you know, Cauldron is safe, or you dump your hand and you draw a card off Fear of Missing Out that way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because Ralph's just gonna have to plus up and make a otter here.
Yeah. And if there's no land in the yard, another really sweet play you can do, you could get Delirium by discarding the land, play Draconautics Engineer, give it haste, and then Fear of Missing Out could attack twice.
Yeah, that's true.
If there's no land. I don't know exactly the count here for Delirium, but hey, we're discarding something.
We're gonna discard the Engineer.
Okay. Also a cute play because, well, you can use Agatha's Soul Cauldron to put a counter on FOMO now. Wow, that was a good draw. And then at instant speed, make yourself a 4/4 dragon at end step if there's nothing going on.
Shift the current.
Yeah,
and this allows you to say go and have your opponent blink first, as they like to say.
Yeah, Disdainful Stroke's a huge draw here.
Oh yeah. And sometimes when you can put enough pressure on and you have one key counter spell for their big sweeper or their urgent necropsy, you know, like it really can be the difference here. And wow, this is going to be set up extremely well here to get some mana, as I love doing this play. You put the prof's memory on an X3, you know they might have a -3 or a Torch the Tower, something like that, and they have to blink then. And most of the time they can't because you have an untapped Soul Cauldron, and then you can just put the counter on in response if they use the removal spell.
All right, looks like we're just going to go for it now. All right, Caustic Exhale, taking out the Otter.
Strange.
Probably just trying to minimize damage in case everything gets haste here, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So, can't do haste right now, as its other creatures gain haste.
Oh, true, true.
But you can make a dragon haste. Oh, no. Okay. I was like, we stacked that, right? Oh, no!
No, he chose the wrong one!
Oh, you had to make the dragon first. Would have attacked for 5, but now instead, you're pretty priced into having to make the dragon now.
Yeah, or just waste the mana.
Oh, no. A huge misstep here at the biggest spot.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
that
can't
would
say anything. I've misclicked so many times. So
yeah,
it can
I mean
happen to anybody.
it hurts so bad to do it when you have a Pro Tour invite on the line, but hey, Magic's hard. But yeah, this should be Cho at 8 now instead with this disdainful stroke available.
Or was this just a next level play to look like you messed up because you have a disdainful stroke?
Well, regardless, you can still have disdainful stroke. It's just a mess up, but I like your optimism, Daquan.
Hey, you got to look for the positives.
All that being said, I think this game is still over because
Yeah.
I think Cho can't really do anything here. As this disdainful stroke is going to just counter any of the meaningful plays, and then next turn we just have well and truly enough.
Yeah, you activate the land, you put a counter on something, like definitely going to be 13 damage.
Yeah, we're one land short of being able to necropsy with cancel backup, with the 3 steps ahead backup. And then, Cho would be cooking. But as it stands, this game is still over. And, Tihan gets to do a classic, maybe slap yourself in the cheeks and be like, all right, we got away from that one. Let's not do that again.
Hey, sometimes you just get away with one. Never punished, as they say.
Absolutely. It's never lucky for me, but whatever, I get that expression too.
It's like just looking for a creature in the graveyard. There you go.
Yeah. So now what gets to happen here is now that dragon also has the ability to make another dragon, and then that dragon
just showing off now.
Yeah. Wait, okay. I was like, oh, I see what Tihan was trying to do. This technically correct play of put that on the stack and then put the dragon on the stack there, because if you do it the other way, when you put the dragon on the stack, your opponent can aim a removal spell at the dragon before the other one comes into play, and it doesn't gain haste. So Tihan was trying to do that the technically correct way, but kind of got lost in the sauce and didn't go into full control. I get it now.
It's all right. Like I said, happens to anyone. He fortunately had the disdainful stroke, so got out of that one just the same, and we're moving on to game 3.
One game for $2,500 and a seat at the Pro Tour here in Atlanta, where we'll be playing Edge of Eternity Limited and Modern for these players. One game, Daquan. I mean, nothing better than one single game at this high stakes.
Yeah, $2,500 at stake, a seat on the Pro Tour. Like there's a lot to play for here. So if they slow down a little bit during their thinking of plays, I think it would be totally reasonable because there's a lot at stake.
And Tihan, maybe this is the first big event, but some of his other proudest achievements are qualifying for this and winning several arena opens. So has played these $2,000 matches all the time. Hasn't played a $2,500 match though. So I would assume his biggest match, his biggest game of Magic ever right here.
Yeah, very likely. All right, so reasonable opens from both sides, but not a lot's going to happen here on these first couple of turns.
Yeah, definitely a land-heavy hand here for Tihan, but when you have memory, when you have stories to be able to start drawing some cards, it's perfectly reasonable, especially with the falls. I would say it's on the low end of a keep on the draw, but drawing Vivi into Cauldron here really kind of shored everything up, so nice stuff here from Tihan.
All right, so going to go ahead and just try to push out the Agatha Soul Cauldron. Looks like it's going to be met by the Exhale, so we're going to get rid of that.
And there we have the Verge. So I believe, yeah, those Verges aren't on. So we just have Dimir mana right now, I believe. So no way to cast Rishkar's Bargain. The River Regent's other side. The End, you're not at low enough life. So it's just the Cease and Desist that's available right now. So we need a land from the Cho side.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and use the Cease to draw a card, get rid of the card in the graveyard. Not really for any value other than trying to draw into that land, I'd imagine.
I actually think that was negative value because sometimes you want the Cauldron in the yard so you can deadly cover up it back. So I wonder if it was, but you don't want to eat your own cards in your graveyard. I'm not even sure if Cease and Desist can target your own, but regardless, you don't want to eat your own as you need to collect evidence. So it was kind of not free, but probably not the biggest deal.
Yeah. All right, now we get into an interesting turn here from Tihan. Now you actually have to decide what's worth playing here, trying to push past the counterspell.
So one sweet little play is you could go Fear of Missing Out, discard Winter Night Stories, go to combat, make it a 3/4, and then post-combat flash it back. You know, to just really start sculpting your hand. But if that Winter Night Stories were to get countered, then all of a sudden you just, you know, threw away the front half of it. And when you're this flooded, you know, you do kind of want to chill a little bit here. So it was either that or you play a sad VV and go from there. But
Yep.
against the end, that can be a huge liability.
So we're gonna get to draw cards here, and actually not too bad. Picked up a couple of land, which was pretty key for Cho. Just trying to decide what he wants to discard here. All right, looks like we discarded a land. Did pick up a Fabled Passage and another Verge. So he's got all the mana he needs now to operate.
Yeah, this hand is perfect now. You have the Urgent Necropsy for 10. So you could kind of deal with a lot of different permanents. There's a creature in play. There's an enchantment in play. You can go from there, but you also have the bailout if there's nothing you need to kill in Rishkar's Bargain. Kind of, you know, instant speed stock up here.
All right, we're going to go for Winter Night Stories. That's not met by counter yet. Rishkar's Bargain going to get played here.
Looking to find a counter spell for this.
This will be interesting to see what we decide on here, what we take.
Yeah, because countering Winter Night Stories is great. Normally it's like, yeah, it's draw 3, discard 1, or draw 3, discard 2, and that's not amazing by any means, but it comes with 3 +1/+1 counters, so that can be a big deal. None of those cards deal with stories. None of those cards kill a Fear of Missing Out, so if we can get to Delirium, which it doesn't look like we can, that was a horrific set of draws.
Yeah, just
2
lands
Izzet
and
Guild
VV.
Gates and another land, essentially.
That's tough.
Yeah, God. Now you have the ability to do it again, which, I mean, I think you have to at this point, and just make the biggest FOMO possible and just try to sculpt your hand a little bit. It's either that or get an attack in for 5, but, you know, with your opponent being at 22 already, it's not the biggest deal.
I mean, I guess the upside is if you do it now, you could possibly have fuel for a VV next turn.
So I think the biggest reason to do it is just in case there's a deadly cover-up. You don't want to lose all your Winter Night Stories right now. So I just want it out of my graveyard where it's safe in my deck, you know?
Yeah, that's a good call.
That's my biggest reason to want to do it. But of course, we have perfect information, and Tihan does not.
All right, we're going to go ahead and try to draw 3 more, which is successful. And there you go. That's a little bit of action.
Yes, not bad. If you discard VV, it is liable. Uh-oh. Deadly Cover-Up looks a lot better if you'd make that play. I think you have to discard 2 lands here. And the thing is, you don't have the Cauldron yet, and you have ways to still discard VV, so it's safer in your hand for now.
Yeah, and generally, having a Mako into Tursa would seem like pretty good game, but your opponent's still at 22, so that's a long way to go. All right, here comes just a hard cast, full price, as they say, the iron price on Meringue River Regent, picking up both these permanents and slowing things down.
Wow, okay. Even bounce the profs there, which is interesting. So, I mean, if I am Tihan, I am getting that VV out there, and I'm starting to go. And if you do VV first, you get a little bit more counters, but, you know.
Yeah, it might just be checking things out. Just wants the most information aside how much you could do with the VV if you get the counters on it.
Yeah. Tursa is so close to being good here. You can get it to a 6/6.
Yeah. Turns out that river regents have big rear ends.
Yes, that is very, very true. Yeah, I don't know. I really would have liked VV into Prof's memory here to get it going. Now, of course, that is still a bit of a problem if your opponent ends it, but at some point you got to put it out there. Maybe that's the way to go.
While Tihan's just making a decision here, let's look at Cho's hand, because Cho's hand is loaded right now. Like, it's Deadly Cover-Up, the Inn, you know, the Exhale to kill a creature. You've got Necropsy, which can just get rid of 2 or 3 things, depending on what the board looks like. And you have a 3 steps ahead. So if he survives over even one more turn, he's kind of got everything, all the angles covered right now.
Yeah, really does. Really does. Has a lot going on. And the flip side, though, Tion's hand is great. This is never going to run out of gas. You're getting a ton of counters here on your creatures. Yeah, love putting it on the FOMO to play around the caustic exhales. And now we'll see how much damage can be done with these sweepers from Cho. This game is definitely anyone's game.
Yeah, how aggressive does Cho want to get her? Do we just say, you know what? We're both still at 20 plus. I'm not the aggro deck. Let's just see what's going on. But it looks like he is going to fire off this Necropsy here, or at least thought about it.
Yeah, and it's not bad. You can get the 2 creatures if you want, as you can choose creature and enchantment. I believe that's how we can do it.
Yeah, and they are cheap.
Yeah. Which is fine. You also have a really nice play of being able to go like 3 steps ahead, counter plus pay the extra to make another River Regent. I would be thinking double River Regent here would be on my mind for sure.
Yeah, I guess he could also Caustic Exhale, which like he's going to do, and then you can use Necropsy to get rid of both the other permanents.
Yep. Or this is the perfect amount of mana to go counter copy.
Yeah, true.
And, you know, that is a liability against some other removal spells, some bounce spells, but you got to think from Cho's side that Tihan took those out. Oh, wow. We might be going for it aggressively to play around Spell Pierce.
Oh, that's true.
Just pay the 4 mana, just good old 4 mana clone.
Yep.
But
just
man,
copy.
you get so blown out if there's an Into the Flood mob, but you just can't think it's there, you know?
Yeah, and now this becomes a real issue because, I mean, 2 River Regents is not going to let this game go much longer.
Yeah. That is very, very true. If I'm Tihan, I'm thinking, all right, I'm behind enough. I need the most powerful card in Standard to help me out here. I need help from Vivi. And you just got to get that going. You got to get a mana advantage here. And try your absolute best to utilize this.
Profs will get you a card, which will get you a counter initially and get you one at combat.
Okay. Agatha's Soul Cauldron is the card we want right now. For sure.
Yeah, I was trying to think how many more counters you could get on there, but right now I guess you could Fear of Missing Out to discard, draw, get another counter. But that's only 3 mana.
Yep. So, God, it is tough here. Yeah, it's going to be near impossible to actually do the Soul Cauldron thing, even with that draw. Are we 1 short?
You could Soul Cauldron. Well, now we've already used the mana, so you have used it all for the Winter Night Stories here.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, God. As it stands... No, that still wouldn't have worked. You couldn't have Winter Night Stories to be able to do it. Yeah, I mean, everything is, kind of in hindsight here to be able to get Vivi into the yard and do the thing. But now we can get rid of all the Vivis from Cho's side, and I think this just wasn't explosive enough of a turn, and Cho can take advantage of it by spelling the end on all the Vivis.
Yeah, if that's the way he wants to go here. He seems like he's more interested in the Necropsy, but now thinking about it, he kind of goes back and says, maybe, hold on.
Yeah, God, I think it's so much more risky to go for this line. Like, sure, you can kill those 2 creatures, but this deck is so good at refueling. I honestly think Cho's going to lose the game if he fires off this Necropsy instead of the end.
Yeah, very possible.
Obviously, that's not factually true, but I don't know.
Okay, so you still have Dispelling Exhale, which would make something cost, what, 4 more?
Yeah, it costs 4 more, but I'd feel so much better if Vivi was not in the deck anymore. But this is still looking okay from Cho. And by sure. Okay, I mean it is probably still completely fine. So I guess the thing you can do, you get the Soul Cauldron down first because that's the most important thing. And yeah, if you're firing this off right away, then Tihan knows what he has to do. So I don't know if I love this. I mean, this does limit Tihan's plays. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
So you can't just go. The only play that's going to be available is fear of missing out. You know, get that counter onto FOMO. You could get one more with Prof's Identic Memory.
Yeah, I think that's going to do it still.
Well, I mean, you can FOMO, you can Agatha Soul Cauldron VV. FOMO gets to 3 mana. You can use that 3 mana to Tursa. Tursa will get the counters then from Prof. And we go from there. But either way, yes, looking very good for Cho here to be able to lock up this Pro Tour spot.
All right, here we go. This is just going for it now.
Oh, just let the Soul Cauldron go away. Okay. So this is just saying, hey, I need to find another one. And then maybe I'll have more mana and can do some stuff.
Yeah.
That is not the case. I think there's no more opportunities.
Yeah, now you're just going to be a mana short even if you find it.
Okay, here it is. You got to attack with Tursa and you got to hit it from your yard.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
And it's still probably not enough, but I think that's the only thing that maybe puts it into the equation. But you could also play Vivi here and then put the counters from Profs onto Vivi, so you get a little bit of extra mana as well.
Go for it in high roll, man. High roll your way to the Pro Tour. Let's hit it. This is going to be the biggest spin ever if he hits it.
Okay, going for that instead. But the Cauldron's not there. There's nothing else that can be done. Jeongwoo Cho is about to head to the Pro Tour with his sweet brew here for the Sultai control deck. Cauldron gets eaten up. This is one of many Cauldron decks that have fallen at the hands of Cho, and that is it. $2,500 going to him, as well as that Pro Tour invite to Atlanta. And guess what? You get to keep playing Magic now in the top 16, and you got that chance to go to the World Championship. Really awesome stuff here to see a maybe an Is It Cauldron killer here with the Urgent Necropsy deck looking really good, and big congratulations to him.
Yeah, I'm here for it, man. Getting one more non-VV deck or non-Is It deck into the rest of the 16 is going to be good for entertainment, and it looks like everybody, all the viewers seem to be happy with this outcome. So this should make the day way more interesting.
Absolutely. Well, that was what we had, 19 players, I guess, to start at the very beginning. We just lost one of them. We got 2 more matches to see the other 2 people that are going to be into the top 16. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break. And on the other side, more Pro Tour qualifying matches here at Arena Championship 9. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, I'm joined by Jeongwoo, a player that just made it into our top 16 here. Now, Jeongwoo, you're playing a really innovative deck here this weekend in Sultai Control. Where did the idea for this deck come from?
Oh, this deck is made by my friend Jones on Top. This deck was made in Tarkars before the ban of Corey. So that time it couldn't beat Corey's Steel Cutter, but now this deck is very fit at meta game, can beat BB Cauldron, I thought.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. We've seen how good the blue-red Cauldron deck here this weekend. Like you said, there's no more Corey Steel Cutter, but how's your matchup going against that deck here this weekend, since it's been such a big part of the field?
Yes. Most of Corey's BB Cauldron played deck pitting against the mirror match, so no counter main deck. So this all control deck should be good, and it game on favorable. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jeongwoo, and good luck in the top 16.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Awesome stuff here and there from Cho. Big congratulations. Cool to hear him, create a brew on his own and take down the big bad of the format. I think a lot of us are for sure rooting for him. So really cool stuff. But hey, that is one person into the top 8. Or top 16. We have a top 14 sculpted. We need 2 more players. We're gonna dive into another one of these matches and see who claims that 15th spot and a spot into the Pro Tour. So let's take a look at our 2 players that we're going to be seeing this round. We have Cyprien Tron on the left and Justin Allenbeck on the right. Is it Cauldron here for Cyprien Tron? Started off really, really strong in day 1. I believe off to a 3-0 start, and then wheels fell off a bit, but still made it here to this play-in round up against Justin Allenbeck, who qualified with Dimir midrange, said, you know what? I don't care about this as a Cauldron deck. I'm running back my baby. And here he is.
Hey, dude, they tell you gotta dance with the woman that brought you to the dance, right? Like that's what you got to do here.
Yeah, I believe that is the expression. Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the 2 decks here. And the dance partner of choice from Justin is Kaito. So Kaito has been doing a lot of dancing in and onto the battlefield for Justin. Walk us through these 2 decks.
Yeah, we know kind of everything going on already with the Cauldron deck at this point, but this is a matchup we saw a couple of times yesterday, and the Dimir midrange actually does have a few tricks up its sleeve, right? Where you have the Tidebinder that can turn things off if necessary. There's a fair amount of spot removal. And if you do just get a decent early start, being able to draw a lot of extra cards will keep you ahead and let you put the game away.
Yeah, and I'm honestly surprised, Daquan, that I think there's only 3 Dimir decks. When I was testing, for this event, when I was playing a lot of Cauldron, this was the one matchup where I felt it was as about as 50-50 as it gets. Maybe Cauldron's a little disadvantaged. Dimir has the tools, and it's so hard to be prepared for all the things they do. Like, you have to leave in your torches for curiosities. You need fire for, the X1s and the bats. But then you need some bounce spells if your opponent gets a Kaito in play. Just a lot of different angles that you have to worry about. Tidebinder takes advantage of you at certain spots. So I think this matchup's quite tricky. So it should be a very close one. Let's jam on in. $2,500 between these 2 players and a spot on the Pro Tour as well. And a real clunky hand here for Justin, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, these are all powerful cards, but not necessarily cards you want together over the first 3 turns.
Yeah. And just a beaut up there for Cyprien Tron, when you have that turn 1 Mako, there's no powerful 2-drop like the Profs or the Fear of Missing Out, but Torch to interact with a creature, and then Winter Night Stories to get some stuff going. Perfectly serviceable hand.
Allenbeck decided to keep this, and it's going to benefit him here, being able to kill a Mako on 1 with no real action behind it for Tron.
I will say, Enduring Curiosity is the toughest card in my opinion, to deal with. But it's the toughest card to deal with when there is other stuff going on, So just going removal spell, nothing on 3, Curiosity on 4. It's fine, but nothing amazing.
Yeah, and Tron just draws another mountain here. Nothing really to do, so just going to play this Falls and Surveil. And unfortunately for Allenbeck, he doesn't have much to do either. So kind of like a weird situation here.
It's funny, when we talk of Tron used to be that 1, 2, and then you cheat up to 7 mana, that's not what we're doing in this deck. We're going 1, 2 mana, and then to 15 mana or so when you get VV Cauldron going. So this is 2025 Tron.
Yeah. Now, picking up the Preacher of the Schism is actually pretty sweet here because you're not going to lose it to the Torch to the Tower. Right. And if nothing happens to it, then you can maybe start considering drawing cards with the Enduring Curiosity, since you're not under pressure of anything happening right now.
Yeah, probably the best possible draw, not being able to get torched. We don't see any Roaring Furnace. Those are some of the other options. Obliterating Bolt, those kind of things. Broadside Barrage in the board. Those are ways to deal with Preacher. But if not, Preacher just gets to get going. Another element that pulls you out so many angles fighting against this Dimir deck.
All right, looks like we're gonna fire off a Winter Night Stories and at least try to get something going here from Tron's side.
Yeah, you feel bad if this gets countered, but there's no choice. When your hand is that horrendous, you have to just do this to discard some of your starting towns, your mountains, your couple lands that you got going on here.
Yeah, this is kind of a little bit of good news, bad news, right? You pick up VV, you pick up the Cauldron, but you don't really have anything to do with them, unfortunately.
Yeah, nope, really all dressed up, nowhere to go. Since we're doing all these prom/dancing puns. Okay, big draws. If we can get a creature that Agatha's Soul Cauldron can jump on, Fear Missing Out. Profs. Oof, not quite. Not quite.
Yeah, no way to discard here. It does get you a card deeper and set you up for later turns, but still not much happening. And it's starting to feel like Tron's going to have to set up for a combo turn more than anything else.
Yeah, I was interested to see if we were going to see Vivi at all there, but this makes sense because this does play around pretty nicely. A card that we could easily see. The Shoot the Sheriff and just getting Egg of the Soul Cauldron on the battlefield against Dimir is excellent because as good as Dimir is at dealing with, you know, the creatures, it is not good at dealing with permanents like enchantments and artifacts. And that's, you know, basically the only reason this matchup's close. Otherwise, Dimir would just wreck you if they had a nice answer to be like, you know, 2-mana Doomblade, a Cauldron, or a Memory or something like that.
Yeah, and this does create a little bit of a situation for Islandbach because while you do have Shoot the Sheriff, you kind of really want to play one of these other cards, whether it's Kaito or Enduring Curiosity, and you may not be able to, just you don't risk losing on the spot.
Yeah, and that's the squeeze. And basically, when we've been watching Justin play all weekend, he has always sided at the air of caution, essentially. So whenever you could proactively play the Curiosity, but you still had an option for interaction, Justin has chosen the side of interaction. And I think that's just correct. You got to be preparing yourself for this over-the-top VV turn because that's how you lose.
Yep, Soul Cauldron's just doing some graveyard removal, nothing real helpful there, but they did pick up a Mako, which could benefit from some counters down the road potentially.
Yeah, not so bad here. And
I guess technically with Torch, there's some blocking implications.
Yeah, and hey, the Mako here is actually kind of nice because, well, it's an outlaw.
It is indeed.
Yeah. It is the old, Shark Pirate, I believe, right?
Yep, one of the few things that doesn't die to Shoot the Sheriff in that.
Yes, exactly. Mako seeing it go for the throat, go away, and Shoot the Sheriff come in and, you know, licking its chops.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough here because, again, Vivi, all you really have is the ability to shoot a token, get a counter. It's not really going to do much. Actually, no creatures in graveyards either, I don't believe. So,
no, I believe Vivi is in the yard here from Tron.
Oh, there is one. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's already a Vivi. So, I mean, being able to go Mako here, being able to go Vivi, and you know, you could torch the tower something in response, and you do have that double Vivi activation here, but just goes for the full-on Winter Night Stories. And
we
nope.
can't, buddy. We can't. There you go.
Negative. That is an outlaw here. So this is going to be big game here as you want to discard 2 cards here. You know, discarding 2 islands gets 3 counters or 3 power on the Mako. Vivi can eat, or Cauldron can eat Vivi. And then you can use that 4 mana to then either play Tursa or play Vivi and go from there if you want, or not play into a removal spell.
Yeah. All right. That's a lot of mana if you decide to try to go for it.
Yeah, interesting. Are we just playing this as defensive as possible? AK not even going to eat Vivi? Because pay attention to what Cyprien Tron did there. Set a stop at his end step. So this is a, hey, I know you're going to call, or I know you're going to play a Curiosity. And once you do that, then you can eat Vivi, add 7 mana, and use all 7 of it for 1 towards the tower. That is the plan that Cyprien Tron is going for. Wild.
All right. Can't blame him for going for the Curiosity here, though. If you just don't have a removal, like, this is kind of your best situation, and see if you can find something to get yourself out of trouble while your opponent's creatures are tapped.
Yeah. So you do have to get rid of something. You know, you probably do have to get rid of your, I mean, Eidetic Memory, you would think. I mean, the Cauldron is too good. And this Abrade is not very strong either. So this is a very, very safe, measured play here from Cyprien Tron, but gonna get horrifically punished if Justin draws a way to kill this Mako. Tragic trajectory would be, well, exactly that. Pretty tragic.
All right, here we go. The big turn here.
And Preacher does get both things. You get that sweet mode when you're tied, where you get the creature and the life.
Yep. So you get to attack here and just see what we find. Because while you did pick up the Deep Cavern Bat, you don't have a great set of choices here.
Yeah, the bat will be okay. Probably
right.
probably what we're gonna see here is just bat, hold up, shoot the sheriff for something. Once you see Vivi and you see Tursa, you know, whenever you play a bat, the kind of go-to thing that you usually do is take whatever card can kill the bat. So that's the general heuristic that we usually see, but not always the case, of course.
Yeah, even in this scenario, I mean, you take the Abrade, then they just cast Tursa, look at some more cards. Like, it's a not a great set of choices here.
Yeah, just a solid hand. No matter what's taken, Tursa gets to be played.
Yeah.
But I think taking the Abrade makes sense. When you have that much mana, you have infinite mana, so you might as well take the card that's going to just kill your bat anyways.
Yeah, he's just doing some quick checking, just getting all his information together before making a decision.
Yeah, and if you Tursa and discard the other Vivi and whatever card you draw, and you draw into like Winter Night Stories or something, you can use the Cauldron to eat Vivi 2 Electric Boogaloo, and then you have 16 mana from the Mako.
True.
And yeah,
right,
that's another
Cauldron.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you do have a lot of mana if you're on Tron's side, but again, you're kind of, I guess you just hope to see what you find from Tursa here.
Yeah, I think the other debate is just Tursa to only discard the Soul Cauldron and keep the Vivi. But I want to just try to find Winter Night Stories. I feel like if I'm in that position and I find Winter Night Stories, I cannot lose the game.
Yep, just going to dig both of them and get an Abrade and a land.
That was horrific.
Yeah, especially since you have effectively what's just going to be a pile of chump blockers and these 1/1 vampires.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Cyprien is in a position where he has, 20-some odd mana. Tursa could attack and get something from the yard, but it's going to die to shoot the sheriff. And your Abrade can kill the bat, get back an Abrade, and then you have an Abrade that can't kill the only creature you want to kill right now. So not great for Cyprien here with those two loots. And even with the Vivi, though, it would have been a little better, but not even by a lot.
Yeah, not by much. All right, so Abrade here just kind of clears the path, I guess, to make sure you can't get triple blocked and lose a Tursa, I assume.
Yeah, and shoot the sheriff, of course, can kill Tursa. It is not one of the things there.
No tricks from you, little Tursa.
Man, if Shoot the Sheriff didn't kill Light Shatter or Mako, come on, y'all. We could not play that card in this deck.
Yeah,
come on, y'all.
All right, Mako, I mean, you're not going to block with it. So, I mean, I guess you might as well attack with it.
I would think so as well. Start whittling down these creatures. But yeah, it looks not great. There's no big creature in the yard that you can take advantage of with mana. Obviously the MVP right now would be find a Draconautics Engineer. But that one, still the MVP is finding Winter Night Stories into the world.
Yes.
That card is just unbelievable here. You have infinite mana, so you automatically get to start your turn with draw 3, discard 1 twice. And then you get to go from there, which you usually find a lot of places to go.
Yeah, Tron's position is the one I don't like, where you have a giant creature and it's like, well, it's not great to attack, but I also know I'm not blocking your Death Toucher, because especially in this case where you need all the mana if you do find your cards.
Yep. Okay.
Right, not a lot of action here from Allenback, though, realistically. I mean, you could get some extra cards from the Curiosity, but then you do have 2 mana open, though, in that case.
Yeah. And you know about the Abrade, so you kind of can attack with both. I think you got to attack with just the Preacher for safety. I mean, to be fair, this Mako's a 9/9. Who cares? If you take one hit from that, you're probably not going to die. So yeah, this attack is pretty nice.
Actually going for Kaito here.
Yeah, I think I would have Curiosity, especially with drawing that Drowner.
Yeah, I'm trying to think does he have something for 3 mana that's helpful instead of 4, and maybe that's the play here.
I mean, just 2 Kaitos, getting them down, that's totally reasonable as well. Both plays are good, but Curiosity is just so hard to ignore. And if your opponent does have the card for the Curiosity, Torch number 2, they have to sacrifice their Cauldron. They don't want to do that, you know?
True. All right, so Kaito's going to go Surveil, and let's see what we pick up here. Another Flood Pits and another Preacher.
Okay. Time for Preacher is over, it looks like. And honestly, I don't know if I love the Drowner. I think I like the Preacher more than the Drowner, but...
He looks like he might be saying, I don't want either of these, really.
Yeah. I would have been leaning on the other way around, or both in the yard as well. Just try to find interaction, find a... like right now, I want to maximize my chances to top deck Tragic Trajectory or Bitter Triumph to just send this Mako straight away, you know?
Yeah, but you do have access to 2 Drowners now. You can get through for 5. Well, I was going to say 6, 7, but we know there's actually the Abrade there.
Yeah. The Drowner tapping this down and preventing, you know, what could possibly be a lethal attack makes a lot of sense as well. Oh, yeah.
There you go. There's some cards.
We're cooking. Now, how much mana? Yeah, you might as well start using it for the Mako. You can have a second VV underneath there at some point. And now remember, this Scholar is going to loot you the cards, but then Cauldron can eat second VV, put a counter on Scholar, and then the Scholar adds 6 mana as well.
Yep. Didn't pick up a lot, though. Prosthetic Memory can get you another card. Get you a lot of counters, though.
Yep. Yeah, I think just discarding the 1 Abrade is fine. Abrade is not very good against Dimir at all. Unless they have some Ghost Vacuums in the board, then you want to leave in a few because that card can still get you. But game 1, it's quite bad. Doesn't line up too well against things.
All right, Scholar, discard. We're putting a counter on the Mako. Looks like we are going to go ahead and play that Prosthetic Memory and see what we find here.
Okay. Could play the other Mako as well, as that's going to get quite large.
Just a mountain.
I think when you brick, now I cycle the Mako. I don't think playing another creature is like a good plan. I think finding Winter Night Stories is the plan here. So I would try to risk it for the biscuit.
Yep. Mako puts another counter on the other Mako.
Oh, there it is. Story time, y'all.
Took a while to get there, but we found it.
Yeah, that, I mean, could easily be GG.
Got yet another VV and a fear of missing out. All right.
Yeah. So you have the option of what I would do is discard Starting Town, Mountain, get VV into play, Winter Night Stories again, and go from there. And just pay the full 5, you know, with just mana. Don't tap anything. There's no real point. You just have so much mana with VV2 coming.
Yeah, this is just trying your best to get there. Do it all at once, right?
Yep. All right, there is the VV.
All right, and we still, I was going to say, I haven't put the counters from the Prosthetic Memory yet, and here comes those 7.
I did not love that. Unless there's not a VV in the yard that I'm missing, you could have done a lot more pre-combat here. And got more counters and stuff like that going, but we'll see.
Okay, so now post-combat, after getting the Mako locked down, get to play a land here and kind of still have a full pile of options.
Yeah, I mean, I still would have done all this stuff pre-combat, as you're still just amplifying what you get off profs, even if maybe it doesn't matter the most, but...
Yeah, just found a land there, but we'll get to play this Winter Night Stories for 1 blue.
Yeah, because the thing is, you have Draconautics Engineer in your deck too, so if you ever find it and you can discard it, you win the game on the spot. So, Yeah, I would have liked that.
All right, found a Tursa, land, and Cauldron. So I'm assuming we're gonna discard the land, or maybe even land and Cauldron, and then just play the Tursa.
Yeah, because Cauldron really, sometimes you want that extra Cauldron to hang around, but in this matchup, Cauldron really can't be dealt with.
It's been a while since I've seen a Mako this big.
Yeah, no kidding. And it can get shuffled away by Drowner, which, when that was the only threat, that would be a big deal, but it is not. It's not the only threat by a long shot. Now I can see the Tursa, just saying go as you're only drawing one card. You want to maximize your chances, and I wouldn't think you're going to lose the game on the spot this turn, but there is a chance because we can tap down Vivi with Kaido. We can animate Soulstone Sanctuary, and then before blockers, Flood Pit's Drowner down another blocker, and then kind of see. Does that equal lethal? Probably not. That's only 7 damage.
Yeah, that'd be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Actually,
they'd have 1 blocker though.
Yeah, you'd still have another blocker.
Wow. Well, I mean, this Vivi gets to kill Kaito here in combat if this is how we do it.
Nah, I think we're gonna tap it down here, still being the declare attacker step. The thing is, though, Allenbeck really doesn't have any interaction here otherwise.
No, really needs to find something off, maybe a Curiosity or something. But yeah, we've kind of drawn all our cards. We boosted up Kaido as well instead of drawing cards. So yeah, I mean, like, we're going to be pretty forced into this. Fear of Missing Out is going to block Drowner. And then Drowner is going to be forced to shuffle away Mako or Vivi. And then the only thing that's left to do is play Cecil and just hope for the best that next turn isn't so bad, but it's going to be bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can do. And you really almost have to hope that Tron just bricks.
Yeah.
But Tron is going to get to see 3 cards next turn. 1 from the draw and 2 from Tursa at a minimum.
Exactly. And, I mean, almost most importantly, this Fear of Missing Out is going to live. And with Fear of Missing Out living, that means it gets to untap this 16/16 Mako and attack with that, even though it's got the stun counter,
Oh, now this is interesting.
The old ninjutsu Kaido with Kaido play is one that you don't see every day.
Bet you didn't expect to see me here.
So we're just using that to lock something else down?
I would think this is to now loot to try to find Tragic Trajectory, but no, you're right. It is an ice down, but ooh, I think you have to hit FOMO here.
Yeah, I think he's realizing that, going, well, you get 2 attack steps, this could be bad.
Yeah, the FOMO double attacks here is going to be brutal, but I mean, just the Scholar is going to be brutal as well to either kill Kaido,
control the outcome,
or do something, of course, way, way bigger.
All right, Cecil's going to come down here and gets to serve as a serviceable blocker with Death Touch, but not going to matter when your opponent has a Flying Scholar.
Okay. Into the Flood Maw is fine, but I still think I would want to turn that into a new card. Discard 2, once again, on the search for another Winter Night Stories, on the search for Draconautics Engineer, that kind of stuff. And you get to attack with Tursa this turn, so you get to essentially draw 3 cards, where you get a random one from your graveyard, which is basically the size of your deck anyways.
Yeah, not to mention, you will get extra counters onto the Scholar if you want it to get in for 5 or 6 damage here.
Yep. Well, yeah, you don't really want the counters on Tursa, as it's going to die to the Death Touch anyways, but looks like we do keep around the Into the Flood Maw.
Yeah, now you're priced into playing it anyway to get your free card off of the...
Exactly. If you don't use
FOMO.
it, you lose it in this situation for sure, as FOMO for sure wants to be cast.
All right, looks like we're targeting the Preacher of the Schism.
Love it.
Allenback goes to 14 for 1 point from the BB.
Big draw step. Oh, baby.
You get to chain free spells. Look at
Yes,
this.
yes. The FOMOing will continue.
And again, this is all still pre-combats. These are all extra draws that get to pump up the Scholar.
Yep, yep. Now you have one more into the Flood Maw. This may not, win the game on the spot right here, but it's another card that just prevents your opponent from doing anything. I think saving that is very reasonable as well, but getting in and Tursa not dying here is also pretty tempting. So now you get to put 3 counters on the Scholar, and you get to attack that Scholar to Kaido, and then Tursa to the face. Who cares that your opponent's at 13 and you're overkilling this Kaido, because you're gonna win once your battlefield gets freed up anyways. So love this play here.
I'm saying you get to high roll Tursa, but it just finds a Cauldron, which you already have. Probably still play it in. Well, you can't anyway. It's legendary, so.
Oh, you can play it. I mean,
that's true. You can play it. That is indeed still an option.
It does deal 1 damage to your opponent and grow a BB, and then gets put in the yard. Not really worth it there. You could just save that for Tursa, but whatever. I mean, this battlefield is too far to come back here from Justin. There's no more tempo on Justin's side.
Yeah,
those last 5
minimum
damage points are going to be so tough.
With no flyers, I mean, the best you could do is play Kaito and tap down the Scholar.
Yeah.
And then you're just getting beat on by just giant monsters the rest of the way.
And it was all that Winter Night Stories turn. Once you drew that, that's when the game's, it was, Justin was well and truly in the driver's seat, tempoing him out, making these solid plays, gaining card advantage, controlling Vivi, and then 1 Winter Night Stories, and it just completely shifts to 100% lopsided to the other direction.
Yeah, there's a Mako that doesn't really do too much here. Not necessary, but...
It goes to the graveyard and you get a redraw.
Yeah, fair. And we're drawing into just a land.
Mako's approaching Merit Liege.
Yep, here comes the whole team. This is quite a lot here.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing is Cyprien Tron can have 4 combats. Is that good?
Yeah, that seems solid.
Just 4, because the first Fear of Missing Out targets the tapped one. That untaps. Then one of the untapped one attacks, one of the new ones, either the one on the left or the right of the one attacking now. Then the last Fear of Missing Out attacks. So just 4 combats with about 56 power each turn. Well, Tursa is exiling a card each turn, and Prof's Eidetic Memory is adding a counter each of those combats as well.
Yep, I think this is where we make like Raisin Bran, my friend. It's 2 scoops. Let's move on to the next one.
Oh, I thought we were going to say throw it in the trash.
No. That's grape nuts.
Okay. Didn't even get to see any more combats here. That's too bad. I wanted to see what, without losing the game when you hit 0, what the life total would have been there at the end. That would have been a gigantic slap. But game number 1 goes to Cyprien Tron, all on the back of the Vivi Cauldron combo.
Yeah, here now you get Tidebinder. Yeah, exactly. A whole pile of stuff coming in, right? Kaito's not great here. Duress is fine, but not spectacular. So you get all these other spot removal cards, things that can exile stuff. You get a counter spell. You get Tidebinder that can shut off a ton of things in that deck. So yeah, this helps Allenback immensely in game.
Wow, this is so wild to me. Cyprien Tron did this against Boros Mice, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. The deck is so fast. Maybe Prof's Eidetic Memory is not the best, but taking it out against Dimir too is wild to me. Definitely not saying it's wrong. I just have never touched that card in any match. So, clearly I need to maybe reevaluate if that card should ever come out. But man, that's low-key one of the best cards in the deck, especially post-board when your opponent brings in ways to deal with the graveyard. That's when you want Prof's Eidetic Memory to, play this plan B fair game of just making your creatures gigantic.
Yeah, and we've seen him do this multiple times throughout the weekend. So there's something to it that he just knows especially on the draw. If you're going to be on the back foot, it's not the card he's looking to play, apparently.
Yeah, that is totally fair. Totally fair.
All right, opening intimidation tactics with a lot of choices.
Yeah, and just a very good hand. The one thing that is a little bit of a brutal thing when Justin sees a hand that has 2 pieces of removal, like a Braid and Obliterating Bolt, you just simply do not play creatures if you don't have to. So you can kind of dance around that aspect a bit. But eventually that Obliterating Bolt can connect with this Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah, information is very big, right? Like that sometimes you're playing the duress or, you know, in that case, the intimidation tactics, just to know what you're playing with, right? To give you something so you know, can I go for these spells or not? You know, is it a safe path? So while you may not get a lot of value, the information is big for the next few turns.
Absolutely. All right, we're probably going to see our Fear of Missing Out here coming down, discarding one of these cards. And hey, Fire Magic picked up one of the best cards in this matchup, but it can just be awkward at times too. If your opponent has this kind of draw where they have a lot more controlling elements, then, well, Fire Magic ends up not being great. So no play from Cyprien here, not trying to play into Nowhere to Run or any of the plethora of Quench-esque counterspells, the Phantom Interferences.
Yeah, and for people who haven't played much on the arena ladder lately, like there's a lot of Fire Magics running around, so you might want to get acquainted with that card.
Oh yeah, it is quite good, you know, and it is just the best card that you can have against Esper Pixie for sure, but then very, very good against Dimir as well, and you know, definitely arguably the best card in that matchup as well.
All right, here's the thing that Shoot the Sheriff can kill. So away goes an Engineer.
You almost don't mind that. Engineer in the yard is very scary with Agatha's Soul Cauldron, but ooh, second Curiosity here is excellent. This really looks like, to me, Justin's game to lose, because you get to play that Curiosity at end step, and your opponent cannot, you know, Obliterating Bolt it, and you get to connect, maybe draw 1 or 2 cards. So then if your opponent deals with it, at least it replaced itself. That's just a really solid exchange.
Yeah, like unless you're just gonna, you know, 2 for 1 just to turn it into an enchantment or whatever. There's not a lot going on there.
Yeah, interesting to not want to be mana efficient and play Curiosity. Instead, doing this, you know the Abrade is face up, so that could just get eaten. But, you know, if I'm Justin, I don't care too bad if I have that Curiosity in non-creature mode, just kicking it.
Is it also possible that because he knows there's only one more creature, he's saying, okay, I don't even have to worry about you having a cauldron or anything if you just have nothing to put it on?
Yeah. I mean, denying the Izzet Cauldron deck of resources is really how you beat the deck. And I mean, that summarizes too. If you deal with every card the Izzet Cauldron deck plays, you're gonna beat Izzet. And you know, obviously that's gonna be the case for everything. But, you know, that's not the only thing you can be doing, because eventually the deck is just so good at drawing cards. Every card, you know, kind of either draws cards or replaces itself. So they'll draw out of it. You need the pressure as well. If you have a Curiosity going and you're drawing 2 cards a turn while dealing with your opponent's stuff, that's the recipe for success for the game.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, there's a point for Curiosity. I think we finally found it. Like, it's time to go.
Oh, yeah.
Tidebinder's a big pickup here.
Yeah, it really is. Bitter Triumph there to be able to clean that up. Now there's no possibility of blocking Curiosity and then Fire Magic at end step. And now let the card draw begin.
You get a guaranteed card here. And you have Tidebinder up to turn off quite a few things if your opponent were to try something here.
Yep. The Obliterating Bolt, definitely just a clean, solid answer here. That was known information, so you had to figure that was the case. And if Soul Cauldron gets played here, I mean, if Cyprien knew the hand, it would be a Windmill Slam Cauldron, as you can't really do too much about it right now. But this is one spot where I've fallen into this kind of trap before, where you go end step, oh, I'll just Cauldron, I'll eat something in your yard, and you get got by this Tidebinder and it shuts off. So you got to be very wary of when you turn it sideways. You know, kind of just for fun, in air quotes, like right now, eat a Bitter Triumph, something very minor that doesn't matter. Good discipline there by Cyprien.
Yeah, and that's what you'll see a lot in these types of games, right, at this high level, especially on where we know everybody's deck list. You're going, okay, I know you could have the Tidebinder, and I don't want to get this in any trouble right now, so I'm gonna wait till you spend some more mana.
Yup. And being patient with the Tidebinder, not trying to counter that. You want to counter the Agatha's Soul Cauldron shenanigans.
All right, looks like we can still play a land, I believe.
Looks like it.
So if we can play a land, you do still have access to Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, seems reasonable to me. Leaving up a Braid here doesn't look all that impressive.
Yeah, and I would think with Allenback having an additional land here, he probably doesn't even do anything during Tron's end step. So I can just wait and have 7 mana next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tron's putting a lot of thought into this here.
Yeah, because you're really trying to play around that late game Phantom Interference, and it gets amplified right now because if it is there, you get that extra mode of creating the flyer as well. So you get to kind of have a blowout scenario. As much of a blowout as getting a free 2/2 along with your card is. But that being said, if that were to happen, then you could Soul Cauldron. So I like Winter Night Stories here quite a bit.
All right, here we go. It's land stories.
Okay, totally fine. Now the real question is just how aggressive do we get with the Cauldron? And there's not really enough going on to do it at end step or to do it preemptively. But if this Curiosity comes down, you know, then you might go Cauldron away the VV and then abrade the Curiosity. That seems very tempting.
Oh, for sure. And that's the other thing too, right? Both players kind of know what the other players got. So, you know, if you're in Tron, it's that I know that you know that I have the abrade.
I want to say, did Justin just not play a land one of these turns? I feel like we should have had 7 that turn. Maybe I was miscounting.
Every turn. Yeah.
Okay. Because that would have been an amazing turn to go Curiosity and have the Tidebinder up. But yeah, maybe I missed something there.
All right, are we gonna try for it now?
The thing is, the Tidebinder doesn't do it now. Like, you can Tidebinder to shut off the Egg of the Soul Cauldron right now, but now there's the Abrade to then deal with it, and then you get it going again, so...
Yeah, I think he thought the same thing. It was like, yeah, fine, you can put your counter. Sucks that you're gonna get to make this dragon, but sure.
Oh, chat, thank you. I thought I saw that. It did look like he drew a card, you know, off a Curiosity or something, and then just kind of, you know, auto-clicked the end and didn't play a land. And that little misstep there, the timing of you're not attacking with a Curiosity this turn, could be the difference. Yeah, I thought I saw that. Thanks, chat.
All right, we have a 3/4, and it will be attacking twice here.
And you can make a dragon and then give it haste, attack with FOMO, end the dragon, untap the dragon. You have 11 damage right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty big game.
12 damage, excuse me. 13, 14 damage if you count Cauldron on the max amount you can deal here is 14.
Yeah, Allenback needed a hard removal for the fear of missing out here, and now it's going to get tough because there's also access to 2 Winter Night Stories if he decides to go and put a VV under the Cauldron.
Yeah, okay, all right. There is a way to technically do 15 here, but it's with no resistance. As you would put a counter on the dragon, that dragon could then use the Draconautics ability to pump the fear of missing out. So there is lethal, but I mean, there's so many ways to interact with it.
All right, this is going to be a interesting turn on probably where the Tidebinder gets used.
Okay, that's probably not how you wanted to tap. That being said, you can use Winter Night Stories on the dragon here if you're not trying to get that aggressive.
Yeah, also true. All right, I'm going to try to fire up a counter.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is the brutal part if you're in Allenback seat, because again, both players know about the Abrade, right?
Yeah, but the Abrade, as good as it is here, it does not stop this Egg of the Soul Cauldron from being countered this turn. It stops it from Egg of the Soul Cauldron being off forever. But no matter what, you don't get to exile and do the VV things.
Yeah, this is still just a big attack here, right? Because you're not going to block with your Tidebinder anyway.
Yes. Now, your creature doesn't have haste at the moment. Oh, I was going to say that would have been incredible. If you can get Torch the Tower plus untap land, then I guess you could do the haste thing, but this is still quite solid.
Discarding a Braid, keeping Torch. With that kind of makes sense. The thing you need to kill only is 2 toughness anyway.
Yep. FOMO to untap the FOMO. And now you could flash in a Curiosity and try to block this. I don't think it gets much better here.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a worthwhile trade if you want to go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, because the only thing that Cyprien and Tron can have is Torch the Tower, which, you know.
It is 8 damage.
Yeah, but there is the Restless Reef here, so you do lose it to this Reef.
Yep.
Unless you had a card like Broadside Barrage in your hand, which is going to be devastating.
Yep, here you go. 5, and you get an extra card for... Oh, actually, well, do you have to discard? Yeah, so just draw and discard here.
Yeah, but hey, you know, that draw and discard in this deck isn't always a brick. You know, sometimes you put VV into the yard, sometimes you put Winter Night Stories in the yard, that kind of shenanigans, but... You know, now we're at the spot where Justin's about to draw a card, and Dimir is not Izzet in the sense where you don't have one of those just like, oh, I'm going to pop off and win cards. You need to be slowly gaining to an insurmountable battlefield while dealing with your opponent's stuff. That's the Dimir way. So the catch-up mechanism is not really here, even though... Never mind, I will shut up. That is the literal best card.
That ain't bad, I'll tell you that.
That kills FOMO, that kills Winter Night Stories, and now the only thing that's left, which it... Oh, wait, never mind. It's still winnable.
Yeah, you get to...
If there's a creature in Justin's yard, this Soulstone Sanctuary still takes it down. I can't remember if there was.
That's what I was thinking. I don't... There probably is, though, right?
I would assume. Otherwise, it's just an attack for 3, but we are going to do the check. If there is a creature, the game and match is over in favor of Cyprien.
Actually, no, I think all of this stuff has been exiled this game.
I mean, it looks like
I don't think he has any extra creatures, actually. I think they've all gotten exiled by bolts and torches.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Soulstone Sanctuary. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, the Tidebinder. Yeah, of course. We just lost that earlier. Never mind.
And that is it. Cyprien Tron takes down a match for $2,500 and is heading straight to the Pro Tour in Atlanta. Big condolences. We feel for you, Justin. Great work getting to this point, playing Dimir, playing the deck that got you to this spot. But Cyprien Tron is going to be moving to the top 16 with Izzet Cauldron, the deck of the tournament. And Daquan, we got 15 of the 16. We got one more to go.
Yeah, we still got another one. You know, I'm sure the players have been anxious to get in there and see what the results are going to be. You know, I will say for the Dimir deck in this one, it was tough because for as much as removal as that deck has, it just didn't find any, right? And at any point, if you're able to deal with that fear of missing out, you probably can win that game. So that's a tough way to go out, but sometimes it just goes that way.
Yeah, and there was that maybe one minor misstep. That missed land drop really cascaded to a lot of different things. Not being able to play a Curiosity on a timely turn, like time walking yourself against the Cauldron deck. Sometimes it's all you need is one turn, and you can do the vomit your stuff onto the battlefield plan, which we've seen be pretty successful this weekend. We're going to take ourselves a very short break, but on the other side, we got our last spot to fill in the top 16. One more Pro Tour defining matchup and another match for $2,500. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, welcome in. Cyprien Tron, another one of our players who just made it here into the top 16 and has qualified for the Pro Tour. Cyprien, you were telling me that this is the very first paper Pro Tour that you've ever qualified for?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So I've been like close to get it like several times, but it's the first time for a tabletop Pro Tour, and I'm so excited. Like you dream of it. When I was young, I was watching all the Pro Tours and even skipping schools or stuff like that. So I'm so excited.
Kids, don't skip school at home. Congratulations to qualifying for that Pro Tour. I see that you were part of one of the testing teams that we had here for this event. What was that whole experience like?
So we were in the team of 4, like another French player, Philippe. I hope he made it, and Simon and Dave 4, the streamers. And it's true that having a good team, it changes everything. Like they can help you with the matchups. You can practice. If you don't understand something, they will help you. It's like I thank them so much. Yeah. And I would like to thank also my other team, Team Aubergine from France. They are great guys.
Well, you're doing pretty great here yourself. Don't celebrate too much. You've made the Pro Tour, but you've got a lot of matches in front of you to try to become our arena champion here today. So good luck the rest of the day. And thanks for the time.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of Arena Championship 9. Corey Baumeister, the one and only Daquan Watson, bringing you coverage here of our final play-in to the top 16. Right now, we got 17 players. That doesn't sound as good as the top 16. So, someone unfortunately has to go. And let's check out our 2 players and see which one's heading to a very happy Sunday morning and which player is going to be a little disappointed. All right, we got Kohi on the left versus Felipe on the right. Is it Cauldron Mirror? And yeah, kind of going to happen here. I believe we are down to 3 non-Cauldron decks, maybe 4. I could be wrong on that, but we're going to be adding one of the Cauldron decks here to the top 16. So let's take a look at their decks here, and Daquan, walk us through if there are any huge changes or huge differences between these 2 decks.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything too drastically different. Largely, these are both fairly stock list, I would say. I mean, minor changes on which spells they're choosing to play more of. I believe one of them's playing 3 Abrades, where the other one's playing 2. One of them's got an extra torch to the tower. So, going to be pretty close to what you expect to see. This is, I would say, close to a clean mirror, except till we get to the sideboard, right?
Yeah.
And then they have a whole pile of different choices there where, they're both bringing things like Ral, I think is going to be a pretty big deal there. Broadside Barrage, I think is still going to be one of those cards, not necessarily in this matchup, but it's going to come down to the one-ofs, I think, that are going to decide the difference in this matchup, where one of them has like 1 Obliterating Bolt, the other has 2, right? Where this extra removal piece is going to play out to keep the other side from going off.
Yeah, absolutely. So it makes a lot of sense. Got to put the advantage, I guess, to the player playing the 3 abrades, but very, very minor. So let's jump on into the match here and get this cooking here.
Yep. Let's get this one underway and see who's going to be going not just to the top 16, but also to the Pro Tour.
So exciting. I mean, there's nothing better than, nothing better and a little bit difficult as well, I will say, Daquan, when you go from a tournament like this and then you're like, you didn't even really think, hey, I'm planning to qualify. Maybe the Jans of the world are like, yeah, I probably have a good chance at it. But everyone else, you're like, oh, I just stumbled into this Pro Tour qualification. I don't even know what the format is. Checks notes. Oh, it's modern. Be like, oh,
Yeah.
for some of these 16 players, they're maybe not playing modern. It's not an arena format. So there's going to be some serious work to get done for these players to get up to speed, as modern is a very, very complicated format. But at least for all the Is It Cauldron players, Daquan, they're kind of already playing a modern deck.
Yeah, I would say too, though, another thing I think it's overlooked is when you're going to go play on the Pro Tour, there's still limited rounds as well,
Yeah.
right? So you might be a constructed specialist that got you there playing in the play-ins, playing in the arena championships, but you do need to spend some time getting familiar with the draft format for that event as well.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely going to be intense for the prep for these 16 players. It probably starts Monday. I mean, if you're queued for a Pro Tour and maybe you're not a limited player like you're saying, you'd be like, well, you are for the next 6 weeks. So, all right, sounds like the players are ready to go here. Let's jump into our final play-in between these two gamers. So let's jump on in. Buckle up, y'all. Another really exciting matchup. Single elimination all the way down here. So.
Yeah, even if you don't want to really see Cauldron on Cauldron, like for these players, this is a very high value, high pressure matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. At this point of the stage, it doesn't matter if you're playing against a mirror. You just have to play your best Magic and not shrug or sigh that you have to play a mirror, and just embrace it. Play the tightest Magic you can.
All right, gonna go ahead for an early engineer here to go with this Mako. Fortunately for Carlos, he does have an Abrade. Not sure if he just wants to fire it off on one of those. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and set up the Soul Cauldron for later.
Yep. And makes a lot of sense. You see these plays pretty often when you're in the mirror, where if you're not in the mirror, going fear of missing out, discard the VV, give yourself as many options of what you want to play on your turn 3 is what you want to do. But when your opponent plays a Cauldron and they can just win the game immediately with your VV, it ends up being really brutal. So playing a Cauldron here as well is the counter to your opponent doing the Cauldron things, as the Cauldrons will just kind of stare at each other if there's a VV in the yard, because whoever, air quote, blinks first loses.
Yeah, I do also find it amusing that both players said, you know what, let's just see if you have a braid.
Yeah. Let's do a braid check immediately and get it over with.
All right, but Kohei picked up a second Soul Cauldron here, so this is interesting.
Yeah, the abrading mirror match here is going to be quite nice, but Draconautics Engineer getting in that extra point, not the best use of it, but when you got that extra mana laying around here, you might as well do this. So this is going to be kind of cute, because now you can respond to an abrade with the abrade on the Cauldron if you want, or you can be a little more defensive. The counter spells, the spell pierces, they come in post board, so you have the ability here for Kohei to be able to be a little patient.
All right, so we got a fear of missing out. We're gonna discard. I don't even know what we're gonna discard here.
Oh, it's gonna be a VV. So I feel like you kind of can't be too much more patient.
No, obviously.
Yeah, just absolutely going for it here. Oof, that's, you just gave your opponent kind of everything here, but you also prevented your VV in the yard being used against you. So that might be a little bit of, oh wait, abraded on the FOMO. Oh.
Yeah, interesting. So he's saying, well, yeah, you still get to exile the VV. And he has another Cauldron himself. That's funny. Both players hit 2 Cauldrons.
That does make sense, because this Into the Floodmaw actually does counter the Cauldron, because, well, yeah, sure, you're going to bounce it and replay it, but the VV doesn't come back underneath it. So, that still does work.
Right? We those cards under the current conditions.
Oh, and you could just lose the game on the spot if you let that cauldron go uncooked here. So, I mean, I think you just have to go attack cauldron into the flood mod an opportune time, and then hopefully Tursa, you know, your opponent's at that magic number right now. Okay, I actually love this play from Kohei. If you play the cauldron, you don't get to discard it next turn, and now you're representing an attack for lethal next turn with the card you draw and the cauldron to discard now, pumping up the two Makos to 9 total power here.
Now look at this, or it's like, you know what? What if I just play a Vivi?
Oh man, this is not going to work out well for Felipe here at all. If you do that, in response, you get the cauldron out of there, and you get a tapped fish, and then the Tursa forces the chump block on the Vivi next turn.
Actually, can you just bounce Vivi here, and then just
or
attack for lethal?
Winning the game here is better. You're right. That's on me. That's on me.
So Vivi goes back to hand. You get to play Tursa, discard 2 cards, and we're just moving on to game 2.
Hell, you're at 9. Checks notes. All right, here comes 9 across the way. And Kohei Kikochi takes down game number 1. And we're going to head to the sideboard of games. Incredible discipline there and incredible patient play. A lot of people would have been tempted to play that cauldron there when it's kind of free to do so.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that almost looked like he was planning for that line, right? Said, okay, I have the Flood Maw. Whatever you get, I can bounce so you can't combo off one way or the other. And then let's just see if I can force through enough to win. Because worst case scenario, you're going to be set to having to chump block at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing the scholars being taken out a little bit there on the bottom from Felipe is a little wild to me. You know, those 3-drop creatures are kind of the glue. You know, they're the best cards to play when it's like pretty clear that your opponent has an annul or a spell pierce. It's just like, well, you can't deal with this.
Yeah, and neither side has a lot of flyers either. So like if you get into a tight situation, being able to come over top with the scholar is still a viable play.
Yeah, I like the scholar in there, but it's minor. I also really like taking out the Draconautics engineers. They can just be liabilities here in this matchup. So we've seen a lot of players, at least the testing team of Jan and Daniel Getchell and company, that put a lot of their players into the top 16 here. Went with no Draconautics engineers at all, and I love that. The card is just not needed / not good enough right now. So I totally agree with the lack of them.
I also love that Kohei just went next level and said, I don't need VVs. Like, you know what? Let me bring this other stuff in. I'm on the draw anyway. Let's just see if I can win with these.
Yeah, I think my brain saw that as just key cards in the matchup and not sided out. That's crazy. Once again, could easily be right, but I've never taken out Vivi. I've never taken out Prof's Eidetic Memory. But so far we've seen those kind of extremes here in the last 2 matches. That is really a unique take.
Yeah, some next level play though, because again, I'm with you. I think a lot of people say, oh yeah, I'm never removing that, but it might be right.
Just take your opponent's VVs, I guess, huh? Pretty wild.
All right, so we have a Prof's Eidetic Memory here. It's going to get to draw and put some counters on. And if you try to kill the Mako, looks like we do have a Spell Pierce ready.
Yep. And the one thing is your opponent doesn't know you took out VVs, so they're still playing scared around it. God, that's so cool, actually. The more I think about it, the more I think this seems awesome. The classic transformational sideboard, you know, you're trying to deal with A, I'm going to zig to B. Big fan of that kind of stuff.
All right, so Mako gets in for 2, putting Kohei down to 17. And a Mako hits the board, followed by an Abrade. Oh, actually, Obliterating Bolt. My bad.
Yep, I like that. I like that. And Kohei's hand is just phenomenal.
Yeah, and conversely, Carlos doesn't have much to do here. I mean, the annuls will obviously stop the Cauldron from getting started, but not much else here.
Yeah, and the Prof. So here's the spot that I was kind of talking about. Here's one of these things where your opponent clearly has some interaction. There's one card in that hand that can't get countered right now. So, like, I'm quite tempted to play the Scholar in a situation like this, just when your opponents, and if they have a Braid, who cares? You got your value.
Yeah, true. And I think Kohei sees the same thing. Plus, you know, you probably want to dig for another land or 2 here anyway.
Yeah. Just make your opponent's counter spells as awkward as possible for as long as you can is always my plan.
Yeah, it looks like we did find a land as well there, so kind of got everything you need here. We're going to discard the Into the Flood Maw as the option here.
Okay. Perfectly reasonable.
Oh, nope, changed our mind.
Yeah, any of the spells here I think is pretty fine. I would lean on keeping a Braid, as that could be your problem card, but either of the other two I think are reasonable. I would get rid of the Flood Maw.
Yeah, he's kind of weighing between the two, decides ultimately to discard the Abrade. And we get to attack for 2 here.
Okay, that's attack for 2, and that's a great turn.
All right,
you need
Carlos
a big draw step.
Big draw here.
We know what it is. It is the FOMO, which is just great. You know, I mean,
that's
FOMO,
strong.
Getting the redraw, always very, very strong. We'll see if you get rid of an annul or the island here. Island would be my pick as well.
Yeah, and ultimately that makes you a 3/3 Mako, so that's now the biggest creature on the battlefield.
You could make it a 4/4 if you really want, but oh wow, trading there. I don't like that.
I'm willing to give up my Mako for your Scholar. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, and I mean, this is playing around Torch the Tower. This is playing around a Braid on the FOMO instead of getting 2 3-power creatures. But hey, I mean, if your opponent's not going to block, this is the best. So I just would have assumed Kohei would have blocked there. Nice play.
And looks like we picked up is another Braid. So yeah,
FOMO.
FOMO's with it. Yeah. So a couple of different points of removal here.
Can't you read the card? I mean, it's right there.
Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of a fun spot here because you do still have the Into the Flood Maw you chose not to get rid of as well.
Yep. And so far, it looks like Kohei is just doing everything that he can to just play around what looks to be a pretty face-up annul. Just some nice play from Kohei. I wanna pick Kohei's brain on the VV thing.
Yeah, you get to put another counter on the Mako from discarding to the Barrage. And he discarded the Cauldron. He said, yeah, you probably have a counter to it anyway, and that's not how I'm winning right now.
Yeah.
Right. Looks like all Carlos can do really is play this Prosoditic Memory and hope to hit something.
Yeah, and hope there wasn't an annul there. That would have been kind of a train wreck.
All right, a Braid is at least useful.
Yeah. Not horrendous, as you can kill this Mako, and you kind of have to kill the Mako as soon as possible, but you know, you do not pass the Abrade test if you fire it off right now, so I would understand Felipe's hesitance to just fire that off.
Yep. All right, debating if they want to attack for 3 here. Gonna go ahead and get in there, put Kohei down to 12. And looks like Kohei's going to go ahead and fire off this Into the Flood Maw.
Okay, now you can at least fire this Abrade off right away if you want to deal with the Mako. And I mean, I feel like you have to here pretty soon. This clock is getting a little dicey, especially with a land. Imagine if you just fire up that land, Soulstone, get in there. I mean, then you have to deal with something. So yeah, this is Kohei's game to lose, Daquan.
I was a little surprised that you didn't try to kill the Mako because you do already have 2 annuls, right? So you're not that worried. And your opponent already discarded a Cauldron. So if they have one in hand, you still have a null to deal with the other one.
Yeah.
But yeah, now it's Kohei deciding just how much damage do I want to try to get in on this turn.
Well, I think this solves the debate that everyone has been chatting about here all weekend. All right, is Vivi or is Cauldron the biggest, you know, the strongest card here in this deck? Well, we took out Vivi, so yep, it's solved. It's Cauldron.
And we discarded Cauldrons.
So, exactly. Yeah, so you heard it here first. Both cards not needed. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
All right, so it looks like we're going to play this Prosoditic Memory to at least get 1 extra card here and get some information.
Yeah, and if I was Philip there, I would be trying to use my rope a little bit there and not just be like, okay, snap it off. Because when you get it snapped off, you are pretty sure that there could easily be a second one.
All right, and we got to use both of these annuls here, actually. So stop 2 reasonable cards here. Getting in for 5, putting Carlos to 8. Now he does have 2 removal spells in hand, so we could turn this around. You have an Obliterating Bolt that we just picked up to go with that Abrade from last turn.
Yeah, this is great. Now we'll be I'll be curious to see if you play the Mako as well, or you save it to do some looting away. And man, I just gotta kind of just bring up that Vivi decision once again. Like, I'm just thinking here, if Philip draws Vivi or whatever next turn, it would be terrible. You know, like, so I truly am seeing some of the value of it, even though my brain just never tried to think to take that card out ever. I don't think I've taken that or Profs out. Maybe trimmed a Prof here and there, but that is about it.
And the patience from Carlos might be rewarded here as Kohei just picked up another Cauldron.
Yep. Another Cauldron. We'll see if you want to just jam that and maybe cycle the Mako or play Mako, have Broadside Barrage available. Decent amount of options.
Yeah, get to put a +1/+1 here. Get to attack for 2 just safely. But being very careful to not use the Cauldron first, it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, we know there's no VVs in the yard, so that's not going to be a thing.
Philip does not know that, though. That is for sure.
Yeah, that is a weird level of head games, right, for your opponent, because you assume it's there.
Yeah. And wow, going for the Scholar here instead of the Cauldron, just recognizing this flyer in the air is going to be like a 3-turn clock and kind of going to get it done.
All right, Mako and a Flood Maw from the other side, which does still buy time. It keeps this Mako from getting out of control here.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to be drawing this late in the game, though. Just a glorified unsummon here. This is where you want the goods. You want to be finding your high-level cards. And, oh, there's your high-level card. Now, that's what you wanted.
And I will say, you know, it also kind of makes sense that if you don't have Vivi, your opponent can't steal it either.
Exactly.
All right, so Winter Night Stories goes off here for a couple of cards. We get land, annul, I think that is. So that's not a lot happening here.
That's pretty decent because you can also flashback Winter Night Stories if you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safe spot for it.
Yeah, it's a safe spot if you draw into an untapped land and you have that annul. Or, you know, you just save and have annul backup. I think if Kohei had the perfect knowledge that we do, would have fired it off because this is very likely to happen. And I think the flip side, Philip should have did that with the triggers on the stack to not give Kohei the option.
True. All right. Oh, we didn't do this during... Oh, he was going to do attack step. Okay.
Yeah, yep. Once you click the one button from Kohei, the bounce can shut off that Winter Night Stories. And I like not leaving up a null after that because, well, your opponent's hellbent. If they draw Fear of Missing Out, sure, that kind of sucks, but that's the worst case Punisher.
All right, trying to rebuild this Mako here, drawing a mountain. I'd assume we're going to probably go for a Winter Night Stories here, but there is an unknown card in Carlos's hand.
Unknown card in Carlos's hand, and it's a little tempting to fire up that old 3/3 and get busy for 5 and get going there. That one looks a little nice to me. Could also see just attack for 2, go, and hold up Broadside Barrage and annul and leave that land in hand to be able to discard it. So a lot of options here, as this is a Cauldron deck does. As powerful and as amazing and as easy as these players make it look to play this deck, it is complicated. You know, I know there's going to be plenty of people just saying, oh, you just draw all the cards, you just put the counter on Vivi, it's easy. Those spots are a little less difficult, you know, as you're kind of doing the thing. But to play those turns perfectly is not easy. And to play the games when things are not going well are also not easy.
All right, well, Kohei got in there for 3. Carlos did find the Cauldron, but we know it's going to get met by a counter here. And then this puts Kohei in a really powerful position with that Broadside Barrage, being able to get rid of the only chump blocker.
Yeah, we might just be all done here. I mean, if we barrage this and animate the Soulstone Sanctuary, that is it. We don't know. You know, Kohei does not know that's the case, but as it stands, that hold and a braid plus discard one of these lands is looking perfect. Now, you don't even really need to animate the Soulstone Sanctuary, as the Mako alone would be lethal. But here it comes. Soulstone Sanctuary is coming in.
Yep, and that's going to do it.
And that is going to do it. Kohei Kikuchu ends up taking it down and locks up our final slot here in the top 16. Huge congratulations to him. Sided out Vivi's, didn't need the powerful creature that's kind of the dominant force here, and kind of made it look good here, Daquan. I'm wondering if you know, that was like a spur of the moment decision, or if that's something that Kohei has been doing this entire time.
I don't know. I mean, again, we've seen where they've taken out prosthetic memory, right? We've now seen where they've taken out Vivi. So there's definitely some different sideboard strategies that each player believes in for various reasons. Some for the mirror, some for aggro decks. So if you do plan on playing this deck, it could be worth going back through the footage and just kind of see what each player was deciding to do for the matchups, because there's obviously some unconventional decisions being made that are working out.
Next person's gonna take out like 4, you know, blue-red Verges or whatever, and I'm just gonna be like, all right, I don't know anything about anything. So yeah, we shall see. But that, ladies and gentlemen, that is our top 16 that is formed. Every player that you're gonna be seeing on the screen from here on out, well, you're gonna be seeing on the screen here on this exact channel as well here at the end of next month. So really exciting stuff. That's going to do it for Daquan and I here for a little bit. But on the other side, you're going to have the very talented Arya Karamchandani, hashtag Watsy staff, and Hayu Yu bringing you coverage here of the top 16 as we whittle these players down to see who's going to be our champion here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more high stakes magic.
So I'm playing a Teamer deck with the namesake Teamer Battle Crier. So the deck basically plays your usual elves and 3-drops. So the deck tries to build a big and wide board by playing Teamer Battle Crier, get all these discounts, play free spells essentially, like the Throne and the Eldrazi. So you will eventually get to a point where you play the Trailblazer and generate more mana, draw more cards, and either attack through hasty threats through the Sure Shot, or eventually just play the Bird Dragon and just one-shot kill the opponent out of nowhere, and it's usually quite explosive. Sometimes I'm surprised myself how explosive the deck is. 2 key cards in this deck, of course, other than the Teamer Battle Crier. The Outcaster Trailblazer, 2 colorless, 1 green. It's a 4/2. When it comes into play, you get to get 1 mana of any color. And whenever a creature with 4 power or greater enters the battlefield, you also get to draw a card. Very important in the deck because it allows you to keep playing more cards. It gives you the mana to play more cards, and at the same time gives you the cards to, of course, play more creatures. And the second important card has a really unique effect and can't be really replaced by any other 4-drop, is the Roaming Throne. When it enters the battlefield, you choose a creature type, which usually in this deck you would choose either human, dragon, or Eldrazi. What it does is it gives you an extra trigger. Your Trailblazer now gives you 2 mana and draws you 2 cards. So another important card of the deck, it's a new card from Edge of Eternities. It's called Devastating Onslaught. It's a sorcery. What it does is you create X number of tokens of a target creature you control. With Teamer Battle Crier in play, it really makes you go over the top. Sometimes it just steals games on its own. I'm very excited to play this deck. The deck is so much fun to play. It's so explosive. It really plays different compared to the decks out there. And yeah, I hope I jam and win. And yeah, if anything, I'll be having a blast.
Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9, everybody. Our qualifiers are done and dusted, so we've got our top 16, and we can jump into the action there and start throwing people off the spacecraft, because that's what we're doing here. It's Edge of Eternities. Right, Arya? That's how that works? We just yeet people out into space? Yeah. Ah, okay, got it. All right, I misunderstood the instructions. This is why they don't let me operate the air bolts. Anyway, hi Arya, hi you. Welcome back to the booth here with us. It is great to have you, and we're gonna take a quick look at the brackets and see how things shook out. If you're just joining us now, there were our players in the qualification rounds, and now we have our round of 16 locked and loaded, ready to go. Hi you, what are you looking forward to at the top half of the bracket here?
Well, I guess I don't have that much of a choice. I'm looking forward to to seeing some VVs. Looking forward to action. And I think today is the day where we're gonna go really, really deep and really get into the nitty-gritty of like how people are trying to break this mirror.
All right, Maxime, Demir mid-range. Good luck there, bro. Best of luck to you. We'll hold out for our hero there. Let's see the other side of the bracket here in our round of 16. Arya, any matches of note here you're looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to seeing that Gruul Delirium deck in action. Delirium, one of my favorite decks, one of the first packages I worked on inside the building at Wizards, and I really love how explosive the deck can be.
Awesome sauce. I too am looking forward to that. We are both all a little sad that our two outliers have to deal each other fatal damage here and hopefully not face all of the Izzet Cauldron decks in the quarterfinals, but we'll see what happens. Now, it is time, friends, to get into our head-to-head. So, of course, we're going to show you the cool matchup, where it's going to be Elango Jyotimuruge-san playing Gruul Delirium, what Arya is super keen to see, and Teamer Ferocious in the hands of Marvin Cheung. This is a deck that I particularly like because it's just big dumb things that like to hit you and go fast. So let's take a look closer at Elango here playing Gruul Delirium. Seems to be very happy with the deck choice here this weekend, and from what you can tell, Gruul Delirium seems to be one of the decks favored against our threat of VV and the Izzet Cauldron list. Arya, would you confirm that or agree with him?
Yeah, I really believe so. Historically, stuff like the Izzet Cauldron deck has really struggled against decks that put you under the gun a lot, sort of like mice in the old standard format, and Gruul is definitely starting to fill that hole as this aggro deck that can apply a bunch of pressure. It has these really explosive finishes. We see like Overprotect as kind of Monster Rage at home. Violent Urge can put up a lot of damage kind of out of nowhere, and so the deck is really good against the deck is really good against things your opponents can do that like slower, have less interaction, kind of like the VV deck is. The VV deck spends a lot of time like kind of setting up, cobbling together its combo pieces early, and this deck can definitely leverage the time it takes on that to somewhat explosively kill your opponent. So if we were to look for one deck in top 8 that we believe could be our hero in this field of Izzet Cauldron, Delirium would probably be my pick.
All right. On the other side of things, Marvin Cheung, pretty much a mainstay of these arena championships. He's been invited to 3 of them thus far, playing Teamer Ferocious, and this deck has looked pretty sweet so far too. He wants to shout out Shahar Shenhar and Wildman 101 for optimizing and popularizing this list. Hayu, what is Marvin trying to do with this deck?
Well, Ailey, I mean, it's kind of an interesting rampish, kind of dump a bunch of creatures on the battlefield-ish deck. I mean, you've got your Llanowar Elf, you got your, your Lumbering Wild Dragon, but you've really got this kind of cool effect with Teamer Battle Crier, reducing the cost of creatures, and then Roaming Throne can come in and double some triggers, and then Anti-Coastal Vestige can come in and dump your whole hand. So there's just a lot of cool stuff that can happen. And I think, Ailey, it's really no coincidence that these two decks have made it through the field of Izzet, because like the Gruul Delirium deck, this also puts out a lot of threats that is hard for the Izzet deck to answer.
Yeah, and pretty effective at going over the top of some of these, mid-rangey, grindy decks. I particularly love Dragonhawk, so with all the things going in and out of exile, I can't wait to see, hopefully, the Fate's Tempest pop off a little bit here. So that is our feature match, friends. We are going to jump down into the feature match area now. Arya, Hayu, have fun. And let's see if we can get them in a tie and take out some of the other Izzet guys, right? That's possible.
Right.
I'm going
Yeah,
now.
I was really hoping they would just redo the pairings before we started. All right, my friends. It's time for the round of 16 here at Arena Championship 9. I'm Hayu, I'm here with Arya, and we are here with two green-red base decks. Gruul Delirium and Team of Ferocious. Arya, it's sad that they have to play each other, but what happens in this matchup?
So I think this matchup is pretty favored for Gruul Delirium. What the deck is really just trying to do in general is sort of dump its hand as quick as possible and then sort of kill the opponent with these explosive turns with extra combats at Fear of Missing Out and Double Strike with Violent Urge. Both of those pair really well with Overprotect, which is kind of Monstrous Rage at home, and you kind of use those things to apply some early aggression, then like close out the game really quickly when your opponent starts getting to the low double digits. And the main way to stop that from happening is have a bunch of cheap interaction. Unfortunately for Marvin, the only cheap interaction in this deck is 2 copies of Abrade, 1 copy of Bounce Off. The deck is much more about setting up its own board state, which I think leaves him pretty unfavored in this matchup.
Well, some very wise Magic players once told me creatures are removal. So we'll see whether Marvin can withstand, let's say, the onslaught of Gruul Delirium. This opening hand, though, does not look like it's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, this is not really reasonable to keep in this matchup. You just need to have something to play on an earlier turn.
All right, so it is going to be the mulligan for Marvin. Bounce Off is in hand, Team of Battlecryer, and a bunch of nice creatures. No red mana just yet, but this one's got to be tempting.
Yeah, I mean the Trailblazer can be red mana, so I'm not that worried about it. And sad we have to lose OTJ Limited All-Star Cactus Fuchsia Shot. But this could be a kill as early as like turn 5, maybe, with some interaction up pathway. Because what you can do is you can play the Battle Crier, plot the Trailblazer, play the Battle Crier, and then go Trailblazer, Battle Crier, untap, Devastating Onslaught, Trailblazer, make a bunch of mana, draw a bunch of cards, and probably just win the game on the spot. Cactus Fuchsia Shot also like kind of has a similar combo ending role where it can allow you putting a bunch of power into play very quickly to actually end the game for you, rather than just putting up a bunch of defensive power.
Right. I mean, this is not just, a Gruul Stompy deck, right? Like, it really does have quite a lot of other stuff going on. Like, there's almost combo aspect, the way that you want to put these cards together to create even more explosive effects than you might imagine. So we're going to go down into the game now. It looks like Elongo kept a nice hand of 7. It's going to be Stomping Ground and Bushwhack, my favorite of those types of effects, Arya, to get a basic.
Yeah, to your point, Hayu, this very much is a combo deck, and I do want to draw the audience's attention to specifically the Team of Battlecryer. Well, that is the card this deck revolves around. That's the card that makes it a combo deck. So starting with Battlecryer plus Trailblazer, kind of your 2 combo pieces in your opening hand, about as good a hand as Marvin could hope for, particularly with one of the only 3 pieces of interaction in his entire main deck in his opening hand. So this might be a multi-6. It might look a little clunky without red mana, without first plotting the Trailblazer, but I think this is a really, really good 6. I think if going into this match you were told game 1 you'd have to multi-6, but this is your hand, you'd snap that off every time.
Right. Well, it is Ilango's turn right now, and looks like he has a Keen-Eyed Curator available on 2. Does have some other options as well. It's going to be Fear of Missing Out to begin with. Pitching Tursa, looks like the spare copy of Tursa. And wow, double Wildfire Wickerfolk ready to go.
Yeah, in this matchup, I think it's really about applying pressure as quickly as possible. So I love playing out the FOMO. It's the card that does the most explosive amount of damage, and yeah, it plus Tirsa next turn could allow an attack for 8 as soon as next turn if there wasn't Spence off here, and that's very much what you want to be doing. You want to be applying pressure as quick as possible.
And it feels like that was very well read as well by Elango, playing out the 2-drop that, you know, you're not that upset if it gets bounced, as you do get to get that trigger again.
And I do want to call out that Marvin is going to have a hell of a next turn. So what we're going to see is Outcaster Trailblazer get cast, adds a mana, Female Battlecry gets cast off the mana from Trailblazer in 2 lands, draws a card, Shock and Stomping Ground, play the Cactus Folk Sure Shot, draw another card, and now you have like 12 power on the battlefield out of nowhere with Cactus Folk giving it haste. So this is the strength of this deck. Marvin's going to get like rebated 2 cards as well. This is really going to be a pop-off turn.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. I mean, this is why you put this deck together, right? Like, this is the reason that you submit it, is for the turns like that. Meanwhile, Ilonga is gonna get that Tursa down on the battlefield, do a little bit of card selection, maybe get Delirium or close to Delirium activated. I think Delirium is on now, thanks to the fear of missing out. And is that another Outcaster Trailblazer for
I believe
Marvin?
That's another Trailblazer, and that's going to be huge because once the Battle Cry comes down, that Trailblazer is going to be basically free, I believe.
Right.
In fact, literally free even. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that we see the game end this turn.
Alright. Yeah, because that Trailblazer is going to just cost 1. And then, hey, it actually makes a mana when it comes
damage we're looking at here at minimum.
This is draw 2 more cards. This deck is crazy. Oh.
Oh,
no,
sorry.
only gives other
This
creatures.
also gives other creatures haste, right?
Yeah. But Ilongo down to just 6 life on turn 4 after that massive attack. And you can see, you know, when Marvin was thinking about that opening hand, this is exactly as he drew it up. He thought really hard about the onslaught versus the sure shot. Get Ilongo down to 6. Now, what can Ilongo even do here?
So, this is a wild thing to say, but I think Ilongo also maybe has outs for lethal here.
Okay, well, there's a Violent Urge. I can see a Violent Urge.
So the Violent Urge is only 14, but there's a Breakout. It's only 8 damage, but there's a Breakout in hand. If the Breakout finds a fear of missing out, and then the fear of missing out discards a card into something relevant, the game could end. Yeah, it's not the most likely, but it's certainly not impossible.
Because the fear of missing out would give you an extra combat step. I mean, as long as thinking the same thing.
Okay. Step
Delirium's
number 1.
already on.
I don't think there's a 1 mana card that's gonna do it, unfortunately. So I think there needs to be a mistake that happens from Marvin's part for the game to actually end here. I'm only counting. Yeah, if the Tirsa gets blocked in the first combat, almost certainly not enough here. Theoretically, there was 16 if Marvin had 0 creatures. Amusingly, if the Sure Shot had given itself haste, this would have been able to give itself haste. This would have been lethal. Alas, that's not the world we live in.
The Cactus Sure Shot is doing Marvin a solid here, you know, saying, I'm gonna hang back, bro. Like, I'm gonna make sure you don't die. And that's what Marvin needed. I mean, this is crazy. This matchup is crazy. I can see why these decks have been succeeding against the Field of Cauldrons, by the way. Wow, so Ilongo just has to play one of the Wickerfolk and pass back. Marvin finds Roaming Throne. Oh my goodness.
So at this point, the game is extremely over. because this roaming turn is going to be free and draw 4 cards off the Trailblazer. The next Trailblazer is going to be +1 mana and draw another 4 cards. And I would be shocked if Marvin cannot win after that.
I want to play this deck. This is not something
I
often say.
Cool.
It's not something I often say about Gruul decks, but this deck is sick.
Okay, now this is a bizarre thing to say with this many cards in library, but Marvin just has to be sure that, he doesn't accidentally deck himself.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I see. So Marvin's going for non-combat kill here for when he draws the Dragonhawk to be able to exile enough cards to deal lethal damage. If he wants to.
Okay, well, obviously we want that to happen. Let's just see what happens here, though. Here's Anti-Causal Vestige. Now, what's this card gonna do, Aria?
Mostly just hit for 7. Theoretically, Anti-Causal Vestige is part of this combo finish, is another part of this combo where it gets discounted to 0 off Battlecry and then draws you cards and is a huge creature, but I will admit it's something of a moot point in this spot.
Yeah, I think Marvin might just go for the traditional big orange button. Just push them all in. Elonga's like, I'm just gonna sip some tea and take the beats. All right, that's gonna be game number 1 going to Marvin Chong on Team Up Ferocious. A cool showing from both decks, though. Elonga was close, even despite the disadvantage on board.
Yeah, if there had been one less blocker, that was literally just game. That was 18 points of damage between the Tessa and the Fear of Missing Out. Fear of Missing Out plus Violent Urge is a terrifying combo.
Yeah, and think about that one bounce off in the deck for Marvin that he happened to have in that hand of 6. I mean, that bounce off maybe saved it.
Yeah, I think were it not for that bounce off, the game would have almost certainly gone Elonga's way, because there would have been another Fear of Missing Out in hand in play, and that an extra combat at any point that game really would definitely have been enough to get there.
All right, so looking at the sideboard now, we see Marvin going a bit bigger. Dissection Tools, Ugin, Scrap Shooter coming in, and Elonga also trying to go a little bit bigger, but turning his own existing creatures a little bit bigger. So adding some Dreadmore's Eyes, adding Overprotect. What's up?
Well, you just said... it's an interesting definition of going bigger, certainly.
What? You can... It's... Okay, am I wrong? Like,
you're not wrong.
No,
you're very
exactly.
technically correct, and I love technical correctness.
The best kind of correctness. All right, so Patrick Beastie down on 1 for Elongo. Can't attack or block yet, but is going to be fueling up that graveyard.
Yeah, and BC is kind of interesting in this deck because, I mean, it's one of many limited uncommons from Dustmon. There was a constructed plant for the Delirium deck. But unlike the rest of the Delirium deck, where you're doing a lot of rummaging, doing a lot of choosing what goes near graveyard, so you get Delirium fairly easily, there's not really much agency to be had with Patchwork Beasties. So you do sort of end up in the spot where you have to hope to hit the right cards to get Delirium.
All right, and we're gonna see Elongo go and fetch a mountain with a Bushwhack. Second Patchwork Beastie. So the graveyard's gonna get pretty full pretty quickly, and these little 1-drops are gonna get busy pretty soon, I think, Aria.
Hayu, what would you say if I told you that there was a draw that could give Elongo lethal next turn?
I would not be surprised, I think.
So drawing
Given what we
Breakout
saw.
into Fear of Missing Out here is actually just lethal. Unfortunately, the Breakout was binned, so never lucky really for Elongo.
Wow, what about Violent Urge though? Double Violent Urge?
The problem with Violent Urge is there's still not another type in the graveyard.
Does it how does it work? Like, does it count itself?
Well, even if it counts itself, there's only instants in hand and there's 2 types in the graveyard. So
No, there's
Elongo
3,
really
I think.
needs, I believe it's just creature and sorcery.
No,
Oh, no, there is a third type,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
you
we
see,
should do the
Aria,
math then.
you may not know this, being what's he said, but the arena team gave you a little number that very, very like helpfully tells you.
Okay, so there's 17 damage here, is my count?
Oh my goodness.
Which 17 is not 20. If there'd been a break on the fear of missing out, it would have been way over 20. But yeah, this is the strength of the delirium pack. For those watching at home.
What is happening? Oh my goodness. All right, so Marvin's down to 3. And I guess is playing a 4-4. Gets to kill one of these beasties though.
So not dead yet.
Not dead yet. The best kind of not dead. And Beastie's gonna mill a Screaming Nemesis, which would have been lethal, and draw a Senate Scout, which is not lethal.
Yeah, I mean, we're just like one trample trick away from lethal. But, I mean, that trick isn't there yet, so...
No. Violent Urge does a lot, but trample is not one of the things it gives.
Yeah, and next turn, I think Marvin might actually be in the clear here, because he gets to go Team Up Battle Crier, play Trailblazer for 1 mana, draw a card, play Trailblazer for 1 mana, don't draw a card on the first one, play Trailblazer for 1 mana, draw a card on the second one, have another mana. He's going down to 2.
Does he need to go down to 2?
I believe so, because
because of the
all the
starting
colored
town?
mana and there's a starting town in play, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, these pips do hurt a little bit, but I guess 2 and 3 aren't that different at this point in the game.
Yeah.
So let's see what Marvin can find off this this Trailblazer. Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah, there's really nothing going on for longer right now. It's like Overprotect or Dreadmozire or bust, I think. Either Overprotect or Dreadmozire should just win the game. But anything short of those, and the game's pretty over. Oh, well, at least there's no progression being made.
Well, isn't Screaming Nemesis also?
Screaming Nemesis also does it because all of Marvin's creatures are gigantic, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we're at the point where we're going to stare at each other and pretend that the cards that in our hands are not lands. Which, you know, I don't know how good you are at this, but I do it very convincing looking at my hand full of 5 lands, shuffle them a little bit, you know. Oh yeah, here we go, Marvin. Just move them around a bit. Is there a point at which Marvin can start attacking?
Yeah, so we're kind of getting close to that point, and here's why. So we know both the trample tricks are lethal. Both the trample tricks are going to continue to be lethal. Screaming Nemesis is going to continue to be lethal. So you need to make that not lethal anymore, and that means like at some point you want to start applying pressure. The trample tricks will eventually get out of being lethal once you start drawing 4-power creatures and drawing a bunch of cards and filling up your board. Like you really only need 1 hit in Marvin's seat to start going off.
Oh, what about double? Oh, it still doesn't give trample.
The second urge doesn't really do anything here, honestly.
Right. Well, but this is the thing, right? When you play these decks that do rely a lot on the tricks, you can get into this position area where you need threats, you need creatures, you need, you know, kind of more power and toughness, but actually all you're getting are these, maybe a little bit more niche cards.
Yeah, it's I mean it's a risk of playing an A plus B combo deck, or in this case like kind of an A plus B plus C deck. The Violent Urges are like somewhat relevant as they do allow for like good blocks if absolutely necessary. And also they make Screaming Nemesis lethal through Lano Elves as a blocker by being able to give your opponent's Lano Elves +1/+0.
If our competitors targeted that, oh, here we go.
Okay,
All
okay.
right. Okay.
That's a start.
Yeah, that's a great start for Marvin. Let's see what happens here. Draw a couple of cards. Torch the tower. That's not bad. Spectral Denial. Not that helpful.
Also, Spectral Denial is just a counterspell here. Or pretty close to it. And Dodge the Tower means that now the whole Overprotect thing is not gonna, like any trample trick is not gonna work anymore. Oh, I guess it still will because there's only there's not anything to
There's nothing to
sacrifice
sack,
to the
yeah.
torch. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the bargain thing is so weird. The stipulations are so specific. It's like you can never sack the thing you want to sack, you know?
Yeah.
Now is the time to send?
I'd consider it at least because what you get if you send this turn, then you get to start on your next turn in Marvin's seat, forcing blocks by attacking with like almost the whole team. But yeah, the problem is like stuff like these violent urges are also really good on defense.
That's true. That is true. All right, so Ilongo milled a Tursa and drew a Keen-Eyed Curator. So it is just... Oh, I mean, that does have Trample.
Yeah, that having trample is nice. I mean, it's almost certainly gonna get countered here.
Yeah, yeah, I guess you're right, because Marvin has so many creatures.
Well, there's also double
fulfill it.
battle crier. So I believe that spectral denial is discounted by 10, not even including its own discounting. And somehow I suspect Ilongo won't be able to pay 10 mana to make this not a hard counter.
Look, we've seen a lot of mana being made this weekend, okay? It seems like every deck in Standard right now has some kind of way of cheating out a bunch or kind of, you know, making a bunch of cheeky mana from somewhere, finding it down the back of the sofa or whatever it is. So I wouldn't be that surprised, but also Ilongo not paying for that. The Trample threat gone. Bounce up, another piece of protection.
Bounce off is huge. Just like the protection here is so hard for Ilongo to beat.
All right, here we go. I like this. Yeah, the battle cry discount doesn't necessarily help that much anymore now that you have oodles of mana anyway. You want to keep your Trailblazers back so they can draw more cards.
Yeah, I mean, we're approaching the point where Marvin could just surprise lethal. Technically, Marvin had lethal this turn even if he wanted to go for it, just killing the scout, bouncing the beastie. But in that spot, it's pretty likely you lose to some sort of removal spell, so no real reason to take that risk.
Right. Let's play a tapped waste. Oh, mill a bounce off, find bushwhack. Wow, these mills have not been kind to Ilongo. I feel a lot of empathy because I also feel like, you know, I really don't believe in that kind of, oh, I'm so unlucky thing, but I do feel like I'm really bad at milling myself.
Yeah, and this game's looking pretty over for Ilongo. We probably see some amount of removal spells next turn, at end of turn, or an attack from Ilongo followed by removal spells to kind of win in combat over those violent urges. And yeah, I really don't like Ilongo's chances. It's hard to see a way where he doesn't end up dead next turn.
Yeah, it is pretty hard to see what Ilongo can do here. Just gonna... And yeah, here we go. Marvin says, kill your 1-drop. Kill the 1/1. Maybe even just bounce the 3/3 now. I guess it doesn't need to.
There's no real reason to do it immediately. Okay, now it's definitely over.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna see 4 cards drawn, presumably human named here.
Yep.
And yeah, what a tough series of draws for Ilongo.
Yeah, it's not been going Ilongo's way with, especially with the self mills. There is that Dragon's Hawk, but I mean, Marvin can really just put everything on the battlefield here.
Yeah, you don't even really need the Dragonhawk to win this spot. The game's just that over.
Yeah, but come on, Marvin.
I mean, you have to, certainly.
Do it for
I certainly would.
Do it for Ailey. All right, here is Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest. Let's draw 4 cards first. Of course. Thanks, Arita. Marvin might have to discard some hands at the end.
And again, I believe the only danger to Marvin here is decking. So
right, and that's gonna do it. Marvin Chong, congratulations, making it through the round of 16 into the top 8 and one step closer to the World Championship invite. What a showing. This deck is so cool, Arya. So cool.
yeah, I mean, when it pops off, the deck really pops off. And yeah, the interaction between Team of Battlecry and Outcaster Trailblazer, very intentional and very strong. It's really cool to see it play out in the real world.
Yeah, it is very cool indeed. All right, my friends. We are going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more magic from the round of 16. So don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, welcome in. Marvin Jung, fresh off a win here to move himself into the top 8. Marvin, you're playing Teamer mid-range, Teamer Ferocious here this weekend. One of the cooler deck lists that's in this tournament. I'm definitely going to put this one up on Arena myself when we're done with the tournament and give it a run for its money. What would it mean? Okay, I'm gonna have to get a few pointers from you when we're done with this interview, though, because this deck's great. It's really wild. I had to look up so many cards. What would it mean for you to be able to win this tournament with a deck that's kind of like your own thing?
Yeah, so it's a conscious decision for me to choose a deck that's, I guess, so rogue or left field, or basically my friends would also say it's a wild deck choice, but I guess here I am now, so I guess it's paying off. So I generally my idea was I don't have the confidence, or it's not reassuring to play the best, so quote unquote best deck is at Cauldron and just take a chance on coin flips in the mirror. I didn't want to like put it up to chance, so to speak. And I identified that the best way of gaining some percentages is just to play a deck that's unexpected and maybe attacks with a different angle.
Absolutely. Now, you've been here before. You've made the quarterfinals of Arena Championship in the past. So here you are with the quarterfinals in front of you. What do you have to do to get over that hump to finish just a little bit better than you did last time?
Yeah, so last time, I mean, it was my first time at that situation, and I was basically just happy that I got the invite, that I made it that far, and here, like 2 arena championships later, I mean, back in 7, then now I'm and qualified again in the 9th arena championship, and I'm in the same spot, and yeah, I feel more confident than last time, given that yeah, I'm in the same spot as last time. I definitely like have a more a better drive, or maybe like a better fire, I would say, or desire to win. And I can feel it, but I mean I don't want to hype myself too much, but I definitely will try my best to go beyond, and like a world's invite will definitely be nice. I mean, I haven't been doing well in the PT, but I mean, any chance to get to PT and especially Worlds will definitely be nice. Like, that's the dream.
Absolutely. Well, Marvin, I'm rooting for you. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
What's up, my friends? Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. Great to hear from Marvin there, playing from the Philippines. And all right, that's one of the coolest things I think about the Arena Championships is the players from all over the world get to participate, and even some of the ones that maybe we don't get to see in a lot of real life tournaments or paper tournaments. We get to see them succeed here.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's really cool to see these same players show. I mean, you don't qualify for the Arena Championships 3 times by not being good at Magic. So I'm excited for Marvin's breakout at the PT, because certainly it's coming.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, my friends, we're gonna have a look at our next matchup, which is another two players hailing from different parts of the world. We have Makoto Atsuji from Japan, and Makoto told us his proudest achievement was earning the right to participate in this tournament, which is awesome. Davor Detechnik on the other side, for Davor from Slovenia, was actually part of the Slovenian national team in 2014, which, you know, back in the day, it was such an honor to get to represent your national team at the World Magic Cup, and has a GP top 8 under his name as well. So you can see both these players on Is It Cauldron. Both have played a lot of Arena. Wow, Davor has played a lot of Arena. That is maybe one of the highest numbers I've seen covering the Arena Championships.
Yeah. I've covered a lot of Arena Championships at this point, and I mean, like, we generally talk up like the fact that players have played 30,000 games. Like, that's an insane number of games to have played. Davor has won that many games.
Yeah, this is insane.
Actually insane.
Davor's only almost 8,000 hours played on Arena. Someone can work out how many years or whatever that is, but that's awesome. That is super cool. Really happy to see Davor here and Makoto as well. It is the Is It Cauldron mirror. We are going to be joining in game number 2, I believe. And yeah, let's have a look at these decks next to each other. Arya, what strikes you?
Yeah, I mean, so this is very much a straightforward Cauldron mirror. We've talked a bit about the Cauldron decks. These are some of the more similar Cauldron decks among lists we've seen. I mean, I believe the only difference is maybe number of abrades and bounce offs. I think they're swapped sorry, not bounce off into the Floodmaw. There's 2 into the Floodmaw and torches and into the Floodmaw. There's 2 into the Floodmaws and 3 torches versus 3 and 2 is, I believe, the difference. Oh, yeah, there's some like small numbers that are different, but largely pretty similar decks. The main difference I'll call out is the 2 copies of Quantum Riddler that we've seen in Makoto's deck, that we've seen time and time again really overperform in this matchup, letting him play more of a controlling role by giving him a little bit more late game inevitability. And then, of course, there's the 1 Wild Ride in the main deck that makes Makoto's deck actually capable of killing from an empty board, rather than just like putting together a large advantage but then having to pass the turn.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my Wild Ride, so I'm excited for that to happen. All right, let's see. We are joining game number 2. Davor won the first game and is on the draw this time. Makoto down with the Marauding Mako, and I think Davor has one to match as well. Makoto working with double Cauldron, Bolt, and Winter Night Stories. So kind of a lot of setup pieces, not a lot of payoffs just yet for Makoto.
Yeah, the turn 1 Mako is pretty nice for both players, I think. A lot of what this matchup sort of comes down to is pressuring your opponent so that they're kind of forced into like playing to the board earlier than they'd like, and then pressuring your opponent so that they're forced to like sort of break serve, and then you get like a window to combo.
Oh no, I think Davor maybe had a little misclick there, because those Rivapire Verges do not make blue mana unless you have a mountain or an island, so wasn't able to get that prosthetic memory down. And we're going back over to Makoto, who now has a 3/3 Mako thanks to Winter Night Stories, finding more Winter Night Stories. So Makoto's engine's kind of ticking here. A little bit of a misstep for Davor. Let's see if he can get out of this one, Arya.
Yeah, it's a misstep that's gonna cost him further even, because it means now we can't play Starting Town on turn 3, so that's gonna be a tap land later, so pretty tough spot, but it happens to the best of us sometimes, so entirely understandable.
Oh, entirely understandable. I mean, the mana bases right now in Standard are pretty intricate. You know, there's a lot going on. And it is hard to remember all of these little things as well, especially, you know, when the stakes are this high. So we'll see what Davor can do. He does at least find a Spell Pierce that he can hold up this turn, so that's a nice find.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there must not have been a spell pierce. In Makoto's seat, you're thinking there must not have been a spell pierce last turn, otherwise, Blue Mana would have been held up. This is how you
That's
get there.
true. That's true. You got to think about what you're repping at all times. Makoto, with the broadside barrage, thinking about just dealing with this Mako. Maybe thinking about firing off a Winter Night Stories again. What do you like here?
I think it's pretty close. I could see either the broadside barrage from hand or just casting one of the two Winter Night Stories. I like maybe digging a little bit for VV to discard, just because this is the one time where you can like pretty safely put VV in your graveyard with Cauldron. Later in the game, your opponent always has like priority, could have their own Cauldron, and you get into this whole like mess of holding up Cauldrons back and forth. And so I like casting a Winter Night Stories to try and dig for a VV to put into your graveyard, because it's certainly the best time to do it.
Alright, well, that is going to be met with the Spell Pierce into the Floodmore, another piece of cheap interaction for Davor. So that could present a bit of a check on Makoto's game plan. Davor with the Soulstone Sanctuary as well.
Yeah, and I want to point out here the strength of Winter Night Stories if it resolves. Well, I believe if this Winter Night Story resolves, it'll actually get the Marauding Mako out of range of that Broadside Barrage or Obliterating Bolt. It'll put a total of 5 counters on it and attack for 7. So this game might be getting into being in Devor's court if there's not an answer for that Mako found soon.
Yeah, okay, well, let's see. First of all, cannot discard the BB, of course.
Absolutely forbidden.
Don't really want to discard the fear of missing out either, with not very many threats on the battlefield. So Davor is going to be pitching a couple of these lands. And yeah, the Winter Night Stories being able to put counters on the Mako on both sides when you have that eidetic memory is kind of insane.
Yeah, the stories, Braff's interaction is such a huge part of what makes this deck's like B plan work. It just lets you apply so much pressure so quickly that it's part of what makes this deck so hard to attack in deck building. Is there's these 2 different axes of attack, the combo piece and this like Braff's card draw, like aggro, like mid-range deck angle almost, and hitting both of those axes at the same time is really, really difficult. I mean, we've talked about it a bunch, but this is basically a Winter Night Stories is one of the cards that makes this deck gen. It literally would not function without that card. It uniquely provides a lot of card draw, a lot of discard, and leverages your high power creatures, giving you more card flows. So very much the piece that makes everything work together, and a really, really powerful card.
Yeah, and you saw Davor, they actually think about tapping the Mako to draw more cards with Winter Night Stories, and then you could literally see the gears turning instead of saying, actually, no, I think I would rather be on the pressure game plan right now. And that we've been talking about it a lot this weekend, but that flexibility, the ability to read the game state and the ability to change up what you're doing as you go, it really is the mark of a player, like a good Cauldron player. Makoto finds Tursa Light Shatter, which if that Mako had been down still would be pretty nice.
Yeah, and I want to shout out the choice on Devor's part to enter the Floodmore the Mako. So Devor could have waited on that, didn't have to do it immediately, could have held it out. But the second Makoto gets priority on his main phase, he has the ability to flashback Winter Night Stories. And so bouncing the Mako at end step, strange looking play, but actually like genius play, I think, on Devor's part, recognizing, okay, I'm going to need to bounce this at some point anyway, making sure my opponent doesn't get to cast a draw spell for cheap and dig further towards VV, really, really important.
Yeah, it was basically like a triple Stone Rain.
Now, the question here in Makoto's seat is, do you cast Broadside Barrage on this Marauding Mako? Now, hear me out.
What, just to try and find the land?
Absolutely insane. But, I mean, we saw Makoto hover over that Broadside Barrage, and he's trying to figure out whether he can win without casting it. So the hits here for the Broadside Barrage would be not just a land, but also a VV. That would also give you enough mana to Obliterating Bolt. But yeah, the downsides are just too high. So I think it was the right play. But yeah, you could see that temptation in Makoto's eyes, just considering whether, okay, maybe this is what I need to do to win the game.
Right, but the problem is that it might get out of the range of both of those spells next turn.
Yeah, and this Makoto's life total also starting to look a little precarious with the 7/7 Mako. The Agatha Soul Cauldron on Makoto's side has been really useful this game, I think, and a large part of what's allowed Makoto to stay in this game is theoretically running Devour out of cards. Devour's pretty far ahead on the axis of threats on board, on tempo, but definitely is a cost that Devour does not have cards, does not have the infinite supply of cards this deck normally has thanks to Winter Night Stories. So being able to exile that really important, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen Makoto prioritize that in the mirror quite a few times already. Let's see what Tursa can find for Devour. It's going to be pitching land, pitching the second copy of Prop's Eidetic Memory. Hoping to find... What is he hoping to find?
I mean, probably another land for the fear of missing out. Interaction is probably the thing he wants most. Like, at this point, he's so far ahead on board. He just wants to make sure he isn't completely cold to combo from Makoto. And honestly, he's pretty close to cold to combo, so any sort of protection really valuable. Spellpy is pretty good on that axis. Definitely less good than something that plays to the board, though.
Right, well, it's going to be a massive attack in. This Marauding Mako is giant. It's a 9/9. Tursa is a 5/5. So it's 14 points coming across. Makoto has to throw something in front. And with 1 mana up, I mean, are we just chumping this 9/9 here?
I think probably, yeah. I don't know if there's a creature in Makoto's graveyard. I don't think there is. If there was a creature, I could see kind of double blocking the Tursa, killing that. But yeah, at this point, I think you just have to not die and you have to combo. In Makoto's spot, I think you can play around absolutely nothing from Devour. You just have to hope that he has nothing because you're not winning playing through a piece of interaction like a bounce off or a torch to the tower. Right. So I think you're kind of in that spot where you're forced to play pretty riskily. But given the spell pierce we know Devour has, it's pretty tough to see what getting out of this ends up looking like.
Wow, it's actually going to be the double block. Makoto taking 9, going all the way down to 2, and prioritizing getting one of the creatures off the board. I guess we're going to go back over to Makoto's turn. Devour doesn't really want to tap out here, it seems.
Yeah, I like leaving up the spell pierce here. I mean, your own VV comboing is really the only way you lose this, so I think you want to play around that. But yeah, it's tough. There's also the Mako does present 2 lethal threats, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I think in Devour's spot, it's pretty well off. And the nice thing about Makoto being at 2 is if Devour plays out the Mako, there's some interaction, there's some VV nonsense. Devour can if Devour draws any 1 mana spell, he can go untap, play VV, cast my spell, VV trigger, make mana, spell pierce my own spell, kill you.
Right.
So any 1 mana spell just wins, like, regardless of combat.
Right. Okay, well, let's see what Makoto can find. Thundering Fall's probably not doing it in this spot.
I think we might be out of outs in Makoto's deck through the spell pierce.
Yeah.
I believe this game might just be over.
It does seem that way. Here's Broadside Barrage. Devour's thinking, do I just spell pierce this one? I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because you don't want your opponent necessarily to be able to look at another card.
Yeah, so the risk is, so the reason to spell pierce this one, and I think the reason I like doing it, is your opponent draws a card, discards VV, plays a creature, puts VV on it, and suddenly they're off to the races, and your spell pierce might not be able to save you. So
Right.
making sure your opponent has to spend another card to put VV in the graveyard is really nice. I think the only thing this loses to is specifically land plus either Tersa or Steamcore Scholar to discard VV, but it's pretty clear to me, I think, in diverse spot that my opponent does not have a Steamcore Scholar or Tersa in hand because it would have played it on a previous turn.
Yeah, you can see the look on Makoto's face. That spell pierce was really not what he wanted to see. And as you quite rightly said, it does seem like he is out of outs, which means that Devor can just untap, send the marauding Mako over, and that is going to be Devor winning this top 16 match at Arena Championship 9. Let's watch him just play it out here, maybe get this Soul Cauldron down. I don't know, what are you even playing around here? If Makoto had something, he would have played it when he was tapped out, right?
There's some world in which you hold like an Into the Flood form rather than playing it immediately. So I guess that's what's being played around here. But yeah, there isn't. We know there's nothing.
Yeah, we know there's nothing. Of course, Davor doesn't necessarily know that. So it is important to make sure that you have all of your bases covered.
Yeah. I mean, in this spot, you know intuitively your opponent shouldn't have anything. If they played correctly, they wouldn't have anything. You respect Makoto, but playing it extra safe and taking those few minutes to think costs literally nothing and might mean the difference between being one step closer to World. So, really love the discipline play, even at the end from Devor there.
Yeah, great stuff there. And great stuff for Devor as he advances to the top 8 here at Arena Championship 9. So what did we learn from this particular game in the mirror area?
So, I mean, this was yet another game, right, where it comes down to who applies the early pressure and forces the other person to fold, where we had Makoto with theoretically all this, like, card selection, card draw, but there wasn't enough early interaction for the board, and so Devor got to keep putting Makoto in these awkward spots, and once you start putting people in awkward spots, stuff like Into the Floodmaw, stuff like Spell Pierce, these situationally strong cards that it's possible to play around when you're ahead become impossible to play around when you're behind and generally are game winning. So it's really about being able to kind of put pressure on your opponent, back them into a corner, and then try and win from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think earlier Corey and Taquan were talking about, what's the best card in the stake? Is it the VV? Is it the Soul Cauldron? I think it might be Marauding Mako. I don't know. That card has just seemed unbeatable every time it's gotten to do something. So this deck is really, really sick. All right, my friends, we do have more magic from this round coming up. So we'll go over a couple of minutes and we'll be back for that very soon.
Hey everybody, welcome in again, Devor Tatchnik. Devor, you just won your top 16 match to move on to the top 18 here of the Arena Championships. And seeing some of your match there's some intense games. They get pretty hard. You did win 2-0, but we've seen that these intense games can lead to some moments where maybe there's a misstep, but it looked like you gathered yourself really well there. Kind of run me through there what happened.
Yeah, I punted super badly. I think I was grabbing my coffee or something and played the wrong land out. So I just had a curve out hand. I didn't have any interactive spells, so I could have played prompt on 2 into then I think a discard spell on 3. So could pump my Mako up really, really well on turn 3. But since I played the wrong land, I didn't have blue mana available. So that was kind of a downer. I don't know. And then I was thinking how to play to my outs, like where's the edges I can still get. And I think I actually got a little bit of an edge because maybe opponent played around the braid, maybe because the mana was up. So who knows? But yeah, like I don't think I'm at my best today. So
well, hopefully you can get a little bit more collected there because it seemed like you did pretty well coming out of that. And we saw another mirror for you here as well. You've had to play those quite a bit here in the tournament, and it looks like there's going to be quite a bit in your future as well, especially if you go on to win this event. How are you liking your plan that you've had in the mirror, and has anything changed since you've played through the tournament so far?
I think I'm learning as we go a little bit, even though we tested the mirror a lot. But I think I know spots where I need to like leave the mana up or I mean, you kind of don't leave the man up, I think, if you don't have anything. But if you have something, you probably want to disrupt the combo and pick up spots where you can do that. I think that's my strength, but the technical play with these turns, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Devor, maybe another cup of coffee will help you clean that up. Devor, thanks for the time and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. We're here in the top 16, so all of our players made it through the Swiss yesterday, and some of them even had to play in a qualification round to get into the top 16, but now we're here in the single elimination portion of the event. Aria, how are the players feeling? How are their nerves doing?
I mean, to start with, making it the top 16 for a lot of players, that's a relief, right? There's that initial like feeling that, oh, I qualified for the PT. That's one goal out of the way. And then once you get that sense of relief, you're over the fact that you've qualified for the PT, or for the folks who are already qualified, you are fine with having qualified for the PT. The players after that, at that point, it's like, okay, now I gotta lock in, right? This is the first round of the rest of the tournament, so to speak. This is the first round where the stakes get really, really high. So, I mean, players are just going to be dialed in. They're not going to be maybe slightly less stressed than they were yesterday when it was PT or bust, but the stakes are higher than ever, so they're really going to be more focused now than ever, and really like kind of living in that crunch zone that honestly I really miss from being able to play competitively before working at Wizards.
Yeah, I can tell. You can tell. And it's funny because, you know, Wizards hires a lot of the best competitive players, and whenever you talk to them, they're always like, dang, I miss just being in the streets, you know? All right, let's have a look at the head-to-head of our next pair of competitors in the round of 16. We have Jeongwoo Cho from South Korea, who has been playing the Sultai control list through the field this weekend. Jeongwoo told us his favorite movie is Terminator 2, which, okay, cool. I mean, it's not as cool as Raphael's favorite movie, which is, of course, my favorite movie, Lord of the Rings. Shout out, Raphael. Raphael from Italy has been playing a lot of Arena, over 30,000 games on Arena, and playing Is It Cauldron. I think we are joining this match in game number 2, so we will go down to the action and have a look at these decks side by side. Sultai Control, we saw a little bit of this yesterday, Aria. What has enabled it to get through this field of Is It?
So this is a list that's very much prepared for the field of Is It. Control in general like struggles a little bit with the like kind of profs and Soul Cauldron combo squeeze that these decks apply. But I'd say the standout card, the card that's really made Jeongwoo's deck work, is those copies of Urgent Necropsy, the Golgari removal spell that can hit any number of different targets with different types if you collect evidence. That's really, really good in this matchup because fear of missing out on buffs, enchantments, Agatha, Soul Cauldrons, and Artifact. There's a bunch of creatures. So you frequently get a 2 or even 3 for 1, maybe even a 4 for 1 post mod when stuff like Planeswalkers come in. And that card's been really, really key in letting this deck compete against some of the powerful non-creatures that your blue-black decks generally struggle against.
Yeah, I love this kind of card. You know, I loved Casualties of War. Was a campaigner for justice for Invoke Despair. And just odd to see this kind of effect in Standard. Let's get out to the action. It's game number 2. I believe Jeongwoo is actually a game up. So just has one more to go before getting to the top 8. Raphael with Is It Cauldron. We see Rao out the sideboard here and now in the hand. But it's going to be maybe a pair of Marauding Makos. The best card in this deck, as we've decided.
This is a very liberal use of we, but sure, I'll allow it.
All right. Well, Jeongwoo's got the answers, though.
Yeah, and I mean, this hand is the sort of hand that's really, really powerful in a matchup like this, right? The squeeze of, I'm going to apply a bunch of pressure, and then I'm going to play a Planeswalker. So the play early creatures followed by like play Soul Cauldron and FOMO, and then Ral sort of cleans up theoretically is generally pretty good for decks like this. Necropsy is literally the one thing that keeps the Sultai deck able to compete, as opposed to Dimir decks that would probably just be down for the count here, where it gives an out to something like Ral.
All right, well, Raphael's going to get that Soul Cauldron down. Jeongwoo decided not to use some removal on the Makos just yet. I do see that Urgent Necropsy in hand, by the way. So if Raphael decides to develop out the Ral, that could be not great as a result. But Winter Night Stories, great draw for Raphael.
Yeah, I will note that this is kind of the one time where Raphael can deploy the Ral, because there's not really enough food in the graveyard for the Necropsy to be strong here. This is sort of the one window where maybe Raphael can apply enough pressure with it quickly enough to be fine. But yeah, as the game goes on, Necropsy pretty brutal on that axis. And of course, I think in Ral's spot, you basically never want to actually play out the it's a really big risk to play out the Ral here because of the copies of Dispelling Exile that are in Jeongwoo's deck. Though that said, this hand not really doing very much without the Ral, and it's even more important to actually make Jeongwoo have it and apply some pressure. So I like the choice to play out the Ral and tick down. I think if there had been a threat that better played around Dispelling Exile, then Raphael would likely have played it, but you don't really want to discard this Winter Night Stories, and there really wasn't a better option. There wasn't like a Tersa or something that you could play out here, so I like in this spot playing out the Ral because it's really the best of the available options.
Gotcha. All right, well, we did see one of the Caustic Exhales taking out Marauding Mako, and Jeongwoo didn't use that Shoot the Sheriff for sorcery speed before, so as you say, doesn't have a lot of fuel in the graveyard for the collect evidence, but does have the End, which can deal with Ral cleanly and go and deal with all the other copies of Ral as well.
Yeah, and you get to see Jeongwoo making some really smart use of information here, where you might think this is a really risky play to make because it's so cold to VV, but Raphael just cast a win, just down to Ral and discarded a bunch of cards. If there'd been a VV with the Cauldron play, that would 100% have been discarded. Given that didn't get discarded, I think you can pretty safely assume there's no VV in hand for Raphael, and you can really safely play out that copy of the End to play without having to worry about a VV killing you here.
Right, and speaking of information, that does also give Jeongwoo the information of most of Raphael's hand, right? So he knows about the 2 copies of Fear Missing Out. He knows about the Prophetic Memory. Of course, Raphael is going to be doing quite a lot of moving and shaking of these cards in hand as well, with Winter Night Stories being found.
Yeah,
this Mako's getting big.
Yeah, one thing I want to talk about a little is the decision Raphael made that end of turn to exile the Mako from graveyard. He was pretty clearly considering exiling the end, and that's pretty important playing around Necropsy here. So he's kind of going to be faced with the same decision this turn, where he could play around Necropsy by exiling the end and leaving Jeongwoo with only 1 mana value of spell in his graveyard, or he could kind of try and use Agatha's Soul Cauldron to fuel his own creatures further.
Yeah, and it does make sense. Like, we've got to think about what it is that you, like, what are you soft to, right? Like, what's going to get you? And I think this is really sweet, like this potentially taking out the end. Although, I guess Raphael says, actually, I just want to make sure I have a 2-turn clock with my Marauding Mako.
Yeah, this Necropsy is going to be brutal, though. There's now 5 mana value of evidence to be collected, and so that's going to blow up the Cauldron and the Mako and the FOMO. It's going to be pretty tough to come back from that for Raphael.
Yeah, I mean, that's... And Jeongwoo has to do it, right? Like, there's no way, you can't respect anything. Like, you've just got to go for it. And
Yeah,
look at
definitely.
this. Look at this. The clean 3-for-1. And Jeongwoo has played this control deck beautifully. I think
Oh my
he's been
God.
very patient. Oh.
Vivi here is massive, though. I mean, Raphael probably would need to, maybe needs to make a little bit of gamble for Vivi to actually pay off here. Maybe cast Winter Night Stories pre-combat so that you can put a bunch of counters with profs on the Vivi. But if that happens, the potential payoff is massive. You can also discard the VV to set up for a Cauldron later, or put Winter Night Stories, or discard Winter Night Stories and then try and flash it back. But wait, hold on. Is this lethal?
What?
I think this is lethal, right?
Wait,
the
with
FOMO gets
Delirium?
haste. There's Delirium. The fear of missing out gets haste. First combat, prof splits a counter, attacks for 3.
Oh
Second
my
combat, prof splits a
goodness.
counter, attacks for 4.
Oh,
What a draw!
that is insane. That is insane. Wow, look at this. Yeah, give haste. And here we go. 3 at the face, 4 at the face, Exacxies from Raphael, and we're going to game 3. This deck is so cool, and Draconortic's Engineer, I think has been taking kind of a lot of flack this weekend as a card, but it looks excellent here against Control.
Yeah, it's a little awkward in the mirror, certainly, where it's a card you can't let your opponent get under the Cauldron, but we've seen it overperform time and time again, and I would not be surprised at all to see multiple engineers sort of becoming stock for these Cauldron decks as a late-game Cauldron payoff, and also just a piece that allows the deck to actually combo kill, kind of similar to Wild Ride, by giving your stuff haste after you have a big pop-off turn.
Yeah, we just get to have a look at how the players sideboarded during the match. So you can see Raphael brought in a lot of counter magic and just cut all the stuff that doesn't matter, right? The Torture Towers, the Abrades. Jeongwoo, similar kind of stuff, you know, with Control. It's less about necessarily taking out all the things, but just a little change of the types of answers and extra urgent necropsy, of course. So we're going to game number 3, and Jeongwoo is keeping the mulligan for Raphael. Gets to put back a spare copy of Soul Cauldron, and this is a nice hand from Raphael.
Yeah, definitely works pretty well. Oh, drawing Vivi with the Cauldron is huge.
Yeah, that is really nice. And I like this too. Playing out the profs first, drawing the counter spell, and that just makes it easier to play Vivi. Oh, and Jeongwoo doesn't find the 3rd land. That is not great for Jeongwoo, although he does have the answer to Vivi.
Yeah,
but putting in the graveyard isn't great, right?
Yeah, I think there's like a 1-turn window for Jeongwoo to find a 3rd land and it'd still be pretty fine. Never mind, and there's a 3rd land.
There it is. Fine. Okay, all right. Rakshas's Bargain going on the stack. One of those cool bargain cards from Target Dragonstorm. Looking at the top 4, putting 2 in the hand, rest in the graveyard.
And I think the thing you want most in Jeongwoo's spot is you want another land and you want Necropsy. Like, Necropsy would be huge here. It's the card that sort of gives him the most gives him the most outs in this spot, so to speak. Just covers his bases best.
He does find a favorable passage. Raphael found an untapped land as well, which means that he is going to be able to go Draconautics Engineer Soul Cauldron if he wants to, but decides to play around in the Necropsy.
Yeah, playing around Necropsy is pretty big here, as well as just like we know there's oil deep gear hulks in Jeongwoo's sideboard from Raphael's perspective. Well, I suppose there's a forest, so those can be cast. But just knowing that that Jeongwoo is missing land drops, being able to have interaction for a card draw spell, pretty nice here. So I like the choice here to hold it up.
All right, I'm gonna slow play a little bit. You don't need to necessarily rush when you are playing against this slow of a deck. Here is Soul Cauldron now, and Jeongwoo is gonna get to snap off this Dispelling Exhale here, which is the nice clean answer to the Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, and this is really tough for Raphael because he's essentially spent his whole turn doing this now, and that's really awkward. Like, you'd much rather have in this spot just been able to like play two things. I suppose it looks like there's going to be a spell main phase, so given that, being able to use all your mana this turn is huge. But yeah, in the brief window where it looked like that was not going to happen, definitely pretty awkward looking for Raphael.
Yeah, I mean, Raphael did know about that Meringue River region, right? So there was some reason to hold up to Sample Strip. Getting the Deadly Cover up and protecting the graveyard also very nice.
Yeah, I think making sure your VVs or your Cauldrons don't get got here really nice. Just having VV in your graveyard is a really good out to combo. But yeah, we're starting to reach the point of the game where just a bunch of massive dragons are pretty terrifying.
Yeah, and there's not a ton that Raphael can do about them. I mean, you can send it backward into the Floodmoor, but there's not a lot of hard removal for those big creatures in this Izzet deck. Winternight Stories is going to be the play. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, Tessa and Stories are both pretty equivalent here, where Winternight Stories gets to look one card deeper, but Tessa gives you another threat, so I think it's pretty much a dealer's choice on which of those two get played.
Prof's Detective Memory is nice. That's going to put out a lot of damage.
Yeah, Prof is going to present so much damage here, and if it gets bounced with the if Tessa gets bounced with the Meringue River region at this point, then the Tessa can just come back and get a bunch of counters. So I really like this for spot for Raphael. That draw in particular, really, really big.
All right, back over to Jeongwoo, who does have that 6th land. Here comes Meringue River region on the dragon side. It's a big 6/7. It's going to be sending 2 things back to their owner's hands. It's just going to be both creatures here.
Yeah, but this is just so many looks for an Agatha's Soul Cauldron for Raphael here. If he wants to make in Mako, then Tessa, discard 2 cards, then theoretically after that Winternight Stories as well. This is like a lot of looks for something of relevance. Of course, like he doesn't know about the second copy of River Region, so he doesn't know to maybe not play out the most not take a line that plays to the board super aggressively. But I mean, this is going to be able to attack into this Meringue River Agent, right? This is going to be a total of 5 extra cards drawn this turn.
Yeah, because there's the 3 from Winternight Stories. Oh, and there's the VV. Oh, was there already a VV?
There's already a VV in graveyard, so that maybe not the most like important part of this, but I mean, just as well, the VV really did matter.
Wow, the VV really mattered, actually. Really, really mattered.
But yeah, going down to 2 life is really dangerous against a deck with VV in it and all these hasters, so it makes sense to see a jump from the River Regent there.
Wow, and this is double removal spell for Jeongwoo potentially this turn.
Yeah, I think you have to cast the removal spells here. It's a little awkward, but if you just bounce the 2 creatures, you kind of end up back in the same spot. The Tessa rummages 2 cards, the Mako can cycle itself, so that's at least 3 cards discarded. even one more discard gets to like forcing a meringue jump again. So yeah, I like getting rid of the Tirsa and the Mako here, just like dealing with the board. It's a little awkward for Jeongwoo that you can't actually end the Tirsa here when that's the threat you more want there to be no copies of in the deck. But yeah, unfortunately, the Mako is an outlaw. So
yeah, I was just thinking that the random flavor text on Shoot the Sheriff actually relevant in this matchup, and it is nice to get rid of both of those threats if you're in Jeongwoo's seat, just so that you can make sure that if a Soul Cauldron does come, your opponent still needs to find another creature to make it work. Here is a creature. It is Steam Core Scholar. Draw to discard, not the Spell Pierce. Let's get rid of some of these useless lands, and there's fear of missing out as well. So Raphael setting up once again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is part of what's so powerful about this deck, right? It just has infinite card flow, so it's going to represent a real threat turn after turn after turn. Theoretically, the thing sort of going against this is the fact that you have all these dead cards in a matchup like this, but post-board, that's not true anymore. It's part of why game one is so good for the Sultai deck, is you have all these ways of making your opponent waste a bunch of cards, have their cards not be relevant. But yeah, post-board, when all the cards in your deck matter a lot, suddenly, when all the cards in the Izzet deck matter a lot, suddenly you're pretty badly off, where this Izzet deck kind of just gets to look at a lot more cards than you do while you're treading water. And Winter Night Stories provides more card advantage than most of the things in your deck.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Just bounced Fear of Missing Out, did not bounce Steam Core Scholar.
Yeah, I really like that decision from Jeongwoo.
Yeah, that was a great decision.
It's pretty easy to go, oh, I just have to bounce both my opponent's creatures, prevent them from having relevant stuff. But yeah, the extra draw from the Steam Core Scholar would be huge here. So definitely the correct choice to only bounce the Fear of Missing Out.
All right, Frost is going to put one extra counter on Fear of Missing Out. Jeongwoo just finds Restless Cottage. There is a Restless Cottage on the battlefield already. That's not nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little awkward that basically nothing can attack here thanks to the Fear of Missing Out plus Profs plus Soulstone Sanctuary. But certainly the Restless Cottages will start coming up at some point.
Right. I mean... That also... Oh, what does this do?
Well, this only kills two things here, so, maybe more modest necropsy than most. But notably, it can be paid for through double Spell Pierce, which is really big.
And does Jeongwoo fire it off?
I could see wanting to wait on it. There's not like a huge rush given it's an instant, and if there's a card draw spell, you can always necropsy the profs in response to that. You want to make you want Raphael to like maybe tap out of Disdainful Stroke or maybe play something like a Cauldron. So it's definitely pretty reasonable to wait and fire it off at Raphael's end of turn or when Raphael taps down. So yeah, I like waiting from Jeongwoo.
Okay, so it's gonna be Fear of Missing Out and Soulstone Sanctuary, the two more problematic creatures, getting the flavor of this card is difficult to describe. A lot of time when you're casting, you want to try and bring a little bit of the color, the personality of the cards out. But this one is hard to sit to talk about what's happening. But those two creatures are gone. The Restless Cottage is coming in. It's kind of...
And this is going to exile the second Vivi from the graveyard, right? Or, well, I guess the Engineer is more of a threat, but it's going to exile like the most important card with Cauldron. And then the second Vivi can get exiled next turn because one of them was exiled by Tirsa. So I think Raphael is really running out of time to draw something relevant.
Oh, and there was the Soul Cauldron. So that can get Vivi, but wow, what a sick decision to take that Draconautics Engineer.
Yeah, definitely the right choice. It's easy to miss. I mean, I missed it, but yeah, it's the card that it's very easily the card that matters most for Cauldron because the thing that Raphael is out of here is not mana, it's cards.
Right. Wow. So we're kind of still with this standoff. Caustic Exhale is an answer to the Steam Core Scholar. Jeongwoo is gonna just keep firing up the Rassus cottage though. And you know, it can exile a card from a graveyard, and it doesn't have to actually do it to get the food, right? Like if you, do you know what I mean? Like even if you
Yeah, I believe it's up to one, but if it targets a card and that card gets exiled by Soul Cauldron response, there won't be a food gained because the ability won't resolve. But yeah, Jeongwoo pretty wisely choosing just not to exile anything because
yeah,
doesn't really need to, and
right.
Soul Cauldron would fizzle it anyway, so might as well gain the life.
Right, and now Jeongwoo with this life gain doesn't really care about the Steam Core Scholar. Still has a Caustic Exhale that he thinks will resolve through, you know, the one Spell Pierce that he knows about. Of course, he doesn't know about second Spell Pierce. Is it time to just put Vivi under the cauldron?
I think it might be. There's some argument to wait till next turn. Like, there's not exactly the biggest rush. The only downside of waiting till next turn is if you find another thing you want to put under cauldron, you can't anymore.
Right. So, pretty important choice here. John was, you know, sitting pretty like safely at 13. Has the food token, and we are just coming back to the booth for a minute because there was a little technical problem during this match, and we'll try and get back into the action you know, once that recovers. But Aria, we've actually managed to stop at a very key point in the match. Like the game is going to be decided very soon. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, and it's not only was there a cauldron, not only was there a second thing to exile found, it's something that's like extremely relevant that was found as well. Where now double VV plus the engineer, there was a Winter Night Stories found as well. Okay, this is huge. Now each of these creatures can can make mana equal to their power twice a turn.
Oh my goodness, the double VV, and then okay, but can Raphael actually win from this position?
Well, this is going to be up to 6 cards drawn outside of combat this turn, so that's 9 power on the Steam Core Scholar. You need to get to 16 to win.
No. Jeongwoo only has 1 mana.
Oh, right. There's no mana for the food. Okay, Tursa's got to do it, right? Tursa plus Winter Night Stories, that's got to be enough.
Yeah, that's got to be enough. Oh my goodness, that was insane.
Yeah, like at beginning of combat, you can also like make mana with your profs to give your to like play Winter Night to make a dragon off the Draconautics engineer.
Right.
So yeah, you put the Countess on Tursa, make a bunch of mana, make a dragon if you want to, and yeah, this is way over 30. In fact, I'm pretty sure that with the way the draws have panned out, with Fear of Missing Out, certainly, there could be upwards of like 30, 40 damage done here, if desired.
Wow, this deck is so explosive. I mean, we thought Jeongwoo was close to having it under lock, right? He was attacking with the river region. The restless cottages were getting in, you know, he thought he had locked down the engineer at the graveyard, but it really only takes a couple of draws. When those VVs are in the graveyard, you just have to find that Soul Cauldron and things can get very, very tricky for your opponent. And it looks like Raphael Matza is going to be cleaning it up here in game number 3. And for Jeongwoo Cho, I mean, bringing this Salted Control deck to the field, you know, you've got to give him props for that. Making it through this far, making the Pro Tour invite, but ultimately falling to Izzet Cauldron in the round of 16. And congratulations to Raphael Matza, who advances to the top 8.
A really impressive showing from Izzet. I mean, it shows why the deck is this much of the field, right? You can prepare for the deck, you can be favored game 1, but post-bot, the deck is a bunch of really efficient threats, a bunch of card flow and card advantage, and whatever answers best line up against what you're doing in the post-bot games. And so that's just fundamentally not something you can like be super favored against. A deck that is composed of like super efficient threats and the right answers is not a deck you can be more than like slightly over 50% against. So real testament to the strength of the Cauldron deck, even in matchups where the game one is really bad, really able to kind of pull it together in post-spot games and have a deck that lines up to be favored against almost anything post-spot.
Yeah, I think the thing that's most impressed me is really that, I think the headline being this is a Cauldron VV kind of combo, but the aggro side of it is very real. It's got like the Detonate memory is just so busted into the Mako, into like even the flyers with vigilance. When I was testing this deck, I found that most of the games I was winning really well off like this kind of combo aspects of it, which is unexpected and very cool. So that was cool. I mean, that was it from our round of top 16. We are going to go away for a break, and when we come back, it will be Corey, Daquan, and the top 8 here at Arena Championship tonight.
So the deck's centered around VV. Everybody knows VV, blue-red legend that makes a ton of mana. And to get special advantage out of your VV, you have Soul Cauldron. So if it's in the graveyard, you can exile VV, and any creature with a counter gets the ability. So your best draw is to play Cauldron on 2 and then play a creature that can loot on 3. So you discard your VV, then you put the counter on those creatures, and you can actually win the game that turn because of cards like Proft.
It has both the unfair Cauldron plus VV plan, but also just Proft as a card is, most of us define it as up the beanstalk, right? Because at the end it's a card that enters, draws you a card, and even if they answer to it, they are down one, like the opponent is down one card.
Play that and then play creatures that draw cards, and everything is huge, and like play these giant creatures that keep drawing more cards and growing with Profts.
Having multiple VVs on your Cauldron, obviously you get double, triple the mana, you get one for each instance. If there's a deck for crazy plays, it's this deck.
We early on had a call, sort of like a team meeting, where we kind of unanimously agreed that Cauldron seems to be the best deck. One of the team members actually qualified for AC10, like from the last qualifier weekend, playing a post-rotation list, so you would have been able to play pre-rotation cards. He just wanted to mainly test for this.
Pretty close to it, yeah. I was specifically playing a list that was built to be post-rotation, to test it out during that weekend. I just feel really good about it, partially for that reason of just like playing into a tougher deck field and beating up on it anyways with my current list.
I have yet to see a deck that would be good against Cauldron, so basically anything that's not Mirror, I feel good.
It was clear that TZ Cauldron was the deck to go with.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. What are you doing, Corey? This is my job. You waltz in here late and then you think you could just take over the broadcast? Put him on screen. I want to see his face go bright red. What do you think you're doing, man?
I was talking to someone else in the room. My bad, Ailey. What were you saying? Were you saying something about a broadcast, or?
I was saying welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9, everybody. We have
Good
got
line.
through our round of 16, and Corey's just so excited to get into the top 8. He's just like, we don't need you. Get out of here. Let's go play some Magic. Corey, did you and Daquan, did you guys catch the end of that matchup there?
I
Chris
sure
was like
did.
17 power or something. This deck is ridiculous, man.
I mean, that was just really, Cho had everything all ready to go, had the deck that kind of countered the Cauldron deck. Then all of a sudden, you have one of those draws. You draw Winter Night Stories late and draw into the right card, and you do that. So, impressive.
Brutal.
Yeah.
It's a pile of value cards, right? Like,
Yeah.
you just need one turn to assume all that value. That's really what it's about.
You just, that's the worst place to be as the control player is tapped out, tapped down, and only one mana open with nothing in hand. It's
Yeah, one card they're going to draw, what could it be? It can't be that bad, right? Right?
Yeah, but it's one
yeah.
card that draws another card that draws another card is usually the issue.
It's insane. Absolutely nutty. But yeah, let's take a look at the bracket. If you've just joined us, we're through our round of 16 and now into our quarterfinals. Take a look here at the top half of the bracket. Daquan, tell us about these matchups that we're going to be seeing.
Well, we have some Cauldron against Cauldron and then some Cauldron against some Cauldron. So, like, that was
Perfect. 10 out of
10,
10. No notes.
Yeah, we actually saw, the way things broke down. We expected there was going to be at least a couple paired up just from where the brackets fell down. But this is actually not bad. We do still have Jan Merkel in here, who's, I won't say the odds-on favorite, but, he's got some credentials that people are pulling for here. So he's definitely going to be one a lot of people want to watch.
Definitely the player that most other players picked to win the tournament if they didn't themselves.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, what do we have to look forward to here, Corey?
We have a hero! Marvin
Woo!
is our
Go,
hero
Marvin!
here. It is Teamer Ferocious against Vivi, against the world here. So I have a feeling Marvin is about to have a ton of new fans here going to be playing against Raphael, who just had that incredible, wild comeback. And, you know, big congrats to Raphael, but look what he took from us. Having the chance to have Sultai versus Teamer, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just kidding. Big congrats, Raphael. See if Marvin can take it down. And then Daniel Getchel, so far hasn't lost. Is just straight 5-0 in the tournament. Was one of our top seeds going in, playing against Devore, a very popular streamer and a phenomenal player.
Yeah, it's super cool to see, you know, players that stream for a living as well being able to make it into the competitive side of things, you know, like the Arena Championships. So kudos to Devore for making it this far, and best of luck to all of our players here in our quarterfinals. And just to make it very, very clear to everybody watching, no, we don't like the players less for playing the best deck. It's just nice to have a bad guy to root against, okay? And that bad guy is named Vivi Onetier.
Very true.
I don't know my lore too well, but it probably sucks for Final Fantasy fans to have like PvP the bad guy.
He's actually a very beloved character. I've only ever watched like the "Here's everything you need to know about Final Fantasy" in 2 hours or less videos. But you know, Vivi
Vivi's
seems
very fun in the game, that's for sure. Very chill, not causing as much chaos as there's still some chaos in that world for sure, though.
I mean, I guess with the cauldron, you could say it's an evil witch that possessed other characters that then made Vivi look like a bad guy.
I like that. Let's go with that.
Okay, cool. New lore. Anyway, let's go and check out our head-to-head friends. We are going to jump in here. It's Raphael Matza playing Is It Cauldron. Had an absolutely explosive final round just now. Going up against Marvin Cheong playing Teamer Ferocious, our last hope, our glimmer in the hands here of Marvin. Let's take a look here at Raphael's journey so far. Says the card wished for in standard is Cryptic Command. What could possibly go wrong with that card in standard? I don't know. It's pretty good. Maybe too good. We'll talk about it. Let's take a look here at Raphael's deck. Corey, I know you're probably sick of them by now, but tell me about this here list. What's it doing? In 10 seconds or less.
Never sick of this deck at all. And yeah, still shocking we're showing this match. There was 3 other really good ones, but whatever. I don't make the choices. We got Raphael here playing Is It Cauldron. Nothing too flashy here. Does have those 2 Draconautics engineers, which just won him the game in that impressive fashion here. Other than that, bread and butter, stock VV.
Yeah, I guess like the biggest difference most players playing Is It Cauldron can have are their choice of basic lands. To some extent. Alrighty, the opponent, Marvin Cheong, playing in here from the Philippines. He's got a very impressive win rate overall, plenty of games played, and is rocking Teamer Ferocious. His recent cool media that he's watched is Avatar: The Last Airbender. I wonder if Marvin knows about the upcoming Magic the Gathering set. Let's take a look here at Teamer Ferocious. Daquan, tell me about this one.
Yeah, this should be a lot of fun. Honestly, this is one of those cases where you have a lot of creatures that are power 4 or greater, so you can really go to battle here. But it's more about getting your stuff free or even cheap, not necessarily free, because some of them do have colored mana, thanks to the Teamer Battle Crier, but also trying to combo off, right? This is a strange situation where you're looking at a creature deck that does have the ability to string together as many as probably 12 or 13 spells in a turn if it needs to end the game. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see how these pair up and go off here.
Yeah, ferocious indeed. We're going to see some sparks fly in this next matchup here. This is our top 8 playing for many more marbles. Here are these players. So, Corey, Daquan, take it away.
All right, thank you, Ailey. Let's dive on into the Magic here, and I'm sure Raphael has a lot of fans around the world, but I gotta say, Marvin probably has a few more, wouldn't you say, Daquan?
Man, you know what? I'll say this for Marvin. I hope he's hit the gym because right now he's got the weight of the world on his back.
No kidding. No kidding. Thank God he is playing some swole creatures and ready to get going into this match. So let's dive on in. We got top 8 Magic. See who is advancing to the top 4 here.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tough one, but opening hand, not crazy here for Marvin. You do have the Esper Origins that you could cast. You can get the World Wagon out there to start setting some things up. But it'd be interesting to see if we can get this devastating onslaught off for something important after you've gotten some chip damage in earlier in the game.
Yeah, you just think, like, playing on this against the draw, you're going turn 3 a vehicle that does not have any presence on the battlefield against a deck that could go turn 3, put a VV in the yard, add infinite mana, and you're not interacting even a little bit. So, I mean, this is a real cost to keeping a hand this slow for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And that was kind of why I was wondering if he was going to mulligan that one, but actually decided to keep it, which is interesting here. And sadly, it's picked up a Dragonhawk and the Anacausal Vestige here. So 2 of the more expensive cards in the deck.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And we didn't see the Cauldron played on turn 1, so you know there's not going to be any VV shenanigans. There's some thought to just playing out the Cauldron, and then if you top deck Tursa or Fear of Missing Out on the following turn, you can do the VV thing. But didn't hit it anyways, so wouldn't have been the easy kind of play here anyways.
Yeah, and that would kind of tell you they had a way to discard in hand, most likely, if you saw that. But the thing here that's interesting is, you know, there's really almost not even a fear to playing the VV because this deck doesn't really play a lot of removal. So you could even set up that way if you needed to.
I'm with you. I think I would have played VV there. And then next turn, you maybe do the Winter Night Stories things and Cauldron to bring back a VV. But, you know, either way, this is going to be one of those turns where now it's time to buckle up. Things can go real south. There's no Prof's Identic Memory or anything yet to be able to boost up these other creatures here, but that Cauldron nets you 1 mana when you have the Draconautics here.
Yeah, and this is why I feel that the Izzet Cauldron deck is favored here game 1. It's just because there is a lack of interaction in Marvin's build, right? It doesn't have any of the cards to go after graveyard. You're not really worried about removing anything. It's more of just worrying about its own singular game plan.
Yeah, you got to be doing really big over-the-top things. And, you know, speaking of another big over-the-top thing, we could be continuing to go. If we go Cauldron here and you re-eat a VV, put a counter on Tursa, you get 7 more mana again.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you already have access to now what'll be 2 Winter Night Stories, that's a lot of extra cards.
Yeah, I mean, you can Winter Night Stories for sure once, have 4 mana going, and if you don't want to, you know, use any more card draw, you can then just Winter Night Stories once, animate Soul Cauldron, and that's pretty solid as well. You don't see the Cauldron resetting your creatures with counters that often because, well, you know, that's just saying, like, I have this plethora of resources, and I don't think my opponent's going to destroy it, but this is one of those matches where, you know, there's not a lot of abrades and stuff in the main deck, so you can do this.
Yeah, Raphael almost like he's just doing some math on what order to play these cards, how to spend the mana. Like, there's a lot of sequencing going on here.
Yeah, and here's the part where, you know, like, sure, the deck's doing the thing. It doesn't seem that hard, but how to correctly, you know, maximize this kind of turn just takes some reps. It takes, you know, a lot of thinking about the deck and where to go from here.
Yeah, and is it possible that you even just want to make a dragon and give everything haste?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, that was always an option, too.
Seems great, too, yeah. I like this because now you can play Mako. Now you can Winter Night Stories again. I believe we haven't used the mana of one of these creatures. Then the counters are going to go on Mako. That's going to unlock the mana from Vivi there. Then you can tap the Mako to then draw more cards. Oh, here's a Profs, which is going to, you know, pop off something even more.
Oh, yeah, at this point, it's at like 7 or something.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah. This is happening.
Yep, pretty much. But again, this is one of those things where Marvin kept a hand where he wasn't really doing anything till turn 3.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do. You almost have to be trying to do something on 2, on 3, on 4. to really be able to do anything significant here. And unfortunately, on the draw, didn't even really get to his turn 4 with no interaction.
Yeah, I think even on the play, that's probably a hand you can't keep. And what are we just yet? And we're not done here, but you know that's a solid chunk of damage. And now, what on earth can you do from this teamer deck? The teamer deck can be explosive, but I'm not seeing it right now, Daquan.
Yeah, if there was already a teamer battle crier somewhere, whether on the battlefield or in hand, there'd be a world where you could do that, crew the world wagon, you know, play a land, play something, and then now you can start rolling. But without that here, the best you can do is make copies of a world wagon, and that's just not going to do anything.
Yeah. Go cruising in your wagon, but yeah, not anywhere near enough the power level that we saw from Raphael's draw on the play. And, you know, this is an above average draw, I would say. You know, like this is truly doing the thing. That was turn 4. This is insanely powerful. To be fair, it's not even the nut draw though, because this deck can do that on turn 3. So this wasn't even the best possible Cauldron draw, and it looks trivial from this point. So, you know, Cauldron just truly does feel in a league of its own right now, and it's kind of not particularly close.
And the Vestige doesn't do anything here because while you would be able to put something in the battlefield for free, it's just tapped anyway. So that doesn't really solve any problems here.
Yep, 100% agreed with you.
I mean, this gets you a 4/4 and a couple of life. I mean, so you go to 6.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep trying to you know, pull at some straws here, but yeah, Esper Origins, the backside, is not going to be doing anything remotely relevant as we get to start this turn with just 1 billion mana. There's Into the Flood mod to just bounce and be on our way here to not even have to waste any more time. And yeah, here we go.
But you know, as silly as this game was, I mean, with the Teamer Battle Crier, this deck actually could have done a lot on this turn.
Yeah, or you know, Llanowar on turn 1 into the Brood Wagon. Easily could have been that kind of things. Just being on the draw, I do think that hand was just too slow. You had to get pretty lucky or have your opponent keep a bad hand. And, you know, from what I saw, it was pretty much a snap keep from Raphael.
Yeah, and that's going to do it. Now just trying to figure out where the counters go, then get into the red zone and move this on to game 2.
Yeah, that will do it. Just negative 19, you know, over the course of 5 turns, attacked for 40. What are you going to do?
Just a little bit. It's a little bit of damage.
All right, how are we sideboarding here, Daquan? Anything spicy?
Well, you have some scrap shooters, right? Those are helpful. Get rid of artifacts if you need to. Can also occasionally block a flyer as necessary. You know, bounce back can also disrupt some combo situations. So there's a few things going on here, right? There's actually real tools. And then if you notice what he's sideboarding out are the things that are a bit slower, right? Getting 2 life doesn't matter that much from Esper Origins. While you do like to surveil, it's just not going to progress any game plans, right? The Vestige and the Dragon are nice, but again, you got to get to the point where you have that board and those things matter. And then you're just going for things that are a little bit faster and efficient, except for the one of Ugin that's hanging out.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Marvin has a good Llanowar. There's nothing bad that's going to happen to this sweet accelerant, and everything's going to be all fine, and Marvin's going to have a busted draw, right? Oh.
It's always Bolt the Bird, you know.
It's always Bolt the Bird. The Bolt wasn't there for the last time, but I mean, that torched the tower there. It was just a time walk. That being said, you know, Raphael's hand here is not great. We didn't pick up anything for turn 2 besides this Abrade, which won't have a target as you get to plot. Things are lining up a little bit better for our hero here, Marvin.
Yeah, Abrade actually, though, is good to disrupt the card drawing that you would get off of the Trailblazer, though.
Very true, but I don't think you can just go land go here, as that gets a little brutal if your opponent just doesn't play into the Abrade. And, you know, Marvin could just play Roaming Thrun, say go, and that'd be a little brutal. So, hey, it looks like Marvin's about to have a turn.
Yep. All right, Raphael is getting his hand set up a little bit here, though. Okay, picked up a scrap shooter, so that may get a chance to deal with the Cauldron if they don't just do it all at one time.
Yep. Okay, let's see how we want to do it here. Do we go Outcast Trailblazer into the Dragonhawk, or is it better to go into the Roaming Thrun first? That's really all we have as an option. It's just a double spell type turn here.
Yeah, there's also an interesting thing here too. If you think your opponent has removal, you may forego getting the extra card off the Trailblazer and just put your Roaming Throne on Dragon. And then just Dragon into Dragonhawk next turn.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. Looks like we might be going to draw the cards first.
Yeah, this is a decision, though. It really is on what are you hoping to draw? How does Marvin view the game state? And how much do you want to take advantage of Dragonhawk is really what this is.
It really is the tough spot here. How good is the dragon? Is the dragon completely unkillable and you can't really, you know, have anything bad happen if you play that? Like, not really. I mean, there's for sure into the Flood Maws, so it's not the catch-all be-all by any means.
All right, he put it on human and got 2 cards, but one of them was a bounce back that he still has mana for. So really well played there from Marvin, leaving that blue mana open.
Yeah, that's big game. You know, this is bounce off is a card that can bounce your own things. This is the main reason to play this instead of into the Flood Maw, as you can save your gigantic stuff, which is going to come in handy here, I would imagine.
Yeah, this gets to be really interesting now because you can disrupt the combo with the bounce off, but you can also save something if you need that extra mana later or whatever the case is on the Trailblazer.
Yep, and now we'll see what we want to do here. If we just want to play another card, play another Fear of Missing Out, or use that Abrade maybe on Marvin's turn. Those are the big options here for Raphael. And none of them are great. None of them are great from the Izzet side.
Yeah, and you can't really punch through this wall that's going on right now either. Like, Roaming Throne is still a big body.
So now I like Raphael's patience here with the Abrade because you can always respond with the card on the stack before the Outcast Trailblazer can draw a card. So, you know, if we go 5 mana, tap out for this Dragonhawk, you can then respond with the Abrade. And even if you have the bounce off to kind of prevent that, you wouldn't get to draw the card and you get tempoed out a bit. So nice attack first. This allows this to happen and gives Marvin the choice of what he would like to do here.
Yeah, I like this too, because if you did something pre-combat, you probably weren't going to get what you wanted out of the exchange.
Yeah.
This is a way to let you set up for another big turn next turn, potentially.
This was still much better than if Raphael did it on his own turn, as then you would be able to go Outcast plus Sharpshooter here, where it looks like we're 1 short, but can go Outcast plus Abrade here. Totally reasonable.
Exactly. Make a mana, get rid of the 1 threat that's on the battlefield. Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, you get 2 mana. I was like, oh, no, what have you done?
I was assuming at least one of these is going to be red, though, right?
Well, now you can play the Sharpshooter, so that might actually be more tempting. I totally forgot about the double mana here that you get from Roaming Thumb. So, yeah, you get the double card, and you get the double mana. Oh, yeah, we're cooking. Okay, this has to be Raphael's, like, big VV turn. If it's not, you know, Teamer Ferocious is going to do some ferocious things.
Yeah, that would have been my concern, is why I wanted to get rid of Tursa. It's just force you to find a creature and something to discard a VV and a Cauldron all at the same time.
Yeah. So we have the Cauldron, but no VV. But let me tell you, if it's there in the top 3 cards, we'll all have a collective sigh here. But no such luck. No VVs in the yard.
Man, Marvin just like pulled one of those bullet time matrix moves and dodged a VV. This is good.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. He's going to have to do a lot of Neo stuff here to be able to keep dodging him on his way to the championship. That's for sure.
All right, next turn also gets kind of interesting because one of the cards Marvin did pick up in that exchange was also the Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a VV in the yard already that you're going to be able to put on the Cauldron, now you'll be able to stop that from going off.
Yeah, this was the turn. I think the window is going to be pretty firmly shut after this because, well, Marvin's hand is phenomenal. Can do a plethora of things next turn, and they're all good.
Actually, if there's only that, then Dragonhawk's just a winner here.
I just assume Dragonhawk's always the winner here, right? But, you know, we just haven't seen it get to that point. Clearly, Marvin has gotten to that point plenty of times, you know, when he hasn't been on
Yeah,
camera.
it looks like
as
he's
here
doing
in
the
top
math.
8, but
So you play Dragonhawk, you'll get 4 triggers. So each of those is 2 damage. That's 8, and at least 2 creatures are going to get through here.
that's 16. I like the math. Your math is mathing.
Yep.
Yeah, you just don't touch any of those 8 cards. 8 damage there. And yeah, I'm counting 16 as well. Game number 2 here to our remaining only non-Cauldron deck. And these players are about to play 1 game for a gigantic pay jump. I believe, yeah, 7,500 jumping to 10K. So just another game of Magic for 2,500.
Yeah, just another 2,500.
Yeah, at min every step of the way. And, you know, you get even bigger stakes once you get
Yeah,
towards the
it's just
finals.
rent money and then some. you
Yeah,
know.
no kidding. No kidding. No
So
big
yeah, I don't
deal.
think we're going to see anything different sideboarded from these guys. It's going to be much the same.
Yeah, we got some bold comments here, you know, but it makes a lot of sense. We're seeing in chats, ban Dragonhawk. You know, I think it's about time we talk about that, you know?
Yeah, I think we're okay on that one.
Okay, all right. We'll let it slide this time, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that card.
Ooh, neither of these hands is real great from either player here, but Raphael could at least get into a combo type setup if he decides to discard a card there with that VV.
Yeah, I mean, I totally serviceable. I'm keeping that hand for sure up top. You know, I'm a little upset, but hey, even into the Floodmaw on a Llanowar Elf is totally reasonable. The bigger decision is, does Marvin keep a little bit of a loose goose on the draw? You have one of the most important cards. You need a Llanowar early, and you have another one of your most important cards, Ghost Vacuum. So it can of course go wrong, and I would hate to say that I think I would keep, but let me tell you, I like loose keeps here and there, but we'll see what Marvin does.
Marvin looked like he was I don't know,
wants
really thinking. Yeah.
He wants to.
When we're online, we call this the risk it for the biscuit play.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be fair to him, this is one of those rare times where you have a mana accelerant, you have 2 cards that can disrupt combos depending on what their setup is.
Yeah.
So it's not truly that loose of a keep, but you would need to minimum draw 2 more lands to feel safe.
Yeah, you had 2 looks at it, but hey, there was a risk that you just did not get to play Magic. So I think this is a very safe play. I would respect either the keep or the mulligan here. But you know, wow, putting back the big creature here and leaving kind of the more fluff, I would say, of the deck and putting the meat potatoes on the bottom is a little strange. But once again, no one knows this deck in the world better than Marvin. I think we can confidently say that. But whenever you draw that land, you're like, yeah, I really wish I put a land on the bottom.
Oh, I actually really like playing the starting town there. Well,
Oh,
I guess
wow. Are these 3 Verges? Okay, sorry, I missed that mana base. You just see the blue and the red, and you're just thinking, yeah, all right, one of them's bound to cast mana. So, hey, this was a much closer keep from Raphael, as this is a triple mountain hand.
Yeah,
Raphael might not play Magic either.
This is kind of why I like playing the starting town on one, just because, well, really for 2 reasons. One, if something does happen to your elf and you drew all these other lands, you're still able to play stuff like a Braid. But additionally, if your elf lived and you were to top deck a Teamer Battlecrier, you'd still be able to cast it.
Yeah. Okay, that's a relative another brick. And wow, does this Spectral Denial can be online, but the land's already there. This is kind of bait here, and it's going to work. I mean, it's too tempting. I get it. That was a really nice play by Raphael. It was very, very minor, but playing the land post-combat, you know, it kind of says, please counter it. And when you have another one, you're fine with that.
That's what it feels like. I would have still done it too. I mean, I'm a sucker,
same.
but
Same. I would have fell for it for sure, 1,000%.
All right.
Oh, and there it
Marvin's
is.
Yep. Now everything's online. There's some blue mana, and here comes Winter Night Stories.
And there goes Vivi.
All right. Yeah, this is tough spot here for Marvin because it's tempting to try to World Wagon or whatever, but I mean, I guess you could still play the Trailblazer, play the World Wagon, and still have a Braid up.
I love it. I think you have to. You know, your opponent just discarded. Oh no, your opponent just discarded Vivi. Your opponent can do the Vivi things, and now the door is open. I don't know.
Oh.
If your opponent kept a hand that they were clearly missing color, what else is in their hand besides the goods? So I don't love that play by Marvin. This could end in a disaster.
Yeah, this could be it, y'all.
This really could be. I mean, now you Tursa, and if there's an untapped land, I think we have an all Is It Cauldron top 4.
Yeah, we're off to the races. I would have taken the chance and just left up the Abrade.
Same. Make them have it. And like, it was either that or don't play anything and leave open Abrade. You know, I just think you had to go for it here.
Yeah, also tough for Marvin that in all 3 of these, I don't even think he even drew a Battle Crier.
Yeah, no kidding. That's kind of the
Not
namesake
even in the
card.
mulligans. Like in his opening hands, he didn't have any.
Yeah, that's kind of the namesake card here for sure. So, wow, what is Raphael pondering here? It seemed like a Windmill Slam, Tursa, and Hope type plan, but maybe that's not the case.
I'm a sicko. I'm ripping.
Oh, man. I'm shocked by this.
And, you know, there's possibility he just doesn't feel safe for some reason, you know, whatever the card is. But...
Okay, what does this do? What can we cook with this? Nothing too crazy, huh?
Sadly, this just gets you a lot of cards, potentially.
Well, that's good.
You know, I say that I guess you could make a copy safely if you don't want to get caught without a braid up.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, if you Devastating Onslaught at one of your permanents, you can just, of course, respond with this into the Flood Maw.
Exactly.
And we're in a lot of trouble there, so that could have been the worst possible draw for Marvin if he does indeed decide to go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm more interested in attacking with the World Wagon here.
Yeah, I'm in for this too. At least attack first and then see what happens. If something gets bounced, great. Then you can pop off, do your onslaught thing. Just let that 1 mana go and accept that, you know, you're just gonna have to live with that.
This is also interesting if you're not sure they have a Cauldron or not. Like you could attempt to kill Vivi in response if people to try to bounce something.
Yep.
So like
yep.
that's an option.
Yeah, I think all I'm always trying to do, you know, from pretty much every standpoint playing against this Izzet deck is just minimizing these busted turns. So I would be taking every measure I can as Marvin to just prevent that plan.
All right, here comes Tursa.
All right, so Tursa's gonna discard some cards, and you can then respond to the Agatha Soul Cauldron on a Vivi, but there's another Vivi. But that being said, there is only one Cauldron, so abrading the Cauldron here to me looks like something you should and must do right now.
Yeah, this is the spot you've been waiting for, I would imagine.
Right now.
I mean, we haven't used this Abrade the rest of the way. I assume this is now, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's either that or you're trying to interact with Tursa here. You just can't do that. You gotta do this. And hey, this is great here for Marvin. At least this Devastating Onslaught might be able to do something. You know, this Into the Flood Maw would have to be cast right now, and it would have to be cast, proactively. Oh, I guess that's not true. This is actually brutal. You get to now Obliterating Bolt this because you still get the counter on Vivi, and that's going to be kind of devastating.
Yeah, yeah.
Yikes.
If we decide, I would assume you would play it. Otherwise, you're not doing anything with your Vivi mana this turn.
Yeah, I'd play it. I would definitely play it.
All right, get in for 3, right? Or no, 6, actually.
Yeah, get in for 6.
Yeah.
Already used your mana, so that'll be the end. We need a big draw from Marvin here. Otherwise, this could be one of the last few turns with this incredibly cool Teamer Ferocious deck.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what would be the best thing you want to draw here. It might have to be another Trailblazer, actually.
I would think a Trailblazer looks really good.
That's not it.
That is not it. Do you Devastating Onslaught to get some World Wagons out here so that if you can top deck, I don't know, some ability to go wide a little bit, you can attack with multiple World Wagons? I don't even know if that's possible here.
Actually, what's sick is had it been any creature except for the dragon, it would have been good enough.
Yeah.
Because if it's 4 or less, whatever you get that's 4 power, you would be able to crew the World Wagon, then just Onslaught copy the other thing, and then you would have extra land as well from the World Wagon.
Oh yeah, I mean the fact that the tokens gain haste, I think
exactly.
I actually think the 4-2 would have just been lethal because you would get multiple 4-2s, yeah, and they would
have
get
to make at
haste.
least 2 copies. Yeah, you'd still be 1 short.
No, you'd get to make 2 copies, wouldn't you have? Because you'd go up to 5 mana, become the Trailblazer, and then you'd get 2 of them, and 1 would crew. Yeah, that would have just been lethal. So if that Obliterating Bolt wasn't there, the game was over.
Yeah, this is crazy.
But now the Into the Flood Maw is going to mess everything up.
Or, again, had he drawn a Battle Crier, because Battle Crier would also given you additional mana by making the things 1 less.
Yeah, so we just had to fit. There was multiple outs to put Marvin into the top 4 here, but as it stands, it's not looking great as that Into the Flood Maw mixed with some pressure here just might close this out.
Yeah, now that Flood Maw just makes it to where whatever you draw isn't going to be relevant with the devastating Onslaught, unfortunately.
Yep. And another World Wagon.
That's tough. That's tough.
Not gonna be enough here. So it looks like Raphael Mazza just barely snuck it out against Sultai Control here to make it to the top 8 and won this game. You know, very close here for this game 3, but kind of dominated game 1 and snuck over the top here on this final game. And looks like Marvin is just pondering, what could you have done different? You know, like a game that's so close. You were 1 card away, 1 removal spell away from advancing here to the top 4. Got a feel for Marvin, but amazing play throughout the weekend. Amazing deck. Really awesome stuff, Marvin, for bringing us this kind of cool things.
Yeah, those were just some tough draws there late. Like I said, he had a pile of creatures. There's a bunch of options he could have drawn that would have made a big difference. You know, even just having a couple of blockers actually would have even helped in a couple of spots, but just the draws didn't go his way, you know?
Yep. 100%. And, you know, we saw Marvin. Marvin started the show, drew horrifically bad. Mulligan to 5 as the first match, and then just kept drawing, you know, 4 or 5 lands in a row, and, you know, was not able to draw the card that was needed here at the very end. And looks like it's going to be it here for this really awesome deck.
Yeah, it's a shame because Devastating Onslaught's really cool.
Yeah, it is really, really cool. I have to agree.
I mean, I guess, is there a world where had he drawn, I'm just thinking like the actual Ugin as well would have exiled something and then you gain 3 life and you get another turn?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you can never say with all certainty that you're going to get extra turns against this Cauldron deck.
Oh, absolutely.
You can have no cards in hand and no battlefield, any presence at all, and, you know, 1 Tersa or 1 Winternight Stories can really just send it to the end. And we're doing our nice space GGs. And that is it.
Yep.
Raphael Mazza is heading to the top 4 with Is It Cauldron after playing some really nice Magic there, Daquan.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, not to take anything away from his opponent. Like, still played very well in those conditions. You know, so, you know, sometimes one person does get some bad draws, but you still got to give credit where it's due that the other person played around everything they needed to be able to get that win.
Yep, absolutely. Had to go aggressive when you needed to go aggressive, and held back when you were, you know, ready and you had enough of a battle presence on the battlefield to be able to react to what your opponent did. So big congratulations. That's our first person into the top 4. We're going to take ourselves a short break. Then we're going to keep sculpting our semifinals. So don't go anywhere.
Well, it's that time of the year again, folks. Standard has officially rotated. Over the last few weeks, we've said goodbye to some beloved sets, such as Dominaria United and Phyrexia All Will Be One, with staples the likes of Atraxa, Laneline Binding, and Go for the Throat leaving the format. And while we're sad to see them go, it means that Standard has been blown wide open with brand new cards and strategies. But don't take our word for it, because we've asked some of our competitors what they think about this new Standard format, and here's what they had to say.
This is the first major event 2 weeks after rotation. That comes a month after a huge shakeup with the BNR. You really don't know exactly what you're getting into.
I was definitely nervous knowing that I was going to need to learn an entire new format effectively.
ローテーションはなかった方が僕より有利でしたね。得意や黒いデッキが得意なんですけど、ブラックデッキが得意なんですけど、それがことごとく勝てなかったので。
Removal got worse, like sorcerer speed, and
it's just exciting. I feel like we get to sink our teeth into a brand new format that has some of, a lot of decks that are kind of surviving rotation and still pretty solid, but then definitely some new exciting cards to play with, and maybe some even entirely new archetypes as well. So I love that this event is happening right after a new set and rotation.
アドラクサ、偉大なる統一者アドラクサ。
I really love Fairy Mastermind as a card because it was very, very crucial in my best finish to date, which was top 8 at Worlds 2023.
シェオルドレッド。
Shieldred takes up such a kind of ubiquitous role, and losing that means that there's maybe some more variety.
Shieldred used to be kind of an annoying card, but I think even now this meta would be quite healthy to have Shieldred around actually. So it's a pretty good card against the Cauldron deck. So yeah, I think it might have had a bit of a redemption arc if it was still around, bro.
Well, it looks like our players are in for quite a wild ride here at Arena Championship 9. If you want to see how they've adapted to rotation, be sure to catch their games all weekend long right here.
All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of Arena Championship 9. Corey Baumeister, Daquan Watson. We are going to be entering a new world where, yes, we have to accept it. It is VV from here on out, y'all. And, while that is slightly unfortunate, the one thing that is not unfortunate is we still have a ton of money to play for. We have a ton of World Championship spots to play for as well. So time to still buckle in, accept that reality, and get ready to watch some really nice high-level Magic to play.
Yeah, I expect the games are at least going to be well played, interesting, some back and forth. We've seen that throughout the weekend. For as much as you may not like dealing with Cauldron, at least we're getting to see some good interactive Magic out of it.
And it's always fun to, see these players, get to the top 4 at the end of this round, get a little bit closer, and then that top 4 match of seeing these players just have that realizing moment like, oh my God, I'm going to the World Championship. There's nothing better than seeing that pure elation on a player's face. So let's try to check out for some, try to find some elation between these two players as we're going to enter our next top 8, our quarterfinal match, and see who our players are vying for one of those spots. All right, we got Kohi on the left and we got Joan on the right, and we're going to be playing this Is It Cauldron Mirror here. Both players played a ton of games, so let's just dive on into it and see what we're doing here. The one thing I really want to bring some attention to is Kohi took out Vivi's in the last VV mirror match, in the last Cauldron mirror match. So I'll be very interested to see if Kohi does that again, and if that plan kind of works, Daquan, because hey, that's the biggest difference that we've seen in any of these decks so far, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think if you're going to be trying to play this deck, there is a lot to be studied from this tournament because we've seen a lot of different sideboard strategies, and honestly, all of them might be relevant, right? Depending on the individual build, depending on the player, and even what your matchup is, or if you're on the player of the draw. So there's a lot happening with those decisions.
Yep, totally agree with you. All right, so looking at these hands, pretty solid here on the bottom and really nice up top here. Double Fear of Missing Out plus Tursa looks great.
Yeah, I was about to say these hands are one's very aggressive and one's going to be very defensive, but no, it's actually we also picked up a second fear of missing out for Esquardo as well. So
yeah, no interaction as far as the eye can see. And I also, for Joanne, that was a very interesting play here, just not playing the Thundering Falls. You know, that's like whenever you have the ability to get that Thundering Falls, you know, into play without stymieing your draw, I always just try to do that immediately, but we did not go for that, it would seem.
yeah, and maybe he was trying to represent a certain card there instead of just being tapped out. I'm not totally sure.
And look at Koei's play there, playing the Mako instead of the fear of missing out, just leaning on the side of caution here by trying to get the most value possible with the Mako instead of being mana efficient there. So that is a nice thing to look at as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's more of wanting to keep the cards in his hand or just saying, hey, I get to attack with 2 3/3s and the best you can have is a 2/3.
Yep.
Right? There's a lot of implications there for making that play.
Yep, absolutely. And we are joining this match here, game number 2, Joanne with the win. So we see cards like Spell Pierces and stuff like that ready to go and in the deck. And yeah, the main thing is I want to know if Kohei took out the VVs. Maybe we can get word from our production team to get a little insider info on that and see if that is still the plan.
Yeah, so now this is a little bit of a choice here, saying, okay, we're just going to go prosthetic memory, don't have much else happening, but at least I get a sizable body that I can at least put some of this off if I have to.
Yep. Oh no, Kohei only took out 1 VV. Didn't go with the full plan here of taking them all out. So very interesting to make that choice. But to be fair, when Kohei took out all the VVs, he was on the draw. So maybe that is the plan. On the play, you still keep that kind of plan going, and on the draw, you just go max defensive and just try to react to what your opponent does.
All right, so we do have to call attention to the fact that Esquardo's already down to 9, right? Like, and at some point, he's gonna have to deal with this Mako or at least start blocking it.
Yeah, 100%. Could try to do some shenanigans here where you try to get to Delirium. There's a land in the yard. You could go Winter Night Stories, discard just a fear of missing out, and you're already delirious. That is an attack for 6, then 9. That is an attack for 15.
Yeah, that's a good retaliatory attack here. You get an extra counter. Yeah, why not?
I'm wondering if that would have been basically lethal if you were to play Winter Night Stories and FOMO, as you get 4, then 4 added on there. 12, 13, 14, 15. No, probably still would have been a little short, but yeah, it was close to knocking on the door for lethal with just a fear of missing out and prosthetic memory, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, and being able to take away the opposing Winter Night Stories is also big here.
Yes.
Just keeping options down, you know, trying to at least keep parity is actually pretty huge, especially when you know you've got a fistful of them ready to go off next turn.
And nice play from Joanne, putting a counter on each fear of missing out, just getting out of a braid and towards the tower range. Might need both of those blockers here, so really heads up play.
Yeah, and that's actually 8 power worth of blockers, so a real choice there was made.
Yeah. All right, so we have 2 to Delirium, so no real way of playing FOMO, discarding one of the cards and getting Delirium in any way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, is there a way you could just get them just big enough that you could punch through with 2 attacks, but it doesn't look to be the case.
Yeah, and no attacks from FOMO, of course, as they came into play, but you never know with Draconautics if you get some haste and that kind of shenanigans. So just an attack for 7. You know, this is one of those spots where I think if I'm Joanne, I am just looking to cast Winter Night Stories, discard FOMO, and try to do that 3 combat thing and maybe decimate the battlefield of your opponents here. I think chumping is playing to not lose instead of playing to win this game, but, you know, 7 damage is a lot as well.
There is the concern, though, that if you don't finish the opponent, you die to 2 VV triggers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That is definitely true. But hey, maybe Joanne watched the previous matches and saw that they were decided out And
Yeah.
yeah, you don't have VVs. So just Winter Night Stories plus the land and discarding FOMO here is Delirium.
Yes. And
But
that's 6 counters? 4 counters.
Okay, doing this will not yield Delirium. Yeah, it would be up to 4 counters each combat. You're going to get 3 combats. But as much as that sounds and as powerful as that sounds, I do not think it is enough for lethal this turn. So
I don't think so either.
discarding a null plus Prof's Identic Memory is also Delirium here, which this allows Joanne to be able to go play Fear of Missing Out as well and at least have a blocker. And remember, when you attack with these Fear of Missing Outs, when you untap them, you don't have to take that last combat. It can just be pseudo vigilance.
There is also the other option of just waiting, I guess, post combats. Well, it wouldn't really do much. You need a VV in hand for that to matter.
Yeah, and maybe that's all we're trying to dig for here. If we Winter Night Stories, there is one plan, and it is find VV, win the game, or don't find VV, and maybe just lose the game immediately.
Yeah, I get it. Trying to go for VV there. You get to put a lot of counters on a card. If you got it, you would have had, 8 mana available to you. So,
okay.
Reasonable. Actually, more than that. It would have been 9 mana. There you go.
So this is nice. You get to put this many counters. One of the Fear of Missing Out can't really get eaten. So, more than likely we're just going to take 9 here. Then the next FOMO can attack and tap the other one. Attack for another 9.
Little silly, but hey, it works.
Yeah. I mean, it's a free attack here to attack with FOMO. So you are priced into doing the same thing you just did, as one of them's going to be untapped anyways. So, might as well do what you just did there.
Yeah, the problem is, though, where do you go after this?
Agreed. I have not, looked too much into what are we doing after that. Because now you can attack again, and you're just chump blocking with a FOMO.
Yep, and both players are at 2, but yeah, just going on to game 3 here.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there was any way for Joanne to, play that other way where you leave a FOMO back, still get some attacks in. I like going for VV there, actually. I think that is the only way you win that game.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. Just dig as many cards as you can, see if you can hit it. If you do, it's going to be game over, right? You just have access to too much mana, and you still had access to another Winter Night Story. So it would have been really hard to not get the job done from there.
There it is. Kohei taking out 4 VVs. And what the heck? Joanne's taking out 2 VVs as well. There's only 2 VVs left in the deck.
Well, I have a feeling that VV may not play a big role in this third game.
Yeah, no kidding. Normally, if you say that going into a VV Cauldron match, would be like, Daquan, that's not it for commentary. It's gonna do something as it's the main card in the deck. But wow, these players really trying to be reactive to each other is really telling.
Yeah, which makes me wonder, like, if they're both trying to either be more aggressive or just accepting that each side is bringing in more counters, more removal, that the game's going to go longer.
Yeah. God, I really like it from Kohei. Trim on the play, sure, but on the draw, just try to play this Prof's Identic Memory, make your creatures big and kill everything and counter everything that's important on the other side. I think this is really big brain stuff. So even though, the rest of the field, maybe one deck, you do get these really cool intricacies of how these players play it and how they approach the mirror match. So still some nice stuff going on here.
Yeah, notice how neither player is attempting to even play a card here, saying, I know you've got spell counters, I know you've got annuls, and they're like, so it's just, all right, let's see if we can get more mana, maybe try to 2-spell at somewhere along the way.
Yeah, and it is always those 3 drops that you're kind of pretty safe to play, but then you leave the shields down, so I wouldn't be horrifically shocked if Joanne goes Tursa next turn with a null backup.
Yeah. Also interesting here, we're not really, this like, Kohei's not really even considering the starting town.
Yeah, that is, I mean, it makes sense when you have another canal, no matter what, one of them is going to be tapped.
That's fair.
Yeah, that does make sense. I didn't see it on the off part of the screen there, but there's a null to deal with Profs. And, Profs, I think low-key is the card when it comes to those post-board games. So Tursa looks good here, though.
Yeah, especially if both players are deciding, we're not on the VV plan, then it's all about the extra cards and the counters.
Yeah.
All right, here comes a Tursa, and not sure what we're going to be doing. I mean, a land for sure, but not sure if we're going to hold on to the other cards or not. Maybe here the question is, well, if I don't do this, can I stop them from even doing anything big? But it doesn't look like it.
I think you're priced into making this play. Otherwise, you just go Cauldron, go, and that still plays into a null, and then you can play nothing else. So, well, it doesn't look great there by any means. I think that play was pretty needed.
Yeah, that's a little tough there, too. Just picking up another land and a Cauldron.
Yeah. And a not-so-great land as well.
Yeah,
Not
just 2
too
lands on
much
the
you
other
can
side.
do.
So, actually, okay, here we go.
All right, I would love to see the kind of bait card of Agatha Soul Cauldron to start here. Now that does still play into Spell Pierce if you do it the other way, so I understand this mode as well. And yeah, Roaring Furnace here looks pretty solid as you can't annul the Steamy Sauna next turn if that happens, so that could be a big game.
All right, so Kohei's also picked up a Cauldron, so we're going to have 3 Cauldrons in hands here for a second.
But there's no VVs in the deck, so they're just hanging out.
Right, got another land, and you have a Tursa, so there's some action that could happen here, but we're going with the Soul Cauldron.
Soul Cauldron here, but if I've ever seen a turn where you click on that room to unlock the other half, it would be now. Of course, it doesn't look amazing by any means, but it is solid. All right, with the Abrade, it's pretty tempting to Abrade the Cauldron and eat something for Tursa as long as there's another creature and attack through. But yeah, Steamy Sauna is the plan, and start drawing 2 cards a turn. It's a little awkward that you get it at your end step instead of your upkeep, but this effect is still extremely powerful.
Man, I don't know if you saw, but Esquardo just did the supervillain thing. He opened the room and started rubbing his hands together.
Yes, excellent.
Getting some
the
cards.
sauna's
All right.
open.
Yep.
I did notice that. I like it.
All right, we're going to discard some of these lands with Tursa to draw a land and a Fear of Missing Out, actually. So Sanctuary and Missing Out. These could both be relevant, actually.
Yep. So if there's an instant in the yard, ooh, heads up. Attack there first. If there wasn't an instant, you could consider discarding this Barrage, if that unlocks Delirium, get that double attack, but being able to get that land for free off Tursa, discard a land here was pretty nice.
Yep, says you're going to hold on to the Barrage to sadly just draw an island.
Okay, that's pretty big game as well.
Yeah, a little bit of value here from the Prophetic Memory. Get you a card and a counter. And an
Okay.
Abrade. All right.
Now you have double Abrade. Oh no. If he had perfect information that this Cauldron would be maybe not as great, because this Broadside Barrage can kill the 5/5. It can get up to a 5. But the 2 Abrades on FOMO and Tursa could be decent. But man, I think there's a world here where Kohei wins the game next turn.
Yeah, very likely. And Kohei doesn't know that there's no counters in hand. It's just a Braids and another Cauldron.
Yeah, like right now you're pretty forced into trying to Abrade a FOMO, but I'm sure if you Abrade the FOMO, the enchantment in the yard could easily unlock Delirium, and man, another Broadside Barrage.
Yeah, now Kohei doesn't have to care because you have 2 Barrages.
It all just depends what we need to complete Delirium. I didn't keep exact. There we go. Thank you. Okay, the instant's already there. So Delirium does not have a direct path here. So hey, this game is not over. If we get Delirious, this game is over though.
Yeah, because it's only going to be 8. You could make it 9, I guess.
Kind of, but there's a Soul Cauldron, so you kind of can't.
Exactly.
But killing the Tursa here and attacking, even if it's just for 8 and you have 3 creatures, that's perfectly fine. But do we hit a card that meets the bill for unlocking Delirium here?
Well, you'd have to Yeah, I guess you'd still discard a land. Yeah. You'd have to find. I'm trying to figure out. There's no way to discard anything here.
Well, you draw a discard, so it's a
Well,
loot.
sure. But
Yeah.
it's another instant.
Mhm. But with the Soul Cauldron anyways, on Joanne's side, you would be able to kind of prevent Delirium as well. No creatures to eat, so we'll have to settle, air quotes, on just this 8 power here. Maybe 9 now if this is getting tapped.
Yeah, so now we're playing the game of do you respond to the other person's Soul Cauldron?
Yeah, I don't think you can respond to this Tursa. Like, there's so many lands. More than likely, Kohei is gonna get a land. I mean, you can't Cauldron everything.
Yep. All right, here goes in a braid.
I mean, you can't hit I guess you can hit a creature, as you can respond with your own Cauldron.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a crazy game of chicken with the cauldrons where nobody wants to tap one.
Yep. Well, we are definitely going to need a way to deal with the 3/4 FOMO to have a chance here. So something like a barrage. Okay, that is exactly that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need.
Yeah, you really do, because now you can abrade the Tursa, and then the Soulstone Sanctuary gets 1 counter. Joanne's at effective 1 now, but hey, 1's not 0.
That's what they tell me. It still checks out.
Yeah, going to be at an effective 1, and also a FOMO is going to be back in Kohei's hand. So, I mean, it's not good, but it looks like we can survive. And every turn you survive, you get a little bit more steamy draws here from the Sana.
That is true. I mean, it's rare that this deck actually gets the Sana cracked open, but it is paying dividends right now.
Yeah, I like that card too. I play a good amount of them. They're a lot worse when everyone's playing Annuls, so maybe it's not the best card to play in the new metagame, which I think we'll see an uptick in this Is-It strategy, but...
All right, committing to trying removing the fear of missing out here.
Proactively. This feels like bait to me, and it absolutely is.
Now, let's see if Kohei sees through this and puts the counter on his fear of missing out.
Yeah, well, or you just let this happen, and you're like, sure, no problem. And then you go, you just always wait for Joanne to blink first. I think this is a big punt. Because if you tap this first, there's one other creature in Joanne's graveyard, I believe, which is another Tursa. So if you just don't care about that FOMO... I think that would have been better for Kohei. But as it stands now, whatever you put the counter on, you're either going to aim the braid at Tursa, or you're going to into the Floodmaw the other one. So this was bait, and, air quotes, Kohei fell for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot you can do there. You might as well try to pump your creature, I guess.
Well... basically what I was saying is just you leave that Cauldron untapped forever from Kohei's side, and then that Abrade can never be cast on Tursa. And if the Abrade can never be cast, then you're attacking with 2 3/3s, and your opponent dies.
Yeah, that is true. All right, there goes an Annul. And now everything's clear, and the Sana draws another Props Eidetic Memory. Ah, but here's Rao.
Okay. Raw's pretty good.
Yeah, Kohei says, whatever. I'm just attacking. Like,
yeah.
Ral or not, here we go.
No choice here. This is a forced play on the FOMO. If you hit the other one, you're dead. But this also means that Kohei gets to just post-combat play a FOMO if you want to discard the Barrage or the Rawl. They're both good cards, so, not discarding... there's some merit to that as well, but getting another body in play, that's another lethal threat. Makes a lot of sense. And, if there's any card that can get you out of it, it's the Riddler here drawing a couple cards like this.
Yeah, Riddler gets to draw 2 cards here.
Yeah.
But I think the question is, do you want to warp it or just cast it?
Or just cast it. Yeah, that is tough. If you just cast it, you need to find something in those 2 cards. If not, you can do something like, you know, play a land. If you draw that, Prof's Eidetic Memory number 2, draw 2 more cards, and, you know, then you have more options. So there is a case to be made for both sides of this card. And we haven't seen a lot of Quantum Riddlers on the broadcast. I think this card's great.
Oh yeah, it's a real fun card. And you're finding a few lists here or there that are just starting to explore the space with it.
Yeah, I think it's great.
All right, Riddler's just being hardcast for 2 cards. One is an annul, one is a Winter Night Stories.
I think that's GG.
Yep, neither of those is going to get us where we want to go.
And of course, everything is in hindsight. You know, you can't really say, oh, you should have done the warp, you should have done this, because, well, if you top decked a Braid or whatever, this would have been a great play. You get to a Braid FOMO, but as it stands, if you warp this, then you get to Winter Night Stories, and, you know, you get to at least dig a little deeper. Maybe if you found Vivi, the warped Riddler would still have the power, and then you go crazy. So if, we'll probably never know, but if Vivi was within 3 cards down, I think Joanne could have probably won this game. And if not, I think it's over right now.
Yeah, to be fair, he was also looking for very few outs, right? Like, you really kind of need a end of the Flood Maw because you still have the untapped Cauldron. So it's a tough spot.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you only have 2 VVs left in the deck, you're drawing a little thinner to that card, so the body could be much more relevant. And I get the thought, because if you warp it, you need to find 2 answers. If you play it, you need to find 1, but you have less mana to find that 1. So that is the trade-off. But hey, you know, right now, Kohei does have to still send them in, because if the removal spell was there, you know, all of a sudden you get to eat a creature and kill a creature. And that could be
I like this here. Saying, all right, I'm going to discard. We're going to do this now.
Wow, what a draw to really let Kohei just sleep easy at night as you have the Abrade to finish the creature off. So now Joanne would need 2 removal spells to be able to not die this second. So this is going to be Kohei Kikuchi taking it down and advancing to the top 4, it looks like, Taquan.
Yeah, that's an interesting play too, because if you don't find something else to finish off the creature, you could have just played Prof's Eidetic Memory, set up to put counters on something, and then force your opponent to act before you do there. So kind of interesting play either way.
Yeah, these post-board games do get really, really spicy. And, you know, I think it's really awesome to see Kohei Kikuchi into the top 4 with that strategy of taking out, well, the card that everyone says is by far the best. And I mean, of course, it is phenomenal in this deck. Vivi went to the sideboard for all 4 copies for this game.
There were 6 copies sided out between the 2 of them.
Yeah. Really, really wild. No Vivi, no problem. Abrade takes down Quantum Riddler and sends another player here to the top 4.
It's like, fine, what if I make it bigger? Then what?
Yeah, you can do that. You sure can do that. But then you get to eat it in response, and nothing matters.
All right.
And that is GG. Kohei Kikuchi takes it down, advances to the top 4 with that plan of no VVs on the draw. Really spicy, Daquan.
Yeah, really masterfully played too. I mean, there was a lot of little spots in there where he was managing his cards, getting the discards just to make sure he could fuel everything. Never really got over eager with the Cauldron, right?
Yeah.
Like, so while it didn't look like a lot was happening, there were a lot of little micro decisions from both sides that made a big difference there.
It really is. One little minor step could lead to just snowballing out of control. It's a little less, you know, apt to happen when you don't have a lot of VVs in the deck like those players didn't for that last game. But still, you know, if it's a VV deck or if it's playing out more like that Is It Prowess deck in the post-board games, that's the power of this Cauldron deck. You can be both. You can be a control deck. You can be this all-in aggressive deck, and then you have that combo finish at all times, which just makes for a dynamic standard deck. And we're witnessing it on display here. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break, but on the other side, more high-stakes magic here at Arena Championship 9.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. It's so great to have all of you here watching. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you're tuning in all over the world. We are in the top 16 of our competition, and we are going to be working our way through the rest of our quarterfinals here. And to help me do just that, Arya, Kramchandani, and Hayu. Welcome back, ladies. How you doing? Did you get to watch any of the magic the previous round there, Hayu? Any cool standout moments for you?
Yeah, I loved the way that Kohei sided out all the BBs.
Yeah, right?
It is amazing. Like, maybe BB's a liability in the mirror, you know?
Maybe. I mean, it does paint a big target on itself as soon as it hits the board, right? I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Arya?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Like once I saw someone like actually take all of them out rather than just a few, it all clicked for me. Because every single time we've seen both spot games, there's Into the Floodmaws, there's a Braids, there's opposing Cauldrons. So it's just actually impossible to get value off of VV. It's really, really difficult. And at that point, it's like not really worth the card. We've seen the other thing is that the main thing VV provides access to is mana, and that's not what the mirrors are about. The mirrors are about card advantage post board because you just run out of cards, particularly with your the Winter Night Stories getting exiled by opposing Agatha's so-called interaction. We've seen the mirrors post board. People like play kind of grindier, play to a long game with of course the ability to like still have this aggro pressure plan to make your opponents blink. And when the thing you're bottlenecked on is cards, VV, which provides a lot of mana, but actually like 0 cards, makes sense as something you're not valuing super highly. Plus, like if your opponent leaves them in, maybe you could still do it. Maybe that's a way to spend all the cards you're drawing from the extra card advantage spells you get to keep in.
Well, more cards, good. Mana's great and all, but if you can't do anything with it, imagine if mana burn was still a thing. Anyway, let's get back to the bracket here and take a look at what has happened thus far already as we work our way towards our semifinals. This is where things stand at the moment, and we've seen a couple of our players make it through already, and we have Is It Cauldron all the way. So it's really going to be all about the tiny micro decisions, you know, how many VVs stay in, how many come out, what removal spells are you bringing, thinking your opponents might be taking out all the VVs, that sort of thing. So this is what we have to look forward to, and down at the bottom of our bracket there, we have Davor Dechechnik and Daniel Getchell. That is going to be our feature match here, and I'm a little biased in this one because go Canada, you know. I mean, Hayu, I hope you're rooting.
Go Canada.
Yeah, go Canada for me here too. Even though Davor is probably the much more popular player here, being a pretty well-known streamer as well. Both players, as we mentioned on Is It Cauldron. Let's take a look at Daniel Getchell's stats here. Started playing in 2013, and he had some pretty candid answers about decks that didn't test well, the decks without free mana. Yes, free mana is in fact very good. So let's take a look here at Daniel's version of Is It Cauldron. Any big standouts here? I wanted to ask actually, Arya, about the rooms. To room or not to room? That is the question.
Yeah, so the room I think is kind of filling the same slot we've seen like Quantum Riddler fill in a bunch of these decks, where it's sort of a late game card advantage engine. Daniel's list a little more respectful to more creature-based strategies, so the room's a pretty good option for if you want your card advantage spell to also be able to interact with your opponent's board, if you just want critical mass of early interaction for your opponents. A little more awkward in the mirror, which we're about to see, where not interaction that is sorcery speed is much clunkier than instant speed interaction, with Broth's Eidetic Memory growing things really quickly, and Agatha's Soul Cauldron Game 1 particularly like dictating the match a lot. So a concession maybe to more creature-based decks than we are seeing here. But I mean, still a powerful card as a card advantage source in the late game.
Absolutely. And his opponent is going to be Davor Dechechnik from Slovenia, popular streamer, as I mentioned, played so many games of Magic, has also been playing since 2003, and his qualification memory was hitting #1 on the ladder in the same draft format, and he qualified playing Ether Drift Sealed. So let's take a look now at Davor's version of the deck. He also had a bold prediction that Annul is going to be the breakout card of the format. What do you think about that, Hayu?
Well, I mean, and Null has been really, really strong out of the sideboard. I think we've even seen some of the players this weekend main deck this card. Not only are you hitting the cauldrons, but actually in the mirror, being able to hit Prosthetic Memory and Fear of Missing Out really puts a stop to that aggro game plan that we've seen be so successful for these players.
All right, so those are the decks, those are the players. These are your lovely casters for this round. Hayu and Arya, have fun and take it away.
All right, well, it's more top 8 Magic here at the Arena Championships. We have Daniel Gertschel up against Davor Nick. And I think we're just going to get our feed fixed up for all of you so that we have their decks side by side. As much as we miss our team of Ferocious player, it is out of the tournament. So we'll just get that fixed up for you in a minute. Or we'll just go down to the action and have all of the nice cards here. So this opening hand, Arya, for Davor, what do you think?
I'm not excited by it. But I think it's pretty likely a maul, but it's close because hardcasting VD is pretty good game one. There's not that much interaction for it. I think you really want one of your more explosive pieces, though. You really want Soul Cauldron or Profs or a Mako, something that lets you sort of like get going out of the gate.
How about this though? How about the triple 1-drop 1-lander? We saw a very similar hand to this succeed yesterday, and I'm honestly kind of thinking I have 2 Makos, like what could go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I've blocked many a warrior in my life. I'm definitely keeping this hand on 6 on the draw. Double Mako is really nice. We've talked about how putting your opponent under a bunch of pressure early forces your opponent to sort of like sort of lets you break serve, forces your opponent to blink, and kind of leave you priorities to do more powerful card advantage and mana generation stuff. So yeah, double Mako, pretty nice. I mean, obviously you'd rather not have a 1-lander, but as far as 1-landers go, a pretty nice thing to have.
Yeah, and it is going to be the keep for Davor. Double Mako, Torch Tower, Fear of Missing Out. By the way, Daniel Gertschel just straight up has it. Just straight up has FOMO Soul Cauldron BB.
I mean, that's certainly a pretty good start. There's not much to spend the mana on, though. I want to take a minute to point out the card that got bottomed, the Draconautics Engineer, which we've talked about a bunch this weekend is a really powerful option for these Cauldron decks. But the issue with Engineer is that it's really awkward in the mirror. You can't really have it discarded. You can't give your opponent access to it because it's so powerful to have under Cauldron. And so while Daniel's deck might have like the rooms which are maybe less powerful than something like Quantum Riddler as a piece of as like in those flex slots for the mirror, certainly better than Engineer, which borders on actively awkward in the mirror, and I think leaves Daniel like solidly ahead in the mirror in game one.
All right, well, let's see how it plays out here. Daniel finds a Prosthetic Memory, but with no opposing Cauldron to worry about, it's time to just go for it. Put VV in the bin, put the counter on, and Fear of Missing Out is going to be able to make a ton of mana here, and Daniel does have ways to find more cards in 2 copies of Prosthetic Memory.
Yeah, I mean, I believe there's mana to cost both copies of Profs as well. This is going to be a really large FOMO.
Yeah, that is true. Here's the first one being cast, and then there's still an untapped land to play, so the second one gets cast too. Double into the Floodmoor, some nice protection, and yeah, that is a giant FOMO. Davor would love to see a Floodmoor of his own, just by his basic island, which, I mean, he did need mana.
Yeah, and I mean, we do see the combo here of Winter Night Stories and Prosthetic Memory with Mako. So, like, putting these 3 cards together, this Mako is going to grow to be a 7/7 this turn. So that's nothing to scoff at. Of course, we know about the Into the Floodmoors, but there is a good deal of pressure being applied by Davor here. It's just a little awkward that lines up into the Floodmoors in Daniel's hand. Like, what Daniel's lacking right now is card advantage, and unfortunately, what Davor's hand right now is good at doing is pushing Daniel to need the ability to interact and race, which is the only thing that Daniel's hand can do at the moment.
So let's see how it plays out, because it really feels like it could still go either way here. Fear of Missing Out to begin with for Devor. Get rid of this Torch the Tower, perhaps? Oh, get rid of Maka. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're really, really hoping to draw. Well,
Oh,
that.
exactly that. Exactly that is the answer. No need to do it right now.
Yeah,
You can see how nervous Daniel is. Just he knows exactly what you said, right? He has one plan in this game right now, and he just really has to hope that Devil has nothing.
Yeah, the question here to me is whether in Diverse spot you into the Floodmaw, the Agatha Soul Cauldron, or the Fear of Missing Out. The advantage of going for the Soul Cauldron is it means there's no mana generation, but there's also not a large attacker. So in the world in which Daniel has a bunch of a bunch more pressure, you kind of get punished if you go for the Cauldron, and the world where Daniel has a bunch of card advantage, you kind of get punished if you go for the FOMO.
Can we talk about this cheeky little attack? I mean, it's obviously like representing, but it's just, I love it. I love it when players spot the opportunity and say, I'm just actually going to sneak in another 4 points of damage, because that can be very relevant later on.
Yeah, it definitely adds up here. And I mean, if there's a block, you'd love to be able to dodge that FOMO rather than having to bounce it.
Right. Second VV. I mean, that's infinite mana.
Yeah, not that I think that's what it's going to come down to at this point.
Right.
It's really about whether
matter.
there's a card advantage source or not.
Well, Daniel does get another look at it with FOMO. Do you pitch Vivi here? I guess you can, since you still have the Cauldron advantage.
The thing about pitching a land is it lets you play another VV.
Right.
Like you can put counters on the FOMO, put a counter on the FOMO, and then add 3 mana, play a VV, put a counter on the VV.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, and then you potentially, if you play the land, have double into the Floodmaw up, which would be nice.
Yeah, and we're kind of back in the same spot we were a turn ago, where there's a bunch of pressure from Devor, but there's not really answers, and we're one into the Floodmaw down, so kind of an awkward spot.
Devor does have the Winter Night stories, though. That is a huge advantage when your opponent doesn't have one.
Yeah, the stories is really nice here, but it's back to hoping that Daniel can't find gas. Because if Winter Night Stories gets cast here, it's getting exiled by Cauldron, so it's not getting flashed back, and it's taking most of Devor's turn. And there's still no mana generation to be seen.
What's Daniel thinking about here? Is it to play the second island or not?
It's either whether to play 1 copy of Into the Floodmaw, main phase, using the VV mana, or to play the second island.
I understand. Okay, well, it is going to be 1 copy main phase. Delirium is at 3 for fear of missing out. Devor draws the second VV, which is not helpful.
Yeah, and I think in this spot, if Daniel gets Delirium, it's pretty much over. Most of the cards that get Daniel to Delirium also draw at least 1 card, and that plus FOMO is almost certainly just going to end the game very quickly. So it's just, can he find a piece of card advantage, and how long is it going to take?
Well, it's Devor who's exercising the card advantage here with Winter Night Stories. Looking at discarding a creature card, although it is annoying when you don't have a Cauldron, discarding a creature card is kind of just feeding your opponent's Cauldron.
Yeah, not ideal, particularly because feeding opponent's Cauldron just very directly adds up to more mana in this spot.
Right, and it gives Devor Delirium, but that doesn't necessarily help you. The Fear of Missing Out is going to get pretty big, though.
Yeah, but the second Into the Floodmaw means I don't think that matters that much.
Yeah, Devor's going to give it a go.
Yeah, it forces the Into the Floodmaw, which is something.
It does. So when you have that VV on board already, I think you're kind of happy.
Yeah, it's just, can Daniel find anything that lets him draw at least one card. That's
Well,
one card.
That's one card.
Is there land? I think there's not a land in the graveyard, so that's probably Delirium, and Delirium's probably game.
That no,
there is a
was
land in the
Oh,
graveyard.
but it's Winter Night
doesn't
Stories.
matter. Wow.
Oh, wow, Winter Night Stories. Surely this must be.
This is definitely lethal. There's no doubt about it. With like double VV functionally, thanks to the Cauldron, bunch of mana, draws a bunch of cards, you get 2 combats, almost certainly.
Yeah, look at this, by the way. The hard pay for, I mean, quote unquote hard pay for the Winter Night Stories. No tapping.
Only using all your free mana.
It's still my mana, okay? You can still play the Soul Stone Sanctuary, could even play the Sphere of Missing Out, get another card if
Yeah, I mean, the world is Daniel's oyster at this point.
Right. The double combat, even just on board, looks like lethal.
Yeah, I
Thanks to
believe
Prophetic Memory.
there have been 6 cards, 7 extra cards drawn. So yeah, this is just extremely lethal on board, even taking no other actions. Just put 7 counters on FOMO.
The thing I love about this deck, Aria, is that it's not just the one combo. Like, there are lots of these little 2-card packages spread throughout the deck, right? Like,
Yeah.
you've got your FOMO Profs, it does something busted, your Mako Winter Nights does something busted. Like, there's just all sorts of dynamics.
Yeah, this deck is a masterpiece of deck building. Profs, Winter Night Stories, FOMO, Mako, VV, Tursa, and Steamcore Scholar all just work so well together. It's absolutely incredible. Like I've been known for brewing a bunch of like weird and somewhat deranged combo decks in my time. I don't think I could ever build this. I mean, and no one person ever builds a deck like this, right? It's a lot of like iterative work by the whole community, and every piece of this deck fits together so well. It doesn't really feel like it's possible even for a person to build this. This is like the Magic community working collectively at its finest. This is how decks like this are made.
All right, well, that was game 1 going to Daniel Getchell. So we're going to go look at the sideboard now. What can Devore do? You know, we see both players bringing in their nulls, Devore bringing in some extra interaction as well in the form of Broadside Barrage and the Spell Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a little bit about how it's about card advantage, not mana per spot. So we see the VVs getting trimmed. That makes a lot of sense. The cheap interaction for the Cauldrons and Prophetic Memory is nice. More so than Cauldron even, I think Profs is really key in this matchup. It just like is the main vehicle by which you get to play these, like apply these pressures and apply pressure and get to play this hybrid game. So yeah, a lot of desire to interact with it and a lot of desire to draw it and play it.
Yeah, Profs has been so impressive. Like the turns that it enables are insane. Fear of missing out an option now for Devore on 2. Actually really has all of the options. Profs being the nicest one. And of course you are always worried a little bit about a Spell Pierce or a null, but sometimes you just gotta make them have it.
Yeah. And I mean, we've seen time and time again, the players who make them have it have been winning these mirrors. The deck has a lot of interlocking pieces, but also that means a lot of times they're not going to have the right tool to combat what you're doing. So you just got to force them to have it.
Right. And there's like there being a lot of different kind of packages also means that there's a lot of redundancy, right? Like, yeah, maybe this Profs doesn't work, but then I could do my Agathas, you know, maybe Agathas doesn't work, I can do my Mako. Like, there's all sorts of ways that you can adapt to different situations. Daniel is going to get an Agatha Soul Cauldron down. Has the VV in hand. No way to get that in the graveyard just yet. And Daniel's hand is just looking a bit slow and clunky with Roaring Furnace, second Cauldron, and Torch.
Yeah, Furnace is pretty nice as a way to kill something that grows through Prophetic Memory, but yeah, it's not exactly proactive, and at some point if your opponent's playing a Profs and doing card advantage things, you do need to play to the board. So Fortunately for Daniel, not much pressure from Devor either. But
Yeah, and we have seen this post board quite a lot in this mirror match. Right? I think it gets a lot more cautious. It gets a lot more cagey. It gets a lot more trying to predict what each other's doing. You know, we start to see those kind of control mirror vibes, which often happens when players are playing these colors. Just trying to hold back and make your opponent blink first, as we've been saying all weekend.
yeah, and the question in this spot, I think, for Daniel, in terms of making your opponent have it, is: do you just play Vivi?
Yeah, do you? I guess not.
I think you probably want to wait one more turn so that you have the ability to play like a 1-mana spell and not just be completely called to a Braid exactly. But yeah, we're getting to the point where you just play it.
Devor is having a bit of trouble finding mana. Does have a lot of draws in hand, so potentially look for it.
Yeah, FOMO here is pretty nice, particularly if there's a land found afterwards. Getting the FOMO out of Dodge the Tower range basically immediately, thanks to the prosthetic memory, is really good. Dodge the Tower and the Braid, that is.
Right. Well, it's going to be FOMO, pitch, pros. Yeah, and Daniel says, I'm probably not going to sack my Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Can you even sack Agatha's Soul Cauldron? You never sack the things I want to sack, so...
Yeah,
That's all I
I
know
get the
about
Soul
Bargain.
Cauldron probably not. Like, sometimes you'll sack it, sometimes that's really all the game is about. But in this spot, it's a very important part of Daniel's plan, so I don't think you can really afford to sack Cauldron.
Roaring Furnace, though, that is an answer to this FOMO if Daniel wants it. Daniel says, actually, I'd rather just have a BB.
Yeah, and I mean, back to the making them have it plan.
Yeah. Well, do you have it? I mean, is there any reason for Devor to act now with this Floodmore?
It's pretty complicated. I think if the Floodmaw was cast at end of turn, it probably bounces Vivi and not the Cauldron. But given you have your own Cauldron, you kind of want to squeeze your opponent into a spot where you can get Vivi beneath your Cauldron. The main reason to Floodmaw end of turn is that Devor is stuck on mana. If Devor had all the mana in the world, then you're just never Floodmawing end of turn. But yeah, the amount of mana definitely an issue here.
I like the patience here from Devor, like recognizing that the situation hasn't changed that much, so there's no need to panic, right? May as well keep your resources. Here's fear of missing out, number 2, and that is going to find another land, which is a welcome sight for Devor, pitching another copy of Profts.
Yeah, another land is really, really nice. Just being able to now play out Cauldron this turn if you wanted, and a future turn, Broadside Barrage plus something else, or Cauldron plus something else is really huge. I think with the Broadside Barrage in hand, you're getting to the point where, okay, you want to at some point bounce this Cauldron, and then go Broadside Barrage, kill the VV, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, exile the VV, put a counter on your own thing, kind of turn this VV into a liability. It's just a matter of whether Daniel finds ways to grow this VV out of range of that size-wise in the next turn or two.
Yeah, well, Daniel's going to start off by doing some graveyard management, doing some delirium management, so that those fear of missing outs are still pretty far away from being able to give double attack steps. Find Steam Core Scholar, that's not a bad draw.
Yeah, Steam Core Scholar has more card advantage here, which is really nice. I mean, Daniel needs to find something to do with all the mana this VV is inevitably going to provide. With the Agatha Soul Cauldron exiling the FOMO, this is 2 mana off the VV, which lets there be like mana left after casting the Steam Core Scholar. And very importantly, Agatha Soul Cauldron putting counter on VV gets VV to a 2/5, and then Broadside, and then Dodge the Tower threatens to get to 6 toughness. So now it's no longer a liability. Like, sure, it can be bounced, it can be interacted with, but it's no longer possible for Devor to go, okay, kill your VV, but in my Cauldron. That's not on the table anymore.
Yeah. The only person making stew with Daniel's VV is Daniel himself, or something. Again, sometimes it's hard to bring out the flavor, okay? Especially with these very big brain decks, you know, it's really more about the text on the cards. But Daniel, really thinking about how to proceed over the next couple of turns.
Yeah. I like to think of the cauldron as sort of a hat Vivi is wearing, sort of like Vivi wears a hat in his art. That's how I bring out the flavor myself, personally.
Okay, I mean, a cauldron is kind of the opposite of a hat.
Like, it could be really large hat.
It's the other way up. It's like the opposite. Okay, it looks like it might be the Steam Core Scholar, but do you use the Vivi mana?
It's pretty complicated because you'd like to be able to get like more mana off Vivi in the future, and Vivi can't leave mana up on your opponent's turn. But also, you'd really like to be able to make so you something that's not on the table here is tapping out with only your lands and leaving your Vivi mana. If you don't have Vivi mana up on your opponent's turn, you can't torch the tower to protect Vivi. So that's not an option. So once that's out of contention, the question is whether you want to put a counter on Vivi first to whether you want to put a counter on Vivi with Cauldron first to make sure that you can to make sure that, to make sure that you can like get 2 mana immediately, or whether you want to leave Cauldron up in case you find something good to discard that you want to put under your Cauldron. And I like the choice to leave Cauldron up here. Particularly because leaving Cauldron not leaving Cauldron up means it no longer needs to be bounced, but Devour to like try and put Vivi in his own Cauldron. So yeah, I think right choice here using the Vivi mana, even though theoretically you could get more mana out of it later in the turn.
Right, well, Vivi is going to get busy. May as well get in as we talk about it. You know, we call it chip in for a little bit of damage here and there. And Devour is going to fire off the Floodmore.
Yeah, and this is honestly almost good for Daniel. This gives a way to put the Vivi in the graveyard with the Cauldron in hand. So now, like, Devour kind of has to put the Cauldron into play. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
No, it's not an issue anymore.
Second option, Devour could just draw the Abrade and just get rid of the Cauldron as a problem forever. I mean, Abrade, Cauldron, play your own Cauldron seems reasonable, but Winter Night Story, I mean, it's always difficult to not just draw more cards, I think.
I'm seeing that's 6 + 9, 15 damage maybe. If Devour is able to find a way to get keep Delirium through the Cauldron and also find a land for Abrade, which 15 is not 17, but it's pretty close.
15 is not 17, but I wonder if it's...
There's a land.
There is a land. It's kind of a tough sell, though, right? It's kind of a tough sell to use an Abrade on.
Is it?
To use Abrade on the Scholar.
Oh, I think it's pretty close, but yeah, I probably would. I mean, I wouldn't use Abrade on the Scholar unless there was actually lethal. If there had been 17, I would have done it.
Right. That makes sense. Okay, so it's going to be 6 this combat step.
Followed by another 9, and this is going to be 15 unless there's a jump.
Yeah, followed by 9. Leave up the Abrade, or possibly even just take out Soul Cauldron now. And that's a problem, right? I mean, the prosthetic memory, honestly, every time we see this mirror, it just feels like this is the more powerful 2-drop non-creature permanent.
Yeah, because, well, like, it really feels that way, particularly in like post-board games, where Cauldron is like the higher seedling card, right? But Profs is the card that's harder to interact with, like the glue that holds the deck together. It's always rebating you a card. It always incrementally grows over time. And it's impossible for a blue-red deck to interact with well. It being an enchantment is really, really powerful on that axis. So it's a lot of what matters, it's probably the card that matters most in post-spot games. It's just in game one, Proft is probably less good than Proft is probably less good than something like Agatha Soul Cauldron for ensuring the combo. And Proft doesn't have the same high ceiling to it as Soul Cauldron VV does.
All right, so we're gonna see Devor go to end step, set the stop, and yeah, a braid in response. That's gonna take out Soul Cauldron, which does leave Daniel with the Steam Core Scholar as a blocker.
Yeah, so notably what this means is Daniel has 3 cards to draw to find Soul Cauldron, and if he finds Soul Cauldron, he's suddenly really far ahead.
What if he finds Floodmore?
That's pretty good too. Yeah, Floodmore is pretty backbreaking.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Honestly, I am really glad that we're living in an era in which unsummon is somehow just so key in standard. Like, not only this standard, right? But the previous standard before the bans, especially. Like, I mean, it's been a while, it feels like, since cards that are kind of nominally tempo cards have been used in such creative ways. So it's very sweet to me.
Yeah, Unsummon's like a particularly timeless one where, because even as even with the cheaper, stronger cards, they tend to accrue value on board in some way or the other, so returning them to hand is disproportionately strong. So Unsummon is a card that time and time again, it's something we on design have to be like really careful of, because anytime we go even a slight bit over like our previous bar for strength for Unsummon, we risk getting into a lot of trouble because it's really strong if you go even slightly stronger than usual. A really good example of this is like the few times we've printed a strong Unsummon, Into the Floodmaw, really strong in standard, and the last one, Fading Hope, also really strong in standard. It's a really strong and generally underappreciated genre of card, I think, in Magic, and one that there's maybe a lot less room to give than people might initially think.
All right, well, we're back over to Devor's turn, who had that giant fear of missing out sent back to hand. And Daniel, by the way, didn't use the VV mana to play Scholar, just kept up Torch the Tower. And Devor now has access to 2 copies of Fear of Missing Out, but no real attacks this turn. Remember, Daniel is at just 2 life, so really, this game is getting very tense, very close. There are still definitely avenues in which Devor can find some kind of victory, but the window is not wide, should we say.
Yeah, it's one of the things that defines this matchup, right? The decks are so powerful and so explosive that if things go badly, the games can end really, really quickly. And this is part of why like 2 life not being 0 life is really important.
Okay, well, Devor pitches Soul Cauldron, finds VV, which is usually you want those the other way around in the hand and graveyard, but before the counter can go on FOMO, it is going to be Torch the Tower, sacrificing the Sauna to deal the 3 damage.
Yeah, and now Mail attempting to just to start with, there's no reason to barrage the VV before the trigger resolves, at least not unless you're worried about something like Spell Pierce specifically, because any other 1 mana spell would need to have a target on Devor's side that you want to interact with. But I think it's actually like a pretty complicated spot for Devor where you kind of really don't want to barrage because you want to get VV in and cast 2 spells.
Right. This is the path to victory, right? Like,
yeah, like
Daniel's at 2. There's no way of gaining life really in this deck. Daniel could potentially find a win, right? There's those aren't Winter Night stories.
Yep, you can find a win. You can find an answer to VV. That's it.
Right. So I mean, he just has one more look at it. Infinite mana. So not infinite mana, but plenty of mana. Like no need to really worry about mana.
Not that much more mana actually, though. If there's like another God Selection spell cost here, then Daniel might not have mana after it.
Oh, it's Fear of Missing Out.
Okay, so now it needs to be either Torch the Tower or Into the Floodmaw.
Oh, It's Winter Night Stories, which Daniel would have loved to draw earlier this turn. So Devor has Broadside Barrage, and there's a Winter Night Stories from the graveyard. Is there enough to do both?
So the Profs would put a counter on VV, VV's trigger would put a counter on VV. So it's 2 power. So yes, there's definitely enough.
There's definitely enough. Oh my goodness.
So this is just lethal.
Yeah, I think that's it. Daniel gets across 4-3 with the Steam Core Scholar, but Devor. Okay, I mean that's just actually enough, easily enough. So no need to go through the convoluted maths. It's just the second non-creature spell. So Agatha's Soul Cauldron puts Daniel to 1, and Broadside Barrage is going to put us into a game 3, which is what we want to see on the broadcast. It's always nerve-wracking for the players, but especially when the stakes are this high, especially when it's the mirror match, you will love, love, love to see a game 3. I mean, this game, Aria, what did it come down to?
I mean, it's that applying pressure, right? We talked about it over and over again. And like when you apply pressure, even though the matchup is like theoretically more card advantage based post board, when you're the one who has the pedal to the metal, when you're the one who's like forcing your opponent to make defensive plays, you get to better leverage your card advantage. You get to force your opponent into awkward spots, and then you get to close the game like that. Where Daniel, with that hand, given like if there were no pressure, could definitely have leveraged it into eventually winning, spent cards more carefully, but instead like was forced to really try and dig towards an answer, dig towards interaction to not die, and then Devor was able to use that to close the game.
Right. And it's not like Daniel really did anything wrong, right? Like Daniel actually played very well.
Oh, Daniel played fantastically.
Yeah. And sometimes it's just the way it goes. So going to game number 3, the deciding game between these two players in the Cauldron Mirror. Let's look at the openers here. Frosted Memory, VV, Stories, Tursa. That's a great hand. That is definitely a keep. Oh, and Daniel's hand is looking kind of clunky. Soul Cauldron, VV, but no card draw, no card selection, and no great threats.
Yeah, I have to imagine this hand was kept almost entirely on the back of Prophetic Memory, which, I mean, that's fair. That card's really strong. We've talked about how it's a defining card in this matchup, so that makes sense why Devor would keep that hand. Whereas the Soul Cauldron VV hand doesn't do that much on its own, but any piece of rummaging is just like has such a threat to it.
Yeah, Daniel just ripped the fear of missing out. So that's we've got a game, It is going to start with Devor and playing out Profs here, we imagine, or maybe just holding up the Spell Pierce. What do you like?
It's pretty complicated. The main issue with holding up Spell Pierce is it doesn't actually do very much. Most of the scary things Daniel could do here are creatures. This FOMO, this Tursa, this Steam Core Scholar. So most of what holding something up does here is bluff, and that's, I think, not meaningful enough to avoid developing your board setting up for a longer game. So you just gotta hope that Daniel doesn't have it. And I've got bad news for Devor on that front.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Because this is kind of shaping up. These hands remind me a little bit of the last game where Daniel had the combo, right? Had the VV, the Cauldron, the FOMO. And Devor just really has more of the stuff, like the props, the Tursa, the Mako, obviously best card in the deck. So I just honestly, like, before this weekend, I would have said, okay, I think Daniel's got this in the bag. But now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, post-board games are still a lot about cards, so there just needs to be So, like, if there's interaction for that Cauldron and or FOMO, there's not that much going on for Daniel. But if there isn't interaction, all of that just doesn't matter.
Yeah, and now we get to see Daniel use Winter Night Stories. So this is going to be pitching Cauldron and just maybe trying to get to Delirium as fast as possible here for Daniel.
Yeah, so you're definitely pitching the third Cauldron. There's some world where you pitch the second. There's some world where you pitch another card type. Quantum Riddler's got to be a pretty tempting card to keep for Daniel. It's just really nice to have access to a creature that's inherently that large to make a bunch of mana with the VV activated ability. But beyond that, what they discard is pretty complicated. The second cauldron doesn't technically do anything, but is insurance. So there's not a VV for it anyway. The fourth land isn't like might not end up being necessary because you're pretty likely a draw land anyway. But also, you do want to hit your next land drop, so it's like kind of nice to keep if you want to. Like most of the rest of the hand is kind of just like nice to haves at this point.
Right, it's going to be the two cauldrons. As you say, there's only one VV right now that matters and is already under a cauldron. Holds up the 1 mana for into the Floodmoor or Torch the Tower. And now we're going back over to Davor, who finds Profs in part 2. This is going to be a tough one for him to navigate.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to imagine Devour getting out of this. Just no interaction for the Cauldron or the FOMO is really big. At least there isn't a Profs yet for Daniel, and you can maybe try and Spell Pierce something like that. But yeah, you just really need to find some sort of interaction for this mana engine. Otherwise, most of what you do doesn't really matter.
I like this, using Tursa. Gotta go digging, gotta find something. Finds Mako Spy Bluff Canal. Wow, really just desperate for some interaction.
Yeah, I definitely like that play from Devoid. Looks like sort of strange if you're not super familiar with the deck, because, I mean, you have these cheaper cards. Why aren't you playing them? You have like these engine pieces like Vivi. Why not play them? And the reason is you just need to find that interaction. Card advantage is really important in this matchup. It's quite possible that Daniel just does not have the cards necessary to really pop off with Cauldron and Vivi this turn. Notably, there's no second creature to exile at the moment, I think, to put a counter on something like a Quantum Riddler if it comes into play. So you have like that hope still. But yeah, the more turns you give Daniel, the less of a problem that's going to be. So you need to find the card advantage as soon as possible. And getting a creature down and growing it a bit is also really nice, because this lets Devor turn the corner really quickly in theory.
So Devor playing to his outs, finding the line which leads to his victory and trying to walk down it, which is the mark of a great player. That is what we talk about this all the time. Like, sometimes it doesn't really matter what the odds are. Like, even if you're in a bad spot, you've just got to see the path and you've got to try and get down it. As for Daniel, Winter Night Stories finds Steamcore Scholar and another mysterious card, probably another Steamcore Scholar.
Yeah, it looks to be a creature of some sort. Finding one creature is really good. That means there's something to exile with Cauldron to put a counter on the Riddler and let the Riddler tap for a bunch of mana. At this point, what you need most is Profs. That's the card that most easily just like ends things here.
So Daniel decides to keep both the Riddler and the Scholar, finds Profs, finds a Null as well. A Null doing a lot against Devor's hand.
And now we're at my favorite part of the game, which is this lethal somehow?
It feels like this weekend that question has popped up like far earlier and far more unexpectedly than we're used to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the card types in Daniel's graveyard are. One of them is definitely land, and I know creature's not one of them. Could you... Okay, the fact that all of this is happening so quickly probably bodes poorly for Devor. Though, okay, there's not a fault type for the FOMO, so it's not over yet. But it's also with the Annul in hand, with the Dodge the Tower in hand. It's really hard for me to imagine how Devor actually comes back this game.
Yeah, Devor finds interaction, but a Braid is not the piece he was looking for. Really needed into the Floodmoor specifically to hold back at least that giant fear of missing out. I mean, a Braid can deal with a Scholar, but that's not really helping you. And he's got to try and find a way through it. But we know that Daniel has the ability to clear at least one small chump blocker.
Yeah, it's the lack of interaction in Devor's hand means that there's really just no chance that this works out. You need some way to kill that FOMO, and there isn't one.
And this is all he can really do. Get rid of the Cauldron, play the Mako. I mean, he can't really afford to play around anything at this point, so he's not going to. He's going to just hope Daniel doesn't have it. And he's going to see the bad news that Daniel does have it. And this is the decider in our quarterfinals. So with this Torture Tower, that does mean that Daniel Getchell is going to advance to the top 4 here at Arena Championship 9 and get the chance to fight for that World Championship invite. Congratulations to Daniel and commiserations there to Devore, who was a fantastic competitor and both excellent pilots of this deck.
Yeah, both players played it really well. Both players had like pretty like unique and like interesting spins as like their last few cards. I mean, we've seen Quantum Riddler overperform time and time again for this deck, and it's hard to imagine that doesn't become a mainstay in this deck going forward. I mean, yet another contribution to this like sort of group built deck where like PV and Jake Beardsley brought it to the last PT, and then there were like iterative changes leading up to this event, and now I feel like we're finally starting to see like those last few slots in the deck that were not fully decided solidify into something close to the final version of this deck, as we're seeing stuff like Quantum Riddler and Exhaust Guard from TDM, the Dragon Maker that I can't remember the name Draconautics Engineer, like finally provide some like much like provide some more staying power, provide some more like pivot power when on the sort of going off turns for the deck. And really, I mean, this deck looks like a fine-tuned machine, really well piloted, and I mean, really well constructed by both players.
All right, well, that is going to do it from this matchup. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, we will have more quarterfinals action. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Jeongwoo Merkel. I'm a two-time Proto champion. I finished top 4 in Arena Championship 2, and this weekend I'm gonna battle with Blue Red Cauldron. I discovered Magic almost an accident. I was always very interested in card and strategy games, and my friend had some cards laying around. I was curious enough to research and go to a local game store, and once I properly got explained the game, I was hooked immediately and began my journey. I won Kobe. Yeah, I mean, like it was crazy. I was 17. I never was outside of Europe before that. My big goal was to make day 2. That was my big dream. After that, all the pressure was off, and like I was just completely in flow state for the rest of the weekend. In addition to Magic, I live in Mexico together with my wife. I love cooking and do it twice a day. I have an adorable little dog that I play with a lot. Online Magic and Magic Arena is the easiest way for me to stay in touch with Magic. I love staying at home. I love being around my family, so I enjoy that aspect of it. I also love playing it the most. Me personally, I don't love playing like the obvious target or best deck, but Blue Red Cauldron. I don't know, it seemed really strong. I think my team got a good version and just try to play well, and like it's gonna be small edges, being on the play is gonna be important. Thank you. Have a nice day then.
Hello everyone, welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. Always nice to hear from Jan Merkel there, one of our competitors, and we're going to be seeing from Jan Merkel in just a second, as he is going to be the competitor in our next quarterfinal matchup. Let's have a look at the head-to-head. It is Simon Davidson up against Jan Merkel. Simon with a lot of online games. Arya.
Yeah, I mean this is a lot of games, but I don't want Jan's games sold short. This doesn't look like a lot of games on here, but Jan's been playing on every online client there's ever been playing paper Magic since way back when, so these are both extremely experienced players.
Now I just have this image of Jan playing like the Shandar game or whatever. So we've got, Jan, obviously we've talked about him a lot, one of the top players in the world, but Simon, no stranger to the competitive streets either, was the Swedish champion in 2014, top 8 of the Swedish championship in 2016, played in the Innistrad championship, so certainly no stranger to these big events, but this certainly is a big event and a big finish for him, making it all the way to the quarterfinals. Let's see which of these competitors can take it down as we go and have a look at their list side by side. Simon, on the pretty traditional version with the 2 copies of Draconautics, Jan Merkel, I know his team decided they didn't want the Draconautics, and Niers did bring that one cheeky Twinmore Stormbrood, which we have yet to see cast for the Dragon side, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, given the amount of card flow this deck has, it's one of the few decks where I'd almost never expect that to happen. Like, there's a starting chance to cast it, and, you know, frequently that means sometimes it happens. Sometimes you just see the 6 drop, but yeah, given the amount of card flow this deck has.
All right, looks like we're joining in game number 2 with Jan already up a game. Simon has the key sideboard card in Ghost Vacuum, though, already on turn number 1. Pross is getting annulled, though. That's a really nice one to get. We've seen that card be devastating in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, annulled. I don't know whether you're talking about profs or annul, but either way, it's really, really true. That card is kind of defined the mirror as like an uninteractable threat once it's in play that just lets you apply a lot of pressure. And yeah, I mean, sure, Simon got the turn 1 Ghost Vacuum, but if you ask me which of these 2 player spot I'd rather be in, it's definitely Jan's. Resolving a profs on 2 is just huge in this matchup.
All right, well, Simon does get a 2-drop down. Fear of missing out. No 3rd land for Simon, I believe. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Jan finds Steam Core Scholar, so plenty of options this turn.
Yeah, I see there's being like sort of 3 clear things that Jan could do here. Displaying the Steam Core Scholar, which is the safe and reliable option. It's going to become a 4/4. It's going to start applying some pressure, lets you see some cards. Displaying the VV, which is the make them have it option. Normally, this is a matchup where you almost always going to go for the make them have it option, but given your opponent's missing 2 lands, you've already got profs in play. The long game favors you, so you really don't want to take super risky plays. And then finally, there's a super cautious, like, play the sauna option to kill their 2/3. But given that there's not other removal in hand, I really want to be able to answer my opponent going, Simon going in this spot, slam a VV, hope you can't answer it. So I like the choice to go with Scholar here. It's pretty clear cut, I think.
Yeah, I like it too. It just kind of play your game, right? Like, if you're already ahead, there's no need to take big risks. There's no need to kind of get to worry. Maybe just develop out your game the way that you want it to go. Make sure you have all your resources. And especially when you're a great player like Jan, put yourself in kind of the best position going forward. So Steam Core Scholar does hit the battlefield. Torch the Tower is what's going to get pitched. And Simon's going to keep eating away at the graveyard with the vacuum.
Not visible here because it looks like that was just a card discarded and, you know, the Scholar got the counters. But actually, if the Ghost Vacuum hadn't been played, this game would basically have been over. Because Jan could discard the Winter Night Stories, untap, play VV, flashback Winter Night Stories with harmonize Winter Night Stories, tapping Steam Core Scholar, play put a bunch of counters on VV with prosthetic memory, and the game's over. So sort of the Ghost Vacuum doing a lot of invisible work, even in spots where it isn't fully apparent.
Would you say it's haunting Jan a little bit?
With a prosthetic memory in play at a 4/4 Steam Core Scholar, I'd be hard pressed to call Jan haunted in the spot.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, Thundering Falls takes a look at the top of Jan's deck. Yeah, that Steam Core Scholar is doing a pretty good Sarah Angel impression, although I think if prosthetic memory gets a trigger again, it's going to outgrow Sarah Angel pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a pretty interesting spot for Jan here, where again there's the VV and make them have it option, there's cast more card draw spells option. This turn, I really like the VV. Now that your opponents hit land drops, you might as well start pressuring them a little. Your opponent also discarded Cauldron, so they're unlikely to be like Cauldron, a Braid, on top of everything else. They probably think that the game's not about Cauldron that much anymore with Ghost Vacuum in play. So more likely to have your VV survive now than ever.
Okay, all right. Well, we do see Tursa being put in the back. And I'm Arya, I can't even tell you. I'm desperate for the back to be cracked.
Well, I got bad news for you, Hayu, in that this game looks really bad for Simon now. Jan untapped with Vivi. This is like so hard to beat untapping with Vivi with the profs in play. Like this is gonna be just a ton of cards drawn off of Winter Night Stories. Because of the way priority works, Jan will get to flash back this Winter Night Stories before it can be exiled with Ghost Vacuum. Since there won't be a priority window between Winter Night Stories resolving and being able it going to the graveyard for Simon to exile it. So yeah, Jan can just pretty safely flash back the Winter Night Stories here, and that's going to be so hard for Simon to beat.
All right, well, there it is. Winter Night Story getting flashback. Vivi gets another counter, and then Profs is going to put so many counters on Vivi.
6 more counters on Vivi at least. So you
know.
Nothing much.
Manageable. Yeah.
And then I imagine Jan
just 8 mana.
Jan just wipes all of Simon's board, or at least put some stuff into play. I suppose it's not a second removal spell to go with the sauna, but you can play so many spells here. It's just like really hard to beat that mana advantage post board when both players have a ton of interaction. Like a lot of the game is set up around assuming that mana advantage isn't even really possible post-board, or trying to make sure it doesn't happen. And then once a player gets that much mana advantage, it's really, really tough to win the game from there. Yeah, no.
I wonder if we could see a Vivi just 13 spells. You know?
I don't think so, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a Vivi in the graveyard. Otherwise, I think it would be on the table, honestly.
All right, well, we're gonna just see Jan play out everything. The room comes down, the Steambook Scholar comes down. Okay, I'm gonna decline pitching the Spell Pierce. Let's put this Soul Cauldron away, and I mean, Jan does seem like he's put this game away from the spot. Not really a lot Simon can have. I mean, multiple bounce spells? Maybe something?
I could see multiple bounce spells doing something, but yeah, I think it's pretty over in the spot. And I really, really like playing out the FOMO here rather than leaving up Spell Pierce, because if you leave up Spell Pierce, sure, your opponent needs to like pay some mana for the interaction, but they could just have a bounce spell for Vivi. And once you play out FOMO, now they need to kill the Vivi and the FOMO, otherwise they're dead.
Right.
Like, both of these cards are independently lethal threats. That's a good start.
Okay. Vivi.
That is less good.
That does not seem like it's gonna do it. And Jan with the FOMO as well, even gets to eat the opponent's Vivi, which, you know, well, I guess he's not gonna get to eat it because of the vacuum.
Yeah, but this is certainly going to be more than enough damage.
Yeah, Simon's only at 12. There's already 6 in the air. Torch the Witness can deal with blockers, and Vivi is gonna really do the rest. So the Jan Merkel, you know, no surprise to see him make it to the quarterfinals, and executing this Dex game plan beautifully in the top 8 here, locking up that top 4 slot and trying to make it back to the World Championships.
Yeah, Jan showboating a little here. You know, the game's over, but you might as well, I mean, have a little bit of fun with it. I appreciate that. I appreciate showing the true lengths this deck can go to when you have everything going. I think Simon could have been at like 200 life here and probably not been safe with all the extra combat potential and the sheer amount of mana that Jan is going to have here.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, Jan. You know, I also play Magic to try and have peak experiences, so I definitely understand the urge to just do the thing. I mean, you brought this deck, right? Like, it's so much fun to bring a deck like this, so getting to do the thing on camera, very sweet. Getting to do it in the top 8, even sweeter, and that is Jan Merkel advancing to the semifinals. Congratulations to Yan, and congratulations to all of our competitors who made it to the top 4. Aria, it's gonna be a very interesting fight in the semis.
Yeah, I mean, it's these mirrors have proven to be like incredibly skill testing and dynamic. Like every game plays super differently, so I'm really excited to see how it plays. And I would not envy any of the players going up against Jan this mirror. His list seems super tuned. He seems super good. I mean, everyone in the chat for y'all. When we went into this tournament, players got a questionnaire, and one of the questions they were asked was, if not you, who do you think is going to win this tournament? I think like 70 to 80% of the people answered Jan. Like almost every single person said, oh, if I'm not winning, Jan is. Jan is just a household name in these online tournaments. He's crushed time and time again, so no surprise to see him in top 4. And I do not envy people going up against him in the semifinals.
All right, my friends, we are going to go away for a break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we are sending people to the World Championships. Just a minute.
Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9, everyone. I'm your host for the weekend, Ailey Loney, joined by very exceptional humanoids. I sound like an alien for saying that, but here they are, exceptional humanoids. Corey Baumeister and Daquan Watson, ready to jump into our semifinals. Do you guys want to send some people to the World Championship, Corey?
Yeah, I'm in. And also, Ailey, that might be the nicest thing you ever said about me. You know, a decent humanoid, I'll take it.
I think I said exceptional humanoid, but fine.
Even better.
It could sound worse.
Even better.
Sure.
low bar when decent's all you need.
Yes.
unless you're English, because my English friends, they like calling things decent. So you know.
Okay.
Decent, yeah, seems decent. You know what else is decent? Is that we have 4 players left? Yes, that's how things work. Let's take a look at the bracket just to show you how we got to our top 8, how we got to our semifinals. We've got at the top half of things here, Kohei Kikuchi up against Jan Merkel, and then down below, Raphael Matza up against Daniel Getchell. Which of these Is It Cauldron Pirates is going to be our champion? Well, stick around because there's only a couple of games and matches left to find that out. We're going to have our feature match as well, coming up very soon. And it is going to be Kohei Kikuchi up against Jan Merkel. This is going to be a pretty intense matchup, I feel. Kohei Kikuchi out of Japan. Mainly plays limited and said he was pretty new to standard, but qualified via the sealed format and is doing a pretty damn good job here piloting this Is It Cauldron list. Let's take a look here at his iteration of the deck. Daquan, anything you want to point out here or anything you want to mention about his list?
Not so much about his list, but about him as a player. We've watched him on camera a few times already this weekend, and he's made some very tight plays, some very interesting sideboard decisions, and they seem to all be working out for him. I would say this is probably going to be one of our better, as far as pilots, matchups we've had this weekend.
Yeah, it could definitely be, if we had to pick a match of the day, this may well be it. So keep your eyes peeled and let's see what shenanigans happen here between these two players. And on the other side of the bracket here, we have Jan Merkel, the resounding favorite from a lot of our players to win the whole darn thing. So let's see if Jan can make all of those predictions come true. Pro Tour winner 2 times over. Can he add an arena championship to his illustrious career? Let's take a look here at his list. Corey, any notable includes here from the list? We are also going to hear from Jan Merkel before we do that with Tan and Grace.
Hey everyone, I'm joined here by Jan Merkel, fresh off a win here in our feature match area. Moving on into the top 4. Jan, I think the most important question I want to lead off with is how's the dog doing today?
Yeah, I think he's having a good day so far.
Well, so you're having a good day as well, so I'm glad to see that you're both doing great. Speaking of that, you're 1 win away from a berth into the World Championships. If you make it to the finals here, you get a spot in the Worlds. Was that one of your main goals coming into this tournament?
I don't like to think ahead in a tournament. My main goal is always to have fun, play well, and win the next round. So, I'm trying to only focus on that, blinders on. So,
all right, it's a really good way to take it round by round. We don't know who your opponent is just yet in the next round, but we know that you're going to be playing another Is It Cauldron mirror. You've played a few of those in this tournament. I'm sure you're prepared coming into the event for this matchup. Has it played out the way you thought it would, or has something had to be changed on the fly? How's it worked out so far through this tournament?
No, it's kind of played out the way I thought it would. I do really like all this for the mirror, but the edges are minuscule. It is a mirror, chances are pretty even. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it.
All right, last question. How are you feeling about your chances in this top 4?
I give myself a solid 52% for both rounds. So,
all right, I like it. I would take those odds. Jan, thanks so much, and good luck next round.
Thanks a lot.
The 52%, obviously, because of the dog power, right?
I wish my dog would be destroying my desk. My dog is not a lap dog. He would be, absolutely smashing my monitors. So no, Henry is chilling on the couch.
All right, let's talk about Jan's deck here, Corey.
All right, let's take a look at 52% Is It Cauldron here. Rumor has it JMM wins 52% of the time, every time, when it comes to one of these fantastic online events. JMM's list, nothing too absolutely wild, except I think the sideboard is the craziest aspect. There's so many one-ofs that in an open deckless tournament like this, it is so difficult to prepare yourself for all the different options that Jan could have available here. And so far, Jan and Daniel Getchell tested together. They both actually have the highest standard win percentage as well. So these are the players and the list to beat with the deck to beat, I would say.
Absolutely. Alrighty, well, let's get our semifinal underway. Corey, take it away.
All right, thank you so much. Let's get into the battle here. I am really excited to see this one. We have the true end boss. Jan Merkel is just the favorite, the most established and accomplished player. But hey, we have been seeing some cool stuff here on the other side from Kohei Kikuchi, especially siding out those VVs. So we'll see if that plan still serves him well.
Yeah, I think both these players have played extremely well throughout the weekend. It
Yeah.
makes sense that they're here. I mean, if we had to pick and say, okay, after everything we saw on Saturday, which players have you seen, that you'd put money behind? It probably would have been one of these two guys, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I think these players have been playing awesomely, and I've been loving the plan up top to take the VVs out on the draw. So we'll see if that is still going to be the number one plan. And this is a mold to 5 already here, Daquan.
Yeah, not great. I mean, you really can't keep this. I mean, there's a world that if the mountain was a blue source, maybe. Yeah.
I don't think you can go to 4. So I mean, I'm with Jan
5 is
here.
rough already. Yeah.
Like this hand is really good if you can top deck an untapped blue source. That helps you find more untapped lands, and then the stories could find you the VV into the yard. So I'm here for it. Even if it doesn't work out, I would stand by this keep for sure.
Yep. Here comes an early torch from Kohei, and that's going to leave Jan without much to do here.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough start here for sure. These mirror matches, especially game 1, they get to be so snowbally that you miss 2 turns like this, it's going to be really difficult to come back. But hey, you never know. If Kohei gets a little too careless, maybe throws a VV out into the yard, and Jan's able to munch it up with the cauldron, we could still be doing some stuff.
Yeah, and this tells Kohei a lot. It's like, oh, there's not a torch, there's not nothing. It's like, and shields are completely down. I can do whatever I want here.
Do you think we can get Tannen to ask him again real quick? Are we still feeling 52%, or are we shifting that number a little bit now?
Now we're just saving time on the clock here and saying we know it's done. Let's go and hop into the second game.
Well, close game. Well fought by everyone. But hey, I mean the mulligan decisions there all looked sound, and not much you can do. Sometimes that's just kind of how the games work there, Daquan.
Yeah, there's really nothing you do. Sometimes that's just the case.
All right, I'm so excited.
We've even done it in paper, right? Where you've shuffled up, you're getting toward the end of the tournament, and you just have your bad draw at the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry to interrupt you there. I was so excited. Are the VVs coming out once again on the draw? And they are. So far, Kohei has had the plan of 4 VVs out on the draw, 1 VV out on the play, and we'll see if this. Kohei is on the draw for this one. So, yep, makes perfect sense. We'll see if it works out.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck to that plan throughout the weekend. So at this point, I wouldn't expect anything to change. It's worked for him so far. He has some reason or logic as to why it is, and it's working. So you might as well keep doing it.
Agreed. Yeah, the logic is sound. And so far, JMM here with another hand that very much needs a top deck land. And then we're all ready to go. But as it stands right now, this hand is not ideal unless you hit that 3rd untapped land.
Yeah, going for an early into the Flood Maw here just to slow things down. Really nothing for the Cauldron to do. It's just sort of set up for later, but it did dodge an annul, so that's actually pretty good too.
Yeah, absolutely. So now bouncing the Mako, you can at least cycle if you really need to hit a land drop, but had it the whole time. Starting town off the top was so huge for Jan.
Yeah, don't tell Kohei. He doesn't know it wasn't in hand.
Exactly.
All right, we might go Mako here and then just get rid of the Cauldron, maybe, if we go that route.
Perfectly reasonable, as you know, you do get to double spell here, and then you'll just be casting these 3 drops whenever you can. Yeah, I would be curious to see if we fire the Abrade off right now to play around a Spell Pierce, because the one thing that I have noticed, the card that is always, whenever your opponent's leaving up any kind of mana for interaction, the card that's always free and ready to go are these 3 drops, the Scholars and Tursa. So leaving those to play when your opponent leaves up mana is perfectly fine. And hey, that is kind of the innovative take from Jan and his team. They're playing 3 Steam Core Scholars. We saw some other lists play 4, but for the most part, they're playing more Scholars than anyone else.
And here, we have the opposite where Kohei is now stuck on land. I just drew off of that fear of missing out, and looks like he picked up an Abrade, so nothing real helpful there.
Yep. Now the Abrade for the Cauldron is all gone, and Jan left in all the VVs. So if we can find that powerful creature, we're off to the races already. and Jan will have 2 or 3 more looks at it depending on the plan that we want to do. And the nice thing, wow, Jan, never mind. Jan will have 6 looks at this because you can Winter Night Stories, discard 2 cards on purpose, and then flashback the stories, but you're forced to discard the 2 cards. So maybe it's not worth it.
Right, let's see what we got. All right, a Spell Pierce and a Fear of Missing Out. Not bad.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just the Spell Pierce alone when your opponent's stuck on 2 lands. Any of the scary things you kind of have on lockdown.
All right, just discarding the Winter Night Stories. Being able to just look at that Fear of Missing Out because it's just a little too big.
A little too big, and no other creatures in the yard to be able to get some pressure in here. But that's kind of what we've been seeing in these mirror matches. It's not necessarily about the chip shot damage. It's about those big turns where Fear of Missing Out and Profs connects, and you have that aspect going, or it's about those VV Cauldron turns.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is a rough spot for Kohei here because like your instinct is to play the Profs and just dig for mana so you can do something on the coming turns. But you're also in a situation where you're virtually going to be shields down and you're staring at damage. Your opponent already has the Cauldron.
Yeah.
If VV shows up at any point, that's a wrap.
Yeah, I think I like just the attack, totally reasonable, but I think I like just saying go and abrading the Cauldron at some point because the Prosthetic Memory plays into both Spell Pierce and Annul here, and I just want to tax Jan's mana as much as I can, and playing this sorcery speed card that can be annulled or pierce plays right into it instead.
Yep, and we're going to go for another Steam Core Scholar here. So another pile of cards to go digging.
And a reminder, everyone, this is maybe the biggest match of the tournament. Winning a tournament is great. That extra boost, the biggest pay jump is from second to first place. But the winner of this goes to the World Championship straight away. There's a minimum prize payout at Worlds that is usually very high, 4K-ish. So, getting that prize bump and getting a chance to play at the most amazing, luxurious tournament of the year is such a big deal.
All right, we're going to try to abrade the Mako here before it gets too big. That does get met by the Spell Pierce that Jan just picked up. And there is Vivi sitting in the, I was going to say on the library, but just put it in the yard here because now you just get to steal it with the Cauldron. And now we get to go off to the races.
Yeah, it's absolutely great here.
Trying to decide which one do I want to put it on? The one that's going to attack or not?
It is interesting to put it on that one, but hey, we're doing the thing here, so we're gonna absolutely pop off. And yeah, really not close games here, Daquan, for these first two, as both players just got stuck on mana, one each. So we'll see a nice, good decider here, I hope, for game number 3.
Yeah, this is just setting up for a kill turn next turn, really, if you want to.
Hey, this is the fun turns, I mean, if you're the Cauldron player, these are the turns that got you hooked on the deck at some point. I guarantee it. You start doing these things and then you look back at the end and it's like solving a puzzle when you do something like to its max efficiency. It just feels good, I gotta say.
Yeah, there was actually a chain there. I guess you could have discarded a Vivi and played the other Cauldron and just continue with more mana. That would have been kind of silly.
That really would have. I think, yeah, we're out of mana for that aspect, but shucks, I guess you'll just have to settle with the old, 15 power play and see if Kohei has any gigantic over-the-top play here with just the 2 mana. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, even if it was a couple of Into the Flood Maw or something, just wouldn't be enough here.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is great when you're pushing your advantage. But looks like we drew, is it Guildgate in a hat here? Never great to get that tap land when you really need an untap land. But to be fair, Kohei needed about 8 untap lands for this turn.
I mean, Fear of Missing Out's a chump blocker.
Yep, that is true.
And then you Flood Maw either one of the Flyers or the Mako here. Yeah. Oh, actually, no, because you're giving up 2 attack steps anyway in the air. Yeah. Ugh.
You're getting 2 attack steps. The Scholar remember the scholars get 2 attacks no matter what.
Yeah.
Because they have vigilance. So no matter what, you got 10 damage in the air on the battlefield alone. So just lethal without doing anything. But hey, we saw Jan pop off the last time he had the chance to pop off, and you might as well.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, now he's just saying, look, I got all the cards now.
Discarding some extra cards instead of just Vivi, as you have all those lands, and play the Cauldron again and get to cooking.
Yeah, this is all over here. So hopefully, I'm with you. Hopefully they get both solid draws going into game 3, and we can kind of see the best of both players here.
And I'll be really excited to see if Kohei decides to take out any VVs or the flip side, you know? I mean, I'm sure Jan and these other competitors have watched back some of the coverage, you know, on the previous day and maybe saw that we were taking out some VVs. Maybe that incentivizes Jan to take out some VVs as well. Who knows? So it's a nice, interesting game of cat and mouse that these players are going to play here.
All right, looks like we're going to put 7 counters on a Steam Core Scholar, attacking for 10 because, you know.
Just 10, not trying to do the FOMO plays here and do any more flex. Jan's all business now. I love it.
All right, yeah, I wouldn't expect too much to be different here. You know, we have seen Kohei on the play going 2 VVs, and that's exactly what's happening here. Ooh. Otherwise, these are going to look very similar to last time.
Okay, Jan did take out 2 VVs on the draw as well. Maxed out on them on the play. So that's kind of where they differed a little bit. Of course, they differed with a lot of different cards as, you know, Jan's full sideboard is a lot of one-ofs. But the one thing I really love is the card that we have in hand here, the Quantum Riddler. When you're playing this resource game where you're starting to just kill all the stuff your opponent's doing, where you have that, okay, hey, I have extra mana, I'll warp it just because. Or you run out of cards and you get that warp or hard cast and draw 2 cards and refuel yourself. It ends up being really awesome. I think this is a great inclusion into their list.
I believe that's misspelled. I believe it's Rizzler, sir.
Oh, I believe it is. Yeah. I believe we're too old to be saying the young kid slang, though, Quan. I believe we're required to call it Quantum Riddler.
That's fair.
Thanks to our advanced
age.
For
legal reasons.
Yeah, no, just our advanced age. You know, not much we can do there.
All right, so looks like Kohei did open up with a Proph's Eidetic Memory there, just getting things set up. Hand is actually not bad. Looks like there's an Into the Flood Maw, Barrage, and Tersa hanging out with the Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, so Jan was hovering over that pass the turn button, but there is a problem with that. If you do pass the turn and you're not allowed to use your Abrade, aka Kohei doesn't play into it, you're not using your mana for anything here. So this is a bit of a, you know, I wouldn't say risk because it's not like, you know, Jan's going to lose the game if the Abrade doesn't get used. But here it is, getting this value here where if Jan did tap out, this Tersa was going to attack for 5 and there was going to be no way to kill it. So, you know, just these little things from these top level players shows why, you know, Jan's our most experienced and maybe a talented player in the field.
Yeah, I would say really one of the things I think that's hardest to learn in Magic, what you're seeing a lot from these players weekend is just patience, right?
Yeah.
When knowing when to actually use a card or how to value something on the game state to know, all right, can I leave this an extra turn or 2?
Yeah,
right? That's hard to figure out.
It really is. I would have played Profs there and I would have got blown out by this 5/5 that I had no answer to. So, you know, just really shows maybe why I'm right here next to you, buddy.
All right, Jan is going to take a chance to tap out here to play this Winter Night Stories and kind of debating what he's going to discard here because you don't necessarily want to put the VV in the yard and let your opponent get a hold of it.
Exactly. That is risky, but, you know, if you discard the FOMO, you don't have that way to discard VV and then do the Cauldron things next turn. And if you discard Quantum Riddler, well, you just discarded your best card. No, all right. Maybe not your best card, but it is a strong one. Or you can discard, you know, your Canal and a Winter Night Stories or that extra Profs makes a lot of sense too.
All right, what is Kohei gonna do here? We've got a couple of Makos, still have the Barrage, and a Winter Night Stories.
Okay. Wow, look at this value Kohei is trying to assemble here. Had the option to go Mako plus the Winter Night Stories and make this creature quite large, but chose not to do that. And the flip side is Jan's doing the thing here.
Yeah, this, I don't know if we can quite get there, you know, just as a finisher, but we're gonna get real close. We're gonna get a lot we can do here.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we're not winning the game here, but you're doing the thing. You're doing the VV thing here. You get this 3 mana, and now you just get this profs. Pretty clear Kohei does not have anything available unless we top deck a Mako here, which would be unbelievable. We're just going to end the turn with a gigantic fear of missing out, but have the Cauldron VV thing going on, and Kohei has absolutely nothing to do about it.
Yeah, just picked up a Ral that doesn't have any major value here unless you just wanted to discard a card. But we already have Winter Night Stories for that.
Yeah, no, Raw looks awful here. Winter Night Stories to find an Abrade feels like the only thing you can really have here. That's 3 creatures. The Broadside Barrage doesn't kill FOMO. You can't interact with the Cauldron. Daquan, we might have our first finalist here.
Yeah, this could be it, because you're going to have a lot of mana on Jan's turn. And you have access to double stories right now, too. Not to mention, still option for cards off the Riddler.
Yeah, holy cow. Holy cow. Just everything kind of fell apart here really quickly. And a reminder, each player only had 2 VVs in the deck. So Jan, you know, it is not likely that you would find one of the VVs here. And you see the look on Jan's face like, all right, this is my game to win. He knows it's time to just play this next turn really tight, and he's going to be a finalist and heading to the World Championship at the end of the year, as well as Atlanta here in a couple of months.
Yeah, your opponent taps out for you here. You're going to have access to 4 mana plus everything on the fear of missing out. So looking good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, all these Makos, that is great. You know, that is some big stuff, but it is just not going to compare to this. And here is another kind of hidden mode to the Quantum Riddler. If you warp it for 2, when you already have Izzet and Cauldron going, it nets you 3 mana.
Yep.
You know, I mean, that's incredible on its own. And you then get to use the Winter Night Stories to tap it here. So here is one of those turns that I love so much with Quantum Riddler, as it gets to play as kind of this combo card. For a total of 3 mana, you got to draw 4 cards and discard 2, and then put a counter on the Riddler, or put many, many counters on the Riddler, and just go completely bananas.
Yeah, and those are actually pretty good cards to pick up as well. There's a Flood Maw, which could make sure nothing silly just happens here. But yeah, right now we're just going to go for mana, I think. Put cards on some, or counters on something, and then just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this could easily be GG, because now you go 5 mana here. You can cast that other Winter Night Stories if you want. Clear the 2 blockers out. And then you're going to be able to put 7 counters on Fear of Missing Out. That goes to 12. It can untap the Quantum Riddler or just attack again, putting 7 more counters on it. It's going to attack for 19 alone on the second combat. So that's game.
That was a lot of cards.
Yeah. And I mean, here's the reason to leave in some VVs, as it still does some incredible stuff whenever you can get this going.
Yeah, go into the attack step here with 7 extra triggers, attacking for 12. No blockers in the way. Do not have Delirium right now, though.
Oh, yeah. Did we didn't. Oh, no. You see Jan kind of shaking his head here. Took away Delirium when the Winter Night Stories got taken from the yard. And oh, no. We are
Needs
still
a sorcery
playing
in the yard.
And Jan was starting to kind of, I wouldn't say carelessly, but start casting whatever spells on these creatures, because the game was over as long as you discarded a sorcery to maintain Delirium. So we are absolutely still playing, and still playing in a game where Jan is favored, but a big misstep, a big rare misstep from our most established professional Magic player here.
Yeah, now he almost has to sit back and block, I would assume. Because there's no well, I mean, there's I guess there's real no action in hand here. You just have a torch, but
yeah. And yeah, there's no other sources of mana here, so you have the torch the tower to interact a little bit. And now Jan is just saying, hey, I just hope that this does not bite me. And it doesn't look absolutely horrendous from the other side, but you know, it looks a lot worse than, well, the game being completely over.
yes, so far Kohei didn't draw anything there, just another land. We've got a couple of FOMOs, the Barrage, Brow. Not a lot happening here. Another Mako, so
yeah, and you
not
see
gonna
Jan
not
just
really what
kind
you're
of-
looking for here.
Nope, you see Jan just shaking his head over and over. You just do not see those type of mistakes from Jan very often. So, you know, getting it together to try to still close out this game. And hey, this is where you separate the greats from the good, though, is can you not let this moment overtake you, you know, from Jan's seat? Be like, all right, that was a mistake. Let's move on. And let's still try to play some good Magic here because, well, Jan is still very much in the driver's seat in this game.
Yeah, and I also do understand too. If you think the game's that close and you're getting excited, you go, hey, I'm gonna be going to the World Championships. You know, like sometimes things might just get overlooked.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, hey, we have you know, there are some big moments in Magic's history. You have the win. Maybe you didn't play your spells before combat. You know, there's been some big moments on Pro Tours and stuff. And hey, those moments are tough, but if you can move on from them and still continue to play the game and hope that you can still, you know, maybe erase that mistake, you will sleep a lot better at night. I promise you that.
All right, looks like Kohei's trying to figure out if he can afford to attack for 9 here or not. He decides he can.
Okay, well, if we play this Mako, it's maybe not immediately GG. Because we have the torch for one of the creatures, the other torch, I guess, torch the tower, and then torch the witness for the other one. And then you force a chump block with the FOMO. So as long as we can get to Delirium, this is still game with what we have. And getting to Delirium is trivial here. All you have to do is cast Winter Night Stories and make sure you finish it off here. So still look like it's going to be going to Jan, but maybe didn't have to make this big of a sweat.
Yeah, Stories or Torch both work here. All right, getting the cards. Might as well just discard a VV. Why not?
Yeah, you can
Notice
see
how
Jan
much
slowing down a bit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of hesitation. Like, we are not doing this twice.
Exactly. So now Jan does have to, you know, play around a bounce spell on Fear of Missing Out. But if you get to combat and Fear of Missing Out gets to attack once, you know that the Into the Floodmaw is not there. So once Jan clicks attack with the Fear of Missing Out, he will have the news that he's going to be a finalist here, as long as we do not get rid of any more Delirium in the yard here.
Yeah, this is kind of going to be your sign. And he's holding Spell Pierce as well. So
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, he's got everything protected here. Should be no real concerns.
All right, now the concern is make sure to keep that library count in mind. Make sure you don't accidentally deck here, you know?
For sure. And we know there's a sorcerer in there because he just played Torch the Witness, so we know we're good.
And now with Into the Floodmaw, as well as Spell Pierce to back it up, this is assuredly going to be Jan Moritz Merkel coming in, the tournament favorite going into this tournament, really recognized by all his peers as the favorite, as well as most of the observers. And a 21-22 Fear of Missing Out comes on into the red zone and eliminates Kohei Kikuchi, who had an amazing run. But big congrats to Jan. You see the big smile on his face. He knew that he, you know, maybe didn't play those last couple turns as perfectly as he could have. But hey, still got the W, and big congratulations to Jan. Always fun to see. I'm such a fan.
Hey, anybody will tell you, you can do as well as you want in these events, but you do still need to get a little bit lucky. And that's what happened there. You know, there was a misstep, kind of got caught up in the moment, unfortunately didn't get fried for it and
Yeah.
got to win the next turn. So
Hey,
everything still worked out.
Agreed. I mean, I remember a moment where I needed to Thoughtseize my opponent at a Pro Tour, and they could have had escape shift. I didn't know they needed to draw that 7th land. I didn't do it. Lost the game because of it. I went outside of the convention center, laid on the grass, and looked up at the sky for the longest time. Those mistakes, when you get punished for them, are devastating. They make for the longest flights home, but when you don't get punished for them and you still get to win, Jan's still going to sleep easy no matter what, knowing that he's going to the World Championship. So any last thoughts here from this round before we head to break, Taquan?
No, I'm just glad we got a actual good back and forth game in that third one. The first two were a little rough because of the early draws, but yeah, that was just some fun. And Jan kind of amped up the entertainment a little bit, missing a play there to give us a little bit of a sweat.
Yeah, Jan's just really after the camera time, it seems. Wanted a couple extra turns here, so thank you, Jan. We appreciate that. We are going to take ourselves a short break, but Jan's going to need an opponent, so on the other side, we're going to figure out exactly who that is here at Arena Championship 9. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, I'm joined by Jan Merkel, fresh off a win in our semifinals here, and on to the finals here of the Arena Championships. Jan, that match was crazy. Your emotions had to be everywhere. Walk me through those 3 games.
Yeah, it was crazy indeed. I mean, game 1, I'm on the play, like, unplayable 7, 6. I thought I was going to do better with 5, and I mean, I'm going to lose the game on 4, so I'm just keeping the 1 lander, hoping I get lucky. It had some things going on if I do, so it never came. Easy 1-minute game. Game 2, I mean, I'm sure it was similar stuff on the other side. He just got mana screwed. Then game 3 here, I mean, I was afraid my cards would be too expensive on the draw. Like, I passed with a braid turn 2, so that was absolutely crucial. And, like, I mean, it worked out. He played his free drop into it. And then after that, everything is going so well, I get so lucky, everything nice, and I have triple lethal in the deciding turn. Just need to click buttons, I'm clicking around, like it's already more than enough. And somehow I stopped paying attention along the way, I guess. I attack and I don't have delirium anymore. Yeah, okay, I mean, never punished, I guess, thankfully.
Sometimes lucky, making it into the finals here. Speaking of that, so we're going to the finals. We've got our Worlds qualification locked up. How are you feeling about that, and how are you feeling about your chances in these finals?
Yeah, I mean, pretty good. I don't know who won yet. I'm gonna assume Daniel. I would say, you know, Daniel was on my team. I played many matches with him leading up to it. I would say, you know, like, I won my fair share of them, but a bit less than 50%, and he's gonna be on the play, that's big, so I'm gonna give myself a solid 48% in the final. I'm gonna hope that those come through, and I mean, I'm gonna tighten up, hopefully. So this is not gonna happen again, yeah.
Yeah, so we tighten up because you just lost 4% or winning percentage apparently from the last prediction that you gave us. Hey man, best of luck in the finals.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Welcome back here to coverage of Arena Championship 9. I'm Ailey Loney, and we are into our second semi-final, almost into our finals, and we are going to see who takes it all down very, very shortly. Joining me to help do just that, Hayu and Arya. Welcome back, ladies. Ready to jump into this semi-final after a bit of a stressful one in that last semi-final, I will say.
I was screaming at the screen. I was like, yeah, no. But luckily he got there anyway. I think it would have been even more heartbreaking if you know he'd been punished for it.
Whew, sometimes you just get lucky, you know. You get away with it, you count your lucky stars, and you say thanks, I'll take that one, and then brush it off, and off you go on to the next one.
Yeah,
Arya,
never think about it again.
Yeah, exactly right. So Arya, having been, you know, playing competitive Magic for so long, like, what do you think is going through Jan's mind right now as he prepares for the finals?
I mean, it's just, you gotta get it over and on to the next one, right? You just, like, clear your mind, forget everything that just happened, focus on the next one. That's the way it always is. And I mean, Jan didn't get to this level of play by not being able to do that. Even that very game we saw, he made that mistake that turn, got rid of Delirium, had a really terrible and stressful moment, and then cleared his head, played the next turn super calm and collected and careful, and I'm sure he's going to do exactly that going into the finals. He's got to be grateful that, it worked out. He managed to win anyway, and he's going to make sure not to repeat that in the finals, I'm sure.
Well, let's go and see who is going to join Jan Merkel in our finals. Take a look here at our head-to-head. Raphael Matza on Is It Cauldron up against Daniel Getchell on Is It Cauldron. Daniel is Jan's testing teammates, so it's going to be pretty interesting there if the exact same deck ends up duking it out there in the finals. But let's take a look here at Raphael's journey so far. He has played very many games, decent win rate here as well, coming in from Italy, and let's see what this deck list of his looks like. Arya, let's take a look at the differences between the lists. So does anything stand out here from Raphael's list?
Yeah, this is a version of the list we've talked about a few times as being sort of better setup for a broader field, maybe weaker for the mirror, where Draconautics Engineer really, really powerful in the deck in general, powerful game one, because it just gives you something to do with your Cauldron that isn't just generate a bunch of mana, and gives you a way to turn your Cauldron into winning the game. Also lets you kind of kill from an empty board a lot more often by giving your stuff haste. But in the mirror, a bit of a liability too, because it's really strong for your opponent to get under their Cauldron. So perhaps a stronger version of the list in open field, but in a field this saturated with Is It Cauldron deck, definitely the version of the deck that is the slight underdog, given that 2-card difference.
All right. Then on the other side of things, his opponent, Daniel Getchell from Canada. Woo, go Canada! He is... he says the first person that he told of his PT invite was nobody. That way, if he does bad at the PT, nobody knows. Except for everyone else at the PT. Anyway, let's take a look here at Daniel's deck list. And, let's go to an interview with Daniel first and foremost, and then we'll check out the deck list.
Hey everybody, welcome in. Daniel Gutzel, straight off a win here in the top 8 into the top 4. You're 1 win away from a spot in Worlds. You've played the last 2, so this would make 3 in a row for you here. What would it mean for you to get it here this weekend?
It's almost just thinking of just trying to win one match at a time and not embarrass myself. That's mostly what I'm thinking about.
Sure, just don't want to make a mistake, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Daniel, you're one of the most accomplished players, if not the most accomplished player here in our tournament this weekend. You're playing Is It Cauldron, a deck that comprises the entire top 4 that we have here. So you're going to be playing mirrors from here on out. You had to know that was coming into the tournament. The way the tournament's played out, what is your approach to the mirror? Walk me through maybe some nuance or something that some people at home might not have caught on to just yet.
I mean, I will say for the predicting how much would show up, it was actually on our teams. Half of us thought it would be half the field, and the other half of us thought it would be 30%, and I was on the 30%. So it was actually a bit more than I expected. But the mirror match, honestly, probably the easiest way to think about this deck is for people who remember the old Wilderness Reclamation decks or maybe Fires of Invention. You have mana flares, you have these cards that double your mana, but resolving them is pretty hard to do. So as soon as you resolve your mana flares, you open the floodgates, but your opponent has a lot of interaction, and there's a lot of games where it's hard to go for it. People might remember back then, people would sometimes side out Wilderness Reclamation because they didn't want to tap out, and there's all these weird, these weird mini games. I would say it's kind of comparable to the Wilderness Reclamation, and it's as complicated as playing that mirror was, maybe even a bit harder because it's faster. Yeah.
Has your plan in the mirror changed at all as the tournament has gone on, or are you kind of just taking it one match at a time depending on their list?
I've gotten a bit lower on Sana over the tournament. I originally, going into the weekend, I was leaving it in because I wanted ways to kill big VVs if they got it to 4 or 5 toughness. But on the play, mostly on the play, I found it was pretty hard to have that many cards in hand. I still like it on the draw fine enough. I'm pretty, I don't know, usually I sideboard a little bit differently. It's kind of hard to balance because some games are all about one thing, the next game's all about one thing. And also when one player's winning, they can be steamrolling the other player really hard. So you might overreact to that. But then, it's maybe like then the next game, like you're kind of balancing, the key balance is you're balancing curving out versus fighting over what matters, right? So like Torch the Tower, you can leave in more Torch the Tower so you can kill your opponent's Mako, but if you have Torch the Tower, then you might have less Annul, Spell Pierce, or Abrade to fight over Cauldron. But if you try and fight over Cauldron more, then you might lose to your opponent just playing turn 1 Mako and curving you. So you're kind of balancing, using your mana to develop while also respecting your opponent's, combo, which is like really hard because you can't just look at the board and tell how ahead you are. You also kind of have to be like, how likely are they to combo me and stuff like that.
All sounds really difficult. I'm looking forward to seeing how you balance it out. Best of luck here in the top 4.
Thank you.
Balancing games aplenty here when piloting this list, and even more so in the mirror. So looking at this deck list here, Arya, I want to come back to you again. The key differences between this list and his opponents. What do you think makes this list better?
So the two copies of Furnace and Sauna are slightly better than the Draconics Engineer in the mirror, where Engineer is sometimes an active liability and I think like net neutral at best, whereas the Sauna is at least a good card to have, fairly reliable removal, and does give you cards in the late game. It's not nearly as good as Jan's version of the list, but like the Quantum Riddler puts in a lot of work in this matchup, just like a huge card advantage source in the late game and a really big body to like supercharge your combo turns. But I think definitely an edge over the Engineer version, and admittedly a small edge. All these edges are pretty incremental. These are all like the last 1 or 2 slots we're talking about, when at the end of the day, like 56 of these cards are the same across decks. So it's much more based on the play to this matchup, given how dynamically this matchup plays, than is about the differences in lists.
Alrighty, well, let's see who comes out on top here to join Jan Merkel in the finals. Who is going to go to the World Championship? Hayu and Arya, take it away.
Second semi-final time here at Arena Championship 9, and we have Raphael Massa up against Daniel Gertl, who we just heard from, talking about how dynamic, how changeable this matchup is, which is something that we've really been talking about throughout the weekend. This is not just a combo deck. It's not even just an aggro combo deck, right? Like it really just has all of these different ways to get ahead and interact. So let's go down to the action and see how it goes for these players, because we can talk about it all we want before the matchup, but really the games play out so differently one from the other. Arya, what are you hoping for in your opening hand here?
Well, either really quick access to the combo or prof-eidetic memory, I think, plus, naturally cheap interaction. I think you want a mix of these things. I think cheap interaction, profs are like both. So the problem, or the interesting thing about this matchup is there's several different types of hands you could want, right? So you want a hand, like hands that combo quickly early are good. Hands that have cheap interaction are good. Particularly hands that have like cheap interaction plus profs. Hands that get off to a quick aggressive start are good. But your hand needs to be able to like do one of these things well. So which one it is, that it really can depend. And there's definitely many different ways it can be good, but you want to do something well.
Yeah, I love that. I like the idea that you want to do one of these things to the max and not kind of have a hand that's maybe a little bit good at this, a little bit good at that. And maybe that's something that's, not ideal about Daniel's hand right now. You can see he did shake his head a little bit, had to keep that starting hand, but this hand kind of doesn't really do any of those things super well, whereas Raphael got down with the Mako on 1, has the fear of missing out to follow it up, found Prof's eidetic memory as well. So Raphael has that kind of fast aggro start that we were talking about, and Daniel kind of just has to play fear of missing out into VV on the board.
Yeah, and this is most likely going to be a brutal turn for Raphael, where this turn he can both play the profs, draw a card, put a counter on something, and then sacrifice it to Torch the Tower to kill the VV. At that point, he's so far ahead on tempo.
Yeah, that seems insane. Here we go. Play the Prof's eidetic memory, draw a card. It's just another land, but Torch the Tower is going to be able to take out VV, and that's the danger, right? Daniel does have the backup VV, so it's not the end of the world for Daniel, but just the swing of having spent 3 mana on a VV to immediately trade it for a 1 mana spell. Not great for Daniel.
Yeah, though again, very far from over. Like, if Daniel draws a Cauldron, he could just go FOMO, discard VV, draw land for Cauldron, win the game. So
Right.
you're never down for the count in this matchup, certainly.
And that's what Daniel was referring to as well in the interview, right? He was saying that you can be so far behind, you could be steamrolled, and we've seen it. We've seen players that look like they were so far ahead and then, go shields down or just didn't have a key piece of interaction, and the opponent was managed to sneak the combo in and sneak out a win. So let's see what Daniel can do here. Found Profsidetic, a memory for turn. Into the Floodmore is a nice bit of protection, but not a lot of mana to work with.
Yeah, and I want to draw attention to the fact that like Daniel has a slightly awkward, slightly clunky hand, but Raphael, after that last turn, no longer has sort of an engine going on. Profs is like useful, good to be able to sacrifice a torch because you're not going down a card, but it is also the main like sort of engine through which we've seen this deck apply a bunch of pressure over several turns. And so without access to Profs anymore, without a Cauldron, Raphael's just kind of playing mopey mid-range creatures. So at the very least, Daniel has a little bit of time before he's truly under the gun, particularly with that Into the Flood bar to provide some backup.
All right, well, it's going to be fear of missing out. Getting an attack in, why not, to begin with. And we'll see what Daniel decides to do. Can play something for 2 mana and leave up that Into the Floodmore. Or could just kind of go for maybe the Steam Core Scholar, hope to find a land. What do you like here?
I think the options are pretty close. I think you're either playing something to try and find a land, which is to say like Steam Core, or which is to say probably Steam Core, or you're playing FOMO with the intent to, or FOMO I suppose with the intent of holding up Into the Floodmore. I think there's a pretty decent chance Daniel plays out VV here too, because if Raphael had a better answer to VV than sacrificing Profs to Torch, he definitely would have spent it. But the fact that he didn't, that's what he did, makes it seem like fairly likely that there is not a better answer to VV available. The problem is, even if there isn't one, he does get to look at a lot of cards. So that's what makes VV risky in a spot like this.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's going to be Profs to begin with. Doesn't find a land, just finds another copy of Fear of Missing Out. And Raphael finds Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Now, the VB that was killed didn't go to the graveyard because of Torch the Tower.
Yeah, I want to call out here the fact that Daniel played out that Profs post-combat, right? Like, obviously, if you want to play out Profs, you want to play it out pre-combat. And Daniel recognized that. You saw kind of like, running his hands through his hair, like kind of in the blender thinking about the spot. But I think we've spoken about this before, but one of the marks of a truly great player is recognizing when you've made a mistake or when you've done something wrong. And Daniel recognized that, oh, I do actually want to play this Profs. So sure, it was incorrect for me not to have played it pre-combat, but now that I've figured out that I both want to leave up Into the Floodmaw and try and draw a card towards trying to hit my land drop, it's still better for me to develop this Profs than this fear of missing out. So I will play it post-combat.
Right. It's the classic post-combat haste creature, right? Like, okay, if it's kind of embarrassing, but it's still better that you made up for the mistake than wasted that mana or did something suboptimal. So here comes a second copy of Marauding Mako for Raphael. Still has plenty of mana available to maybe develop out a Cauldron or even something like the Winter Night Stories. Does have to be a little bit careful of interaction, but Daniel looks like is going to tap out for this Into the Floodmore.
Yeah, makes sense to me to tap out for Into the Floodmore here. This makes sure your opponent doesn't have access to Winter Night Stories flashback this turn. Like, it's not possible. Like, Raphael would need an untapped land to be able to do that. Also, I really like playing the Surveil land first here. A strange looking choice, but what it does is it says, okay, I'm going to check whether there's a VV on top of my deck, because if I do, I win.
Yeah, I love that. Just have a look. Just, have I won this game? Okay, not yet. So, still play out the Cauldron, though. Deny the Winter Night Stories from the graveyard. And we've seen players do this all weekend long, denying either the card itself or the mana, as you pointed out, for that harmonized cost by interacting with creatures. Daniel does find a 3-mana copy of Winter Night Stories. Still no land to work with, but does have the way clear to do whatever he needs to do this time.
Yeah, I imagine it's card draw of some sort being played here. You need to hit your land, and you really need to like start threatening your own combo, start threatening your own engines, or at least find another piece of interaction for the Soul Cauldron. Because if you don't, the Soul Cauldron will take over the game. Like you just don't have a lot of time with regards to that. You also like over a long game, Soul Cauldron will eat all your copies of Winter Night Stories in the graveyard, so you don't get that much leverage to play like a long card advantage game either.
Well, I mean, that is Soul Cauldron for Daniel.
Yeah, and I
there's
really
a VV in hand.
I want to call it the play Daniel made there, because when you discard a creature to Winter Night Stories, you don't need to discard another creature. You don't need to discard another card. But you can technically, legally in the game, opt to discard 2 cards, one of which is a creature. And Daniel's deliberately doing that to get Delirium and get another Frost combat. Really, really smart play, and leaves him really well situated to kind of threaten lethal over the next turn or two.
Yeah, I love that. Just pushing the damage where you can. You know, think back to that Floodmore that sent back Raphael's bigger fear of missing out. And now Raphael untapping, as you mentioned earlier, doesn't have the profs, right? Had to sacrifice that to deal with the first VV, and now doesn't really have a way of making these creatures larger or large enough to battle with Daniel. So let's see what he can do here. It's going to be Tursa to begin with, and Tursa's going to look at a couple more cards for Raphael. Just sees Tursa and Tursa. That's not a lot, even though these macros get big.
Yeah, and I wonder here whether there's going to be a Winter Night Stories flashback, just really trying to find Vivi, because you're really under the gun from what Daniel has got going on. Well,
oh, well, there's Vivi.
that's a Vivi.
Ordered.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised at all to see lethal here this turn with the Vivi.
All right, here we go. Exile Vivi, put it under the cauldron. Now, all of Raphael's creatures can make mana equal to their power. So here's 4 mana, make fear of missing out. That's going to be going through, getting cards. There's a Proft. So that's going to be pretty sick. Is there an actual kill this time?
Well, notably, Raphael's deck does have 2 copies of Draconautics Engineer, so there's definitely a kill possible this turn.
All right, well, we'll see if we can find those, but even finding, into the Floodmore could be helpful. I think he does still have an untapped land to play this turn.
Yeah. And yeah, with Torch plus into the Floodmore, it's like pretty good shape here. The problem is he's out of cards, but he does get a Tursa attack. Oh, actually, this might just be lethal. I don't actually know how many cards he's drawn. It's probably lethal. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, just getting rid of that last blocker, the Mako.
Yep.
Is a
7/7.
It's
it's easy to lose track of just how many cards are drawn over the course of one turn with this deck, but yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Game 1 going to Raphael Matza, but that was a hard-fought one from Daniel. His opening hand wasn't ideal. Didn't do any of the strategies very well, but he was very good at trying to find a way, and I'm excited to see game number 2. Sideboard action now, Arya. What do you like here for both players?
Well, I really like the Riddlers coming in for Daniel. We've discussed that like those do a lot in this matchup. They're a persistent card advantage source. If you have actually hardcast it rather than warping it, it's a really large body that doesn't die to any of the removal straight up. And also it's just a 2-mana 4-power creature, which is really good for your Cauldron combo turns. It lets you like combo much more easily. So those are really important. Only 1 annul is a little awkward for Daniel. He spoke a little bit about how he was the part of his team who believed it was only going to be like a 30% is it meta as opposed to like 50%. And yeah, the lack of second annul pretty tough. No spell pierces, is less counter magic is definitely tough. But yeah, the Riddler's really good. And then, yeah, it's going to be very much about balancing those different game plans, kind of posturing between them, trying to maybe threaten aggression while also having the ability to combo or play a longer control game. Like time and time again, we saw it happen that game too, where the matchup is a lot about the total number of cards you have and about like sort of getting to a long game, but having a quick start, pressing early aggression can force your opponent into some really awkward spots. Like Daniel was forced into an awkward spot where he essentially had to go shields down because of Raphael's super fast start. And yeah, that almost immediately ended up leading to Raphael winning with the Cauldron because Daniel was forced to tap out.
All right, well, we're into game number 2, and Daniel got the profs down, and Daniel's hand looking a lot better this time. Has the profs, has the Mako, fear of missing out, so really has that aggro start plus interaction as well. So this is looking like a really strong hand for Daniel, and Raphael's got a couple of profs, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and a Braid, so that's less good, shall we say. On the face.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward for Raphael here that he has all these cards that are really good at playing a long, more controlling game, but does not really have the efficient interaction to go with it. So they're just going to end up being like pretty inefficient cards.
Right, here's profs triggering. I mean, there's no attack this turn, of course, but Daniel is building up kind of a big army here, and we've seen Mako, profs, and Winter Night stories go off before. So if that Mako sticks around, I mean, we're going to see fireworks. So Raphael does have the chance of killing one of these creatures right now.
Yeah, and I think with the profs at play, it's got to be the FOMO. That card just takes over the game much too easily in conjunction with profs eidetic memory. Just really explosive amounts of damage out of almost nowhere. So it makes sense to hit that. But the Mako with Winter Night Stories specifically is almost as explosive. So really feels like a no good choices spot. And yeah, if there hadn't been the second creature, I'd have said Raphael was in actively good shape here. But there very much is the second creature in that Mako. And that's just going to present maybe even a 2-turn clock here.
Yeah, I understand wanting to take out the FOMO with profs on the board, but Mako can just get so big so quickly, and you don't have access to, like when it gets big, you just narrow down the outs, right? Like the range of cards that you can get that provide you with the victory or the way out of this jam just diminish a lot. So we're gonna see Winter Night Stories here for Daniel, and this counters for the draw, counters for the discard thing with Mako is so crazy.
Yeah, and this is pretty cleanly 2-turn lethal here, I believe. Right, the Winter Night Stories can't get flashbacks, I guess slightly less cleanly, but still very likely 2-turn lethal. We're going to see the Steam Cost Scholar draw 2 and discard 2, and that'll get the Mako to as much as 11 power. So then you just need like one more way to draw and discard, and you get to do all of this while having a piece of interaction up and into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't super sure about Raphael keeping that Abrade on top. With the Mako at 3 already. He does find a Mako of his own, but that's just, don't like the idea of playing out a chump blocker, and didn't like the idea of playing out the profs either. Just gonna hold up the Abrade and maybe represent something.
Yeah, and now the question here is whether Daniel makes Raphael have it, right? Like Daniel can basically go for the win with Steam Cost Scholar, draw 2, discard 2, and any way to draw or discard a card is enough to kill Raphael in the spot. But he could just... that does leave him pretty vulnerable to something like Into the Floodmaw. So certainly a risk in doing so. And the question is whether he wants to take the slower 2-turn line or he wants to force Raphael to have it in the spot. And I think it's pretty close. I think there's merits either way. Obviously, with our knowledge of this game, it's pretty tempting to go for just playing the Scholar and then have a Braden into the Floodmaw if you don't find a way to end the game. But yeah, certainly pretty... We saw last game what happens if you tap out into Cauldron, even with like a seemingly small board. So I would be pretty reluctant to just go... I'd at least understand the risks of going for it in Daniel's spot. I think it's a really close decision.
Yeah, and Daniel... a great competitor, played at multiple world championships. Like you could tell by the way he was talking in his interview about this deck, like really has thought through all the permutations, and you can see him doing it now. Like, just it's really about what your opponent could have and what the dangers are, like what you're leaving yourself open to.
Yeah, there's just so many different permutations and combinations that can get you, like you said.
Here comes the Mako, though. It's just going to be the attack for 7. There was no interaction, so that probably, you know, closes off a couple of those decision tree possibilities for Daniel as to what his opponent could have. But now it's going to be post-combat, and he is to decide whether he's developing out this one of these 3 drops.
Yeah, I think I assume that since Daniel went to post combat, he at the very least won't be deploying the Steam Core Scholar. I think in this spot, the question for Daniel really, like the risk of playing out the Steam Core Scholar is you only get access to 1 of a Braid or Floodmaw. Whereas if you, whereas with this line, assuming Raphael goes for some sort of interaction here, you get to abrade and then use the mana from VV to cast Floodmaw if you want to, or just like have your VV survive and guarantee getting the Cauldron off the table.
Oh, that's pretty brutal. Raphael aiming that abrade at VV, having that, you know, be denied by the counter and losing the Cauldron as well. So Raphael working with almost nothing, just possibly Desert Memories, draws Winter Night Stories. And, you know, you can't really blame Raphael for going for it either, right? Like, it's really hard to play around something in that spot when you need everything to go right. Raphael up the game already, so he's going to see what he can do, sitting at just 5 life. Winter Night Story finds VV Cauldron? Hello?
Unfortunately, Raphael is 1 mana short of doing VV Cauldron.
Oh,
so
no.
Not going to be quite enough. And this is like part of where knowing the matchup is important, right? Because in theory, it's scary tapping out of your Into the Floodmaw when you're passing to your opponent, but with 5 mana, your opponent can't combo. 5 mana, no creatures doesn't actually allow for any combo, other than specifically Steam Core Scholar or Tersa into Cauldron, and you have to already have one of those 2 cards. You can pretty safely read Raphael on not already having one of those cards. So at that point, he needs to draw one of them, have the other cards perfectly in hand. That's really, really unlikely. So pretty safe spot for Daniel to tap out. Really unlikely that Raphael's actually able to kill from there. And yeah. Pretty clean win for Daniel here.
Yeah, and Daniel is going to be sending that chump blocker back, putting a bunch of counters on, and this is a nice win for him in the mirror. So the players split the first 2 games, 1 game apiece. We are going to a decider, which is going to be an absolute nail biter, we hope, for coverage's sake. Of course, for the players, at this point, you're just hoping, like, come on, opponent, please just multi 4, you know? But for us and for all the viewers at home, we want to see more scintillating action here in the semifinals. 1 game of magic to lock up your World Championship invite, which is a position that most players can only dream of being in. So these 2 players getting to maybe live the dream. And here are the opening hands. Raphael's kept a really nice aggressive one. Daniel's kept a nice hand too, but the mana a little bit sus with double starting town.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all these spots where a player can do 15 damage, 17 damage. When you start at like 5 less life from having 2 starting towns in the opening hand, that stuff really adds up. So definitely a costly matchup to keep this in.
And Raphael's just going to play the Mako out on 1. The tap land on 2 available, but so unless he finds untapped source, will not be able to play out Fear of Missing Out. I love this. You want to trade? Want to trade?
It is a really interesting spot where it sort of seems incorrect for both players to trade, because if your opponent's offering this trade or wants this trade, then surely it's bad for you, right? But neither of them has full information on the other person's hand, so you need to figure out like who this marker, who this is more awkward for, because it's kind of bad for it's kind of bad to have an opposing marker for both of them.
Yeah, that's really sweet. Raphael tapping the top of his deck, you know, mentally, Yes, digitally, electronically. Oh, found it! Found the third land. It worked, and Tursa is coming down. So that's a nice find for Raphael. Pitching the second copy of Tursa here, getting that's a good draw.
Yeah, it's a little awkward here where the Abrade Zakard you really want, the FOMO Zakard you really want, the VV Zakard you really don't want, but you're unfortunately not allowed to pitch it. Because if you do, your opponent might Soul Cauldron and win the game, and you don't want that.
Yeah, I think Kohei had it right. You know, she's a liability in the mirror. Here's a braid though, and Daniel's got to choose. Do I take care of Mako or Tursa? And I love this. I think Mako is so dangerous in this mirror, and Daniel giving Mako the respect it deserves. Here comes Steamcore Scholar. And this is again, you really want to pitch a BB here, but you just can't.
Yeah, I mean it's really close here, right? For Daniel, like you could just say, okay, they don't have it, and I will get to win if I untap with it. But the problem with trying to go for a line like that is once you do that, like Soul Cauldron in your VV is not even necessarily a win if your opponent has mana up. They can abrade your Soul Cauldron, they can into the Floodmaw Soul Cauldron. So you don't even really need to make them have the Soul Cauldron specifically for a punish. Any piece of interaction on your Cauldron makes a decision like net neutral at best.
Yeah, I just think when the World Championship invite is on the line, it's so hard, right? I know fortune favors the brave, etc., but you know, it's tough. It's tough. So I do not blame Daniel for using up the rope, using that time bank resource here, because this is a real tough decision.
Yeah, it's tough because you really want all of these cards fundamentally, except VV, of course, which you usually never want, but are forced to keep all the time.
And Raphael doesn't find a fourth land just yet, finds a second abrade.
Yeah, and I think you really need that land in this spot for Raphael.
You need it so much.
So I wouldn't be surprised.
So much.
I wouldn't be surprised to see like some sort of 2-mana play trying to find the land here.
Yeah,
that or VV and just make Daniel have it in turn. Because Daniel's running pretty low on cards, so it's pretty unlikely as interaction and the Cauldron as a punish. So you can see Raphael thinking about that VV. You could just abrade the Mako here as well, just like kind of before it gets out of hand. Acknowledge the fact that Daniel has way less cards in hand than you do, and has no Winter Night Stories in graveyard. So maybe you can just like try and 1-for-1 him to death. But it is a little awkward because of how dynamic this matchup is. There's certainly sequences of draws that kind of punish you for taking a tempo negative play, spending your whole turn just abrading a creature.
Yeah, it's tough because when you're behind on board, but you're ahead on cards, like it does seem to make sense, right? Like you feel like you should be trading your hand resources. And now Raphael's in the position of, oh, do I go for it? Does fortune favor the brave, etc.? But it would suck so much if you made a 2-mana play and didn't draw the land. But if you draw the land, you feel like, I'm a genius. All right, here we go. Oh, it doesn't draw the land, but does find a play. So maybe that's all right, Arya.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, though. The Mako doesn't really do anything yet. There's no way of discarding cards.
That's true. No way of discarding cards.
But also, Daniel's hand does stone nothing, so it's kind of a wash on that axis.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel finds Island. I guess he could play out a Cauldron, maybe thinking my opponent's pitched in a braid. I don't know, maybe there are fewer braids out there. It's tough. And by the way, these starting towns have been hurting Daniel.
Yeah, it's definitely adding up.
Right. And then, he's thinking, do I cycle this Mako? If you cycle the Mako, at least that gets your other Mako out of removal spell range.
Yeah, it's tough. Cycling Mako is like a really lackluster play, right? You're pretty likely barely adding to the board on your turn if you do that. But also, there's nothing going on. So, like,
right, you gotta find
what are the
something.
other options?
Right. Well, he's gonna put Soul Cauldron down. He's gonna get in with the Steam Core Scholar. That is a free attack with the Vigilance.
Yeah, I really like getting the Soul Cauldron down here. It might not like make a lot of intuitive sense as to why like you played, but if you think about like the ways this game goes wrong, right? Not just what's in play, but what could happen. The main way you lose this is fear of missing out, taking extra combat, and so taking the
Right.
line that is most likely to keep your opponent off Delirium really valuable here, I think.
Yeah, and like if you look at Raphael's board, right? Like this is the setup for the profs. Like if there's a profs plus almost anything, it can just go way out of hand. Is he thinking about the attack with the Mako as well?
I think he's thinking about it. I mean, the Mako, your opponent can't block the Mako really, so.
Okay.
This is going to be a game and a half. Both players' hands really just don't do anything, but they're very
so
close to
close.
doing a lot of things.
Exactly. They're so close to doing everything. So it feels like, you know, a balloon that's blowing up and it's just gonna pop at some point. We'll see who pops first. Here's Raphael. Didn't find another land. Would have loved to find another land.
And Raphael going in full control mode, I think, even though we can't see it here, where we see him getting priority constantly. And this is, of course, you have to represent into the Floodmaw here. Because if you don't do it, your opponent just gets to combo kill you with VV if they have VV.
Right. Wow, Daniel's gonna get to eat the Tursa.
Yeah, the little thought about Mako cycling is the only, I believe the only instant speed way of getting a counter there. So that's really big.
That was huge for Daniel. You can see him celebrating. And that's the thing. You've got to celebrate these tiny victories because there are so many little mini games in this matchup. It's so intense. It's so intricate. And you can see, you know, we saw last round, even the best players in the world sometimes make these little missteps. Daniel getting to win that one, that little bout that was pretty big. And now we're back over to his turn. And of course, he finds another card that doesn't help him that much.
And non-function seems to be the name of the game in this specific game.
Wait, I thought Magic the Gathering was the name of the game.
Well, that's in the broader game.
I see. All right. Here's Vivi. And now it's time, right? Now Daniel doesn't really have that many other options. Kind of just has to go for it.
Yeah, and also you get to, like, if you want, maybe play out another Soul Cauldron so you're not cold, using the mana you get off VV.
Okay, all right, okay. But now there's no VV under the Cauldron. And Raphael's life total is under.
Yeah, it's like, the problem is that Raphael doesn't really have anything that does that much.
Oh.
That's the thing that does a lot.
Yeah, but does it do enough? I mean, it's gonna make these creatures bigger, but you know, Raphael just doesn't have that much mana to work with. You obviously can't pitch a BB. Daniel's getting up, walking around. The nerves are just, you know, you can see him fraying from the nerves, but this is a huge, huge moment for both players. Raphael going through, finds 2 lands, a null. Looks like it's going to be pitching Agatha's and Profs, perhaps?
Yeah, the thing that's worth noting is Raphael only has 2 types in graveyard, and so this Agatha Soul Cauldron is going to guaranteed be able to keep him off Delirium, and that's huge, right? Wait.
Right.
Hold on. Wait, the Winter Night Stories is itself another type, so it can't keep him off Delirium. Okay, so this is going to be 2 combats.
But how does 2 combats help him? I mean, he's going to die on the crackback.
Well, he gets.
Oh no, I forgot that this fear becomes absolutely massive because of Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, everything's fine. All right, so fear of missing out comes across.
He gets to force a chump with the fear of missing out. I don't know that that's going to be enough because notably the land drawn was not blue, so like Profs is still a scary draw. And over here, what Daniel can do is at some point he can chump block with his Vivi.
Oh my goodness. And then he can secret a way of getting Vivi in the yard. But the Vivi didn't die for this one, but she can die because there is going to be that second combat step.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't believe an attack is possible because in this spot, if you put the counters on, say, the FOMO, this is only 11 damage. Daniel just takes.
Right.
And goes to 1, then wins on the crackback face up.
Oh, and Daniel also only finds 5 buff Canal. Can cycle another Mako. Vivi has an activated ability, but Daniel has nothing to work with.
He needs to find something to do with his mana.
Alright, what is it? Oh no, it's just a mountain! So he doesn't find it, and now Raphael looks like in a great spot.
Yeah, wow, what a turnaround.
What? This game is insane. This match has been insane, but this game in particular has just been swings and roundabouts. More swings and roundabouts than your average playground. I don't know. Help me here, Arya. What's going on?
Yeah, so, I mean, we're gonna see yet another Mako eat another Mako thanks to this Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which is, it's amusing that this has come up multiple times, but yeah, the main fear is if there's any interaction found, that fear of missing out is just gonna be lethal.
Right. But, I mean, this makes sense for Raphael. I mean, he's at 6. He's got a block. Yeah. Right? So he knows that Soul Cauldron's on board. He knows this Mako's getting eaten, but 4, very much not 0. Now he gets to untap. The Soul Cauldron's tapped, so it can't deal with the Winter Night stories. He just finds a null.
A null is such a bad draw here.
There's an Abrade that doesn't necessarily do anything. Okay, what can he do? Can he just play Vivi? There's just not enough to work with, it feels like.
Yeah, I think he's ever so slightly off of being able to do anything.
As has been the case the entire game.
As is the entire story this whole time. I mean, I think you could, like, the fail case, right, is you cast Vivi, flashback, harmonize the Winter Night stories, tapping your FOMO, put a bunch of counters on Vivi, have a bunch of mana, but that isn't a win, and your opponent has a Vivi in play and you're at 4, so you need to find something really quick.
But I think that he has to, right? Like, I think it's almost forced here. Like, you can't attack with fear of missing out. You're just not doing enough.
Yeah, well, the fear of missing out can certainly attack at least once, right? Like, that one's on the house almost. But
Sure,
that means that
yeah,
you're no longer able to Winter Night stories here. So Raphael's kind of locked himself into this turn doing a line with that involves
Wait, why can't
upgrading
you
something.
attack and untap the fear and then...
You can Winter Night stories, it just doesn't do anything anymore because you've lost your chance at a props trigger.
Oh, I see. Okay, it's gonna be a Braid on Cauldron. Untap Steam Core Scholar. Okay, Scholar.
Scholar's pretty big. Oh my god!
Oh my god! There was
miss after miss after miss.
Draws absolutely horrendous for Daniel. Sees a Steam Core Scholar on top. That's not really gonna be helping him. The Mako can come. I mean, Raphael's at 4. Vivi would have, you know, there's just so many things that would have done it, and it was 3 lands.
The miss, the problem with this spot for Raphael is he's not dead this turn, but the thing is he can't do anything next turn anyway.
Right? How does he win? How does he win from here? There's a Winter Night stories. Right? The 2 annulls in hand don't really do anything. His opponent's still at 11, which is kind of far away on the Vivi scale.
Yeah, and I think Daniel is reading the situation as Raphael having a Cauldron in hand. And so this means no attacks with the VVs, because then your VV, a VV gets eaten by Cauldron and you lose the game because Raphael has infinite mana. But also, I think in Daniel's spot, you got to be thinking, okay, can I do anything about that though? Like, can I actually beat a Cauldron? And I think the answer is no. So at that point, you might as well go for it.
Yeah, I like this. I like making your opponent have it. It's been a theme of the weekend. It's been a theme of these mirror matches. Daniel, honestly, Daniel, if he counts his steps, it must be like racking them up to this weekend, just pacing about in nerves. I mean, the World Championship invite on the line, sending across nominally lethal. Raphael really has to think about it here, and got a block. There's Vivi going in front of the Mako, finds basic island. That's not it. Oh.
Yeah,
Can
so
he
I think
win
at this
tonight?
point you
If
have
not,
to tap the
find
FOMO for
Cauldron?
Winter Night Stories. I don't think there's any other way of winning here. If you just cast the Winter Night Stories, there's just nothing in your deck that can win you the game with 1 mana up.
Right, I think you've got to cast it. I mean, if you can cast it and find Cauldron.
Yeah, you can cast it tapping the FOMO and then there's outs.
Right. Okay, well, Raphael sees exactly what we see. Oh!
There's Cauldron.
There's Cauldron, and there's ways to use the mana as well. So that was the card that Raphael needed. Cauldron now hits the battlefield. There's that Vivi that chump blocked in his own graveyard, which means Fear of Missing Out would be able to make 1 billion mana.
Yeah, but by playing out that land, Raphael has left himself only able to draw 1 card. Because this Fear of Missing Out, discarding is not optional. So if you play that out, you're discarding the Tirsa. If you're playing out the Tirsa, you're either drawing 1 by discarding the Fear of Missing Out, or you're playing the Fear of Missing Out and discarding 1.
Okay. So that's not ideal. He actually decides to not do anything. Well, the other option is this, right? Like the other option is to just not discard with Tirsa, play the Fear of Missing Out, and draw a card.
Yeah, either way, it's drawing 1 card.
Right. Daniel's like, no. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh wait.
Oh my god. That has gotta be it, right? Holy shit! The one draw in Raphael's deck that almost certainly wins here, I think.
Okay. Make a dragon. Give it, but he doesn't have multiple attacks. Wait, he can give Fear of Missing Out.
He can give FOMO haste. The first FOMO untaps the second FOMO, so you get 3 combats here if you want it.
And you have profs. That's gotta be it. What is happening? That was insane. How many copies does Raphael even have?
Only 1 in post board, I believe.
Oh, the singleton copy. And by the way, we've been kind of down on this card in the mirror, right? Like we've been down on this card saying it's, better for the open field, etc. But in this spot, the single card that Raphael needed the most was to find that Draconautics Engineer and is enabling this big attack. Fear untaps Fear, and Daniel's counting it up, but it feels like lethal.
Yeah, I think it's lethal. I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay, and by the way, my friends, if Arya doesn't know, that's pretty.
There's just so many permutations and combinations here. So.
All right. Well, the scholars can jump block twice in the air.
Yeah. So the next FOMO attack, lets you untap your dragon. I think you put the counters on the FOMO to force it to be a lethal threat as well.
Yeah.
So you attack, untap your dragon. I think the spot that we're going to be in is...
Wait.
Daniel is going to get to untap, but with only a single marauding Mako in play.
Wait, but it's a lethal marauding Mako.
Yeah, but there's going to be a blocker for it.
Okay, but I mean, okay, all right.
So it's unclear. The game's not over, is my point.
If Daniel rips it, I am gonna lose it. I mean, I'm already kind of losing it, but oh my goodness. Okay, so now prosthetic memory. Okay, put them on the thing. This dragon is already lethal, is forcing the chump. Daniel has just the marauding Mako, one blocker in the thing, needs to find into the Floodmoor or a way to draw into the Floodmoor.
Yeah. Notably, Raphael gets another draw here because there's a copy of Proph's exiled. Oh, but he accidentally activated the mana ability in combat.
No, oh no.
So, well, he still has other mana abilities, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, he has infinite mana. It is infinite, it's fine. Okay, so here's the Profs. If you can find another blocker. He found into the Floodmoor. That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it. So Daniel, wait, no. Daniel can cycle, hit Vivi, and
Vivi and Dispels definitely gets Daniel out of this.
Okay, those two cards do not get Daniel out of it. At least not yet. Does Daniel have
I don't think there's outs here.
Engineer.
What a game!
What an insane game
The
of this one.
one-off Draconautics Engineer, literally the only card in all of Raphael's deck that guaranteed gets him out of it or pretty close to it.
Oh, and that is gonna be it. Raphael Matza is gonna be your second Arena Championships finalist and your World Championships competitor. And that was an absolutely insane set of 3 games. Congratulations to Raphael Matza. But I mean, you've got to give props to Daniel as well. Played incredibly, really saw the lines, really did all the calculations, all the permutations, and a little bit unfortunate with some of those draws there, but gave himself the best possible routes to victory. Aria, that was insane.
That was a wild match of Magic, one of the most intense I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think we need to have a break because I've got some heart palpitations going on. But I hope you at home are enjoying this as much as we are here in the booth because this is a Cauldron deck. We've talked about it all weekend. It's half the field coming in. Everyone kind of had this thing about it, but these games have really shown that it is incredibly high skill, incredibly intense to play, and a little misstep on either side or a little bit of poor sequencing or even just, the cards not flowing the way you want them to, and the huge swings, of course, Aria, that are possible. Wow. What a match.
Yeah, I feel like I've cast a ton of Visit Cauldron Mirrors over the course of this weekend, and almost no 2 of them have been the same. Like, the deck is so incredibly dynamic, and really huge shout out to PV and Jake Beardsley and their team for finding this deck in the first place, because wow, has it proven to be quite a... I've never seen a deck that plays like it, with everything working together so well. And yeah, quite possibly the most skill testing mirror match I have seen. And I've played a lot of Magic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's no Oko mirror, but I'm kidding. All right, my friends. So after that, we are going to take a little bit of a breather, and that is going to be it from myself and from Aria for this weekend. But when we come back, you'll be in the very capable hands of Corey, Daquan, and Ailey, who will be crowning your champion at Arena Championship 9. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9, everybody. If you weren't watching that semifinals, you need to go back after this broadcast and watch it, because Corey, Daquan, I don't know how the finals are going to top that match.
That was
I
crazy.
was sweating for both players there. At one point, I was just like,
I think what made that game crazy is there was like this weird middle set of turns from like turns 4 through 7 where both of them like were set up to kind of do something but couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
And then it felt like the last 3 turns, both of them were like one card away from doing the thing. All right, it was just so crazy.
And
then it all came down to one card.
Yeah.
And especially that last turn. You know, I mean, we need Frank to run the numbers on what were the odds that, you know, Daniel was going to lose that game from that position. Was so far ahead. So many things had to go wrong in that last turn. Just a crazy way for Daniel to pick up his first loss in the event. Was 6-0 going into that.
Well,
that's
an
nuts.
absolutely crazy matchup. So
Crazy.
kudos to both players for giving us some excellent entertainment there. Commiserations to Daniel, but yeah, we're going to see him on the Pro Tour. So, you know, bit of a consolation prize there.
Yeah, that's a
as
reasonable
things
consolation prize and a pocket full of cash. He can
you know.
wipe his tears a little bit.
Daniel will be happy about that around 2, I would think. You know, that's going to be a tough one to recover from. But man, did he just play incredible the entire weekend, you know? Just
I agree.
Play great, and it doesn't go your way. So big props to Daniel.
Goodness me. He's making a habit of doing these like 6-0s undefeated runs, because that was his qualification memory as well, you know?
Yeah.
Going 6-0 so I don't have to sweat a loss going into day 2.
Easy.
Excellent player. All right, let's take a look at our bracket. If you are just joining us, this is how things have shaken out. We have our final. Those 2 flags are very, very similar. And for anyone wondering, Jan Merkel has moved to Mexico, so that is why he has the Mexican flag. He chose it. It's all cool. Up against Raphael Mazza from Italy. It's going to be a super sweet finals here between these 2 players. Incredibly tight play, barring one little misstep from Jan, but I doubt he's even thinking about that right now. As we get ready to jump into our finals here. Let's meet our players a little closer here. It is Raphael Mazza up against Jan Merkel. Raphael is playing incredibly well at this tournament, and you know, he's got a very difficult mountain to overcome here in the form of Jan Merkel. But let's take a look at these players' lists, and let's play a little bit of comparison, you know, because there are slight differences in here. And Corey, I'm going to ask you this one: if you were jumping into this event, which of these players' decks would you rather be rocking?
I would be, you know, going into this, I would be rocking the Jan list, as I really liked their thought on, you know, not playing Draconautics Engineer because it's a bit of a liability in the mirror. But after seeing that last match, I don't know. I might have to switch. I might be a Raphael Mazza fan from here on out, as man, has he made this Sunday entertaining for us, starting with that matchup against Sultai in the top 16, all the way to the finals. Just been incredible roller coasters here. So yeah, big differences, the Draconautics Engineers here versus a lot of the one-ups from Jan Merkel.
I mean, yeah, when you think about it, like, this list has the potential, like more explosive potential, because of haste and flyer and you're dead. So it's going to be a bit of a tough one here, I think, for Jan Merkel. But let's meet the opponent in Jan Merkel. He is a 2-time Pro Tour champion, won his 2 Pro Tours 16 years apart. So let's hope we don't have to wait another 16 for his next PT win. Take a look here at his deck list. Daquan, how about you? Which of these lists would you rather be playing this weekend?
You know, as much as I do like having an engineer, I like the possibility of being able to hit a Riddler to just dig for extra cards later in the game. And even playing, you know, in the list you have an extra torch, which does make a little bit of a difference in these setups. So I do kind of like having some options here to go for a couple of extra value cards instead of trying to go for the one big hit. Because if you do hit the combo, you're golden.
Oh, yes. Well, friends, it all comes down to this. 2 players remain, but only one can be champion and $30,000 richer. It is Jan Merkel up against Raphael Mazza. Best of luck to both players. Corey and Daquan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ailey. Oh, Daquan, here we are in the finals here. One of these players is going to be the champion of Arena Championship 9. I am absolutely pumped. And yeah, these players also playing for a cool $10,000 this match of Magic, Daquan.
Yeah, when you're talking $10,000, we got to get out the caution tape. We got to get out the orange cones because it's time to go to work. You got to get this win and get that extra $10,000.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be really impressive to see who takes this down. And no matter what, yikes, that's a bit of a yikes here. But no matter what, both players have played incredible Magic here. Jan had that one stumble, but hey, that's maybe the only stumble I've seen of his maybe in years. You know, he plays that kind of masterful type Magic as well. But moles to 5 from both, Daquan.
Yeah, and this is, I believe we saw Jan do this as well last time. So yeah, a little bit of rough openings here, but this is a totally playable hand at 5.
Yeah, Jan's 5 was still bad somehow. The last time he mulled to 5, still agreed with that keep for sure. But this play is Magic no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. Worst case scenario, you end up losing your Mako, and then you just go with Prof's Eidetic Memory if you want, or even just discard a card, actually, if you're willing to do that. But I think you'll just take a card on the memory here.
Yeah, exactly. Jan will have 3 options already available with a mull to 5 on the play. So that just shows the duality of all these cards in hand and different functionality for sure.
Yeah, Matza seems like he's going out of his mind right now trying to decide if it's worth it to play the Mako or just rush out the Cauldron.
Yeah, Matza's still probably trying to calm down from that semifinals. It doesn't matter how long of a break they had. That is an absolutely wild one.
Yeah, I can't say I'd blame him if he was, honestly.
Yep. Jan going with his signature, just quietly sipping on tea or whatever he has in his cup. Very iconic moment when he won his tournament. Just took it down, took one sip, and shrugged and petted his dog. Pretty awesome stuff.
Yeah, and I get thinking this over here because just like, okay, do you want to get into the situation of trying to stop some shenanigans with the Cauldron? Do you just want another card here since you had the mulligan to 5, or do you want to even attempt to pump up the Mako and get extra damage in?
Yeah, what it really is here is Cauldron to play around Tursa, discard Vivi. That would just bury you immediately. Or the better play here is Prof's Eidetic Memory to then start pushing your advantage a bit. And I would think it's much easier to say when we know the hand, but Prof's Eidetic Memory here to start pushing that advantage just seems right here. This would be the shrug moment. If my opponent has exactly land 3, Tursa, and Vivi in hand, you got it, Raphael.
Yeah, exactly. If you have
that's how you got to look at it, you know?
All right, well, his hand didn't really produce too much here, though. You can go Mako into Fear of Missing Out if you want to. But then, well, yeah, I guess you just discard the Winter Night Stories, so that's not the worst thing.
Yeah, not the worst thing at all. It actually will end up not working out amazing here from Raphael because kind of the counter to that is your opponent having another Cauldron here because, well, yeah, you can play this Cauldron game where you can target something and in response, Raphael can target it instead. But, you know, as long as the Winter Night Stories is gone, that's all that matters to Jan. So it actually did work out a little bit less than ideal here for Raphael.
Yeah, and that's a tough one too. When both players mulligan to 5, you're hoping to get off that Winter Night Stories there. So now you kind of have to go to a plan B.
Yep, absolutely. And now let's see if you want to torch the Tower of the Mako or try to do some bargaining, get rid of one of your permanents, but makes a lot of sense here with Delirium count being at 0. Just kill the creature where you don't have to give away any of your resources, as both player with that mull to 5 are very resource light.
Yeah, it's not just keeping the Delirium down. There's also nothing in the yard for the Soul Cauldron. Like, just takes away all kinds of value by exiling that.
Yep. Let's see. Is this a Vivi? Oh my goodness. Wow, that was a Surveil Vivi into the yard. You know, you don't have that much to do with the mana, but you have enough to do as you get to put the Soulstone Sanctuary into the red zone and get some pressure. So a nice smirk there from Jan, like, yep, had to have it.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about that. It's just, it's there.
Yeah.
You do have a torch, and you also have the into the Flood Moss. So this is actually not a terrible situation for Jan. He could buy whatever turn he feels he needs here.
Yeah, it was just kind of the perfect window to really put Raphael really back into this game with that small amount of mana advantage, and now forcing Jan to have to blink first and do something about the Agatha Soul Cauldron. Otherwise, top decking a Winter Night Story or something from Maza is just going to be GG.
No, actually, too, you can't use the End of the Flood Maw on the Sanctuary either, because it has to be a non-land permanent, right? Doesn't it?
I believe so, but yeah, no matter what, you don't want to do that anyways, as you really have to target that cauldron. But yeah, looks like you can do that. Doesn't say non-land. Oh wait,
yeah,
yeah. It's still a creature, so you can return the front half.
So let's see what we're gonna do here. We have a couple of counters on the Mako, or actually a counter on the Mako. Gonna scry away the Abrade. That's interesting.
That is interesting. You don't really need another one if you're already about to use this into the Flood Maw to deal with the Cauldron anyways. And Jan is really in the market of finding some gas from here on out. It really feels like whoever draws that first Scholar, that first Fear of Missing Out, one of these cards to get you some more card advantage, a Winter Night Story or something like that, is going to have a huge advantage here.
Yeah, it's just looking, just gonna take the 3 possibly. I mean, it could be worth risking a trade if you really wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't know for sure if Jan has a creature in the yard, but we'll see if you just have to do this right now. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so just do it, get it out the way. Sure, you get a 1/1 fish, but meh. The biggest thing is clearing off that VV from the Cauldron.
Exactly. Yep, that's the number one most important thing. Preventing that extra mana here is ideal.
And then there's a retaliatory into the Flood Maw here. So this a lot of similar cards going back and forth here on these draws.
So not a lot of great attacks here unless Raphael uses that into the Flood Maw proactively and just bounces this Fear of Missing Out. But you really don't want to be putting a card that draws Jan a free card back into the hand. So I think we're just going to stare at each other for a little bit until someone breaks the door wide open with an extremely
What's cracking, everyone?
card.
Hello and welcome to your weekly
Yeah, I was
dose
gonna say,
of
not even
hijinks.
just
Go
the
ahead and get all dressed up
3
and fancy
there
for the show.
or the extra card. You actually get
Unfortunately,
to
that's
put
not really
counters
our vibe,
on
but
as well.
I am.
All right, so we're gonna discard this Mako here, and we'll see. Well, maybe we might just be playing this one. Nope, we're discarding it. So we get to put a counter on this other Mako, and actually, this is gonna make combat a little interesting if you're willing to trade this. But you might just sit on the Mako, right?
Yeah, that does seem very tempting to just chill here instead of trying to get too aggressive. Also, making 2 creatures that can block any of your opponent's creatures seems important.
I mean, that is 2 counters, though. I mean, that's 7, so you do have to. I guess you wouldn't trade at all; just be a chump block here if they wanted to stop any of it.
Yeah, no good, no great block here, as you do get to just eat this Mako first. And then no matter what, you can really put the counter on the FOMO now to make sure that's a good blocker.
Yep.
But does have the into
And
the
then
Flood Maw
now-
to be able to bounce this.
Yeah, exactly, and kind of reset things a little bit.
Yeah, now the real question is, do you just replay it or do you just hope to cycle it next turn, get your Fear of Missing Outs a little bit bigger, and try to find one of your bigger plays? I think that is the plan. This 1/1 having to restart, get some values, and there is the
Oh, there's a
card.
Winter Night Stories.
Wow, that could easily be a game number 1 winning card here, as yes, that finds another Winter Night Stories. And now, Maza is going to have gas here basically for the rest of the game.
Yeah, play the one out of the yard if you want to here.
Yep, you definitely can kind of tap everything here.
All right, and found an End of the Flood Maw and a couple of lands. The land's getting discarded here.
Okay, so nothing amazing. It's Jan's turn. Can you find something big here with these 2 draws?
Well, that first draw says no.
Huge.
Second draw says maybe.
Okay. I mean, it gets worse as you got to keep cycling these. All right, there is the draw. That is fantastic, but it's not going to do a lot right now. But you're still going to get this creature up to 6 power. You can maybe get it up to 7 power, which is great. But with that other Into the Flood Maw from Raphael, definitely in the driver's seat for the Italian.
At 14, you're looking at 6, 7, 10. So not quite lethal yet.
Yep. Both Jan and his pup in the background are just digging for Vivi here, just trying to find anything to take advantage here.
Yeah, no, this is tough too. Say, all right, do you want to respond to keep me from getting a counter?
Yeah, this one is a little less exciting to do, as, you know, if your opponent does have a way to discard again, to draw and discard, if you tap your Cauldron now and your opponent does find Vivi, they're just absolutely popping off. But this is Jan just saying, you know what? If you have that, I'm not going to beat it anyways. And bad news for Jan. Raphael does have it.
Yeah. All right. Gonna go ahead and resolve these. Putting the counter. Gonna go ahead and cast this Winter Night Stories and see what we find.
Okay, big draw steps here.
No, Land Cauldron is the draw there.
Wow, yeah. 2 Izzet Guild Gates and a redundant copy of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. It literally could not be worse, but Delirium is online. So let's see if we are actually, you know, if we were just ready to have lethal there. Was that? That wasn't Miss Lethal, was it? Because that would be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think that was Miss Lethal, y'all. I think Into the Flood Maw, bouncing Fear of Missing Out. You have Delirium. Your Soulstone Sanctuary gets to attack twice already, and FOMO untapping FOMO was just the win there.
So Jan's going to get another turn.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm going to remove a Mako, juice up this Fear of Missing Out just a little bit more.
Okay. Let's see.
This is not just Vivi. It's Vivi with a way to discard it if you want to.
Yeah, but the other Cauldron being face up here makes it a lot worse. So it might be safer to just play Vivi, then play Winter Night Stories, go to combat, put those counters on Vivi. That represents 4 mana that you have after the stories, which, you know, nothing absolutely impressive.
All right, here we go. Feels like you're spinning the wheel high rolling these 3 cards.
Yep. Huge draw step.
Okay, these are serviceable.
Very much serviceable, as well as FOMO going to the yard could represent that enchantment that you need. Or, you know, you can always do the play of discard FOMO plus land if you need that for Delirium. And really, really cool stuff where you can actually discard your removal spell. You know, that also acts as a creature here.
Yeah, could take the chance to just get rid of the opposing Fear of Missing Out as well with that 5 damage, which could be important.
Very, very true.
All right, we're going to go Winter Night Stories here.
Yeah, the thing about FOMO getting those extra combats here with Jan is with that fish blocker, you're not going to have lethal on Jan's side. So, you know, representing that you have to do something way over the top here, aka draw 6 cards, put a bunch of counters on Vivi, and then start using these FOMOs after that.
All right, putting a bunch of counters on Vivi here. All right, here we go. This is the turn here. Oh, and actually, Jan only has colorless mana up.
Yeah, only colorless mana up. Already used the Vivi to get that blue mana for the pre-combat steps. So, yeah, this look... I mean, if there was lethal last turn, There's lethal this turn with this into the Flood Maw, as long as we can maintain Delirium. So this should be game number 1 here, going to Raphael.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing is, can you get Delirium and keep it? And this could help with that.
Yeah, almost assuredly can do that. As long as, yeah, what do we have? Land, artifact, instant. So just casting Winter Night Stories into the Flood Maw on the VV should have everything all locked up as the battlefield itself, 7, 8, 9. And then you get to attack again with the Sanctuary and the Fear of Missing Out for a grand total of 16 damage, 17 damage with the Cauldron if you get to do that. So all good to go.
Yep, and found another land there with the Abrade. So got more than what you need to get the job done here.
Yeah, can add profs to the mix here. So then, you know, the limit does not exist to the numbers here when you get the extra combats here after you've drawn this many cards.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what he's debating here. Probably just going to discard the Mako. Yeah. It really doesn't matter what you discard here, though.
Yeah, this is the classic slow down. Make sure you do not do any drastic mistake here at such a big moment for these players.
Yeah, and 8-11 VV normally looks pretty good to block with, but here it's not going to get to do such things.
Yep, absolutely. And looks like Jan is just trying to deal with the Winter Night Stories here and just hope that that's going to be enough. That will not be the case, as we're going to get these multiple combats here. And game number 1 goes to Raphael Mazza.
Yep, going to get in for way more than enough here. Then you're going to get to untap and just attack again. Finish it off from the 1 point, putting him at negative, what, 13-ish?
Yeah,
negative, something like that. 14, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, that'll get it done.
All right, exciting stuff. 1 game away here from taking it down, and Jan gonna have to win the next 2. We'll see if these players decide to take out some more VVs. We've been seeing that trend upwards throughout this tournament, it seems, kind of catching on, if you will.
Now, Corey, you've been in this position with some Grand Prix back in the day. Like,
Mm-hmm.
when you're 1 win away here and you're up a game, do you feel more pressure to not throw it away, or do you get to take a little bit of a breath because you have a game to give?
You know, once I've ever made the top 8 of a tournament like a Grand Prix, the pressure gets off a little bit. But in the finals, the pressure kicks up again because no one remembers who takes second at most of these events. But winning an event, you know, you really get to hold that with you for a long time. But I can't really even talk to it too much. I'm 1-2 in the finals of those type of events, so I don't have a good track record.
Hey, experience is experience nonetheless.
Exactly.
All right, looks like we got some good keeps here. Jan's opening with a Cauldron and facing down a Mako here, which might be getting a counter. Nope, decided not to play the Fear of Missing Out.
Okay. Very interesting there. And here's another spot where I absolutely love the Quantum Riddler. Just these type of games where you mulligan, but you're on the play, so your auto resources pretty quickly. That's really where this card low-key shines. And those turn 3, turn 4 spots where you can warp it out and then, you know, harmonize Winter Night Stories from the yard with it. Those are my 2 favorite applications to the old Quantum Rizzler, as the kids say.
Yeah, and still has a lot of play here with the Abrade and the End of the Flood Maw in hand. So definitely options, and makes sense why Matza's not trying to be in a hurry to play any spells here.
Yep, absolutely. And I like the discipline here from Jan, not discarding Winter Night Stories to have happen to him, kind of what happened to Raphael Mazza here last game, where your opponent plays a Cauldron, immediately eats your Winter Night Stories, and then you get no value off of it. The front side of that card is still very good in these post-board games.
Yeah, was able to get rid of the Cauldron there with the Abrade. So it takes a little bit of pressure off while you get a turn or 2 to set up here.
Yep, absolutely.
And he does have a 3rd land already in hand. Ends up finding a Spell Pierce, which is also very good.
Yeah, pretty solid here. We're 1 away from doing the Quantum Riddler warping things here, and this is going to run right into a Spell Pierce, but, you know, you don't mind it too much when you're about to restock your hand with the Quantum Riddler. You know, I'm such a fan of that card, but it really allows you to just kind of jam a little bit more, and that's what we've been seeing from Jan, where everyone else playing very, very patient and stuff, but Jan is playing patient at the times when he absolutely needs to, but has the freedom to jam with Riddlers in the deck to be able to restock.
Yeah, end up picking up just a mountain here in Matza's draw. Gonna go ahead and get the Prof's eidetic memory out, get a little information before we decide to do anything else.
Always nice to start with that one. And ooh, there's the Cauldron. I don't think we have any of the scary powerful Izzet creatures in the yard quite yet, but still going to be very good.
Yeah, I like this attacking here first to say, okay, maybe you'll spend some mana to do something. If not, I'm probably going to try to cast this Cauldron anyway. But
yeah. And you're basically eating the Winter Night Stories no matter what. So this makes a lot of sense. But no matter what, we're at least going to have that Quantum Riddler turn where if you top deck something like a Fear of Missing Out, maybe, then you can warp it, draw 2, Fear of Missing Out, warp, and draw 2 again. And if you don't, you draw something good like an Abrade, you can always just hard cast it. But I wouldn't be shocked if Jan tries to get the max value here, warps it first, and then next turn hard cast it to, you know, essentially have 7 mana, draw 4 cards, have a 4/6 in play.
yeah, and this is big too, considering that you get to keep attacking with flyers. Your opponent can't punch through under the circumstances starting next turn.
Yep, and that's the absolute train wreck scenario here is when you just draw 2 lands and you draw 1 more land for turn so that your Riddler doesn't even draw 2 because you've drawn so poorly. That's always a bit of a tilt.
Yeah, that is rough, because if you can empty the hand and then replay the Riddler, you just get a bonus card, which is worth a ton in these scenarios.
Yep, exactly. And you see Jan clicking all the phases there. The bluff, you know, trying to represent something here when you have nothing. All these little things matter at the highest level of competitive arena play. The best players on arena will pick up on all these little tells if you're just, you know, not going in full control, not putting up these kind of stops. So this kind of stuff really matters if you want to be in this position that Jan and Raphael are in.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot too, because while you do have Into the Floodmaw, you don't really want to bounce either of these creatures unless you're setting up for lethal.
Yeah.
All right, so drew another Mako here. Probably, I imagine, going to just leave mana open under the circumstances.
Yep, I would think so as well, but you do have the option to cycle the Mako here to pump it. Not a big deal here. It's not trading up or anything. And all of a sudden, Jan is down to 7 here, and Raphael is knocking on the door of a championship.
Yeah, and this is going to be a real problem because you do get to play the Riddler, but you have a bunch of tap lands. Oh, you have a Verge at least, actually. You could use that if you draw something here. It's worthwhile.
You might need to. You know, that kind of train wreck scenario that I was talking about where you just draw 3 lands in a row and you don't get to get that extra card. Jan hit it. Maybe cast or curse there. And the preemptive good game is being called here as you're able to bargain away this Prof's eidetic memory. I'm assuming that's what Raphael has in mind, and then you get 3 combats here, and there's only going to be 1 blocker, which is the Steam Core Scholar.
Yeah. Says use the Floodmaw. Scholar's looking a little rough. He's got some work to do.
Yep. We didn't have Delirium. Okay, so Mako must be the finishing touch on Delirium, and that... Wow. Yeah, I guess maybe you didn't even need it because the Prof's eidetic memory putting a counter on one of these 3/4s.
Yeah.
Fear of Missing Out was going to be enough. And here is the lethal attack. That's going to be Raphael Matza taking down Arena Championship 9. He was on the verge of losing this event in the top 16 up against that Sultai control deck. Had that last minute victory to just be able to make it to the top 8. Top 4 against Daniel Getchell, just was almost out the door as well. Had that amazing comeback and now takes down the final end boss in the hands of Jan Moritz Merkel to claim the championship. What an incredible Sunday ride from him, Daquan. That was awesome.
Dude, Matza had a hell of a road to get to the finals, right?
Yeah.
And then you basically get paired against the end boss of the entire tournament, of the format, if even,
Yeah.
and still win that. So, you know, credit to him. Like this isn't a just got lucky, right? I think when people look at these types of tournaments and you're saying, oh, but it's not paper magic, whatever. These guys are playing real serious high level magic, and
Oh,
it shows.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Raphael Mazza had the most roller coaster ride of a Sunday I think I have ever seen, and gave us some of the greatest moments throughout that top 16 and top 4 for sure.
Oh, for sure. Like, in all seriousness, when we're done today, go back and watch that last top 4 match. Like, it was that last game was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Huge congratulations to our champion. Looks like we are going to be taking a little bit of a break. And on the other side, we'll be tying a bow here on this really incredible tournament here at the Arena Championship 9. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, help me in welcoming in our 9th Arena champion ever, Raphael Mazza. Congratulations on winning the Arena Championships. I know you've got to be over the moon. You've got to be taken over by emotion. How are you feeling right now?
I so happy, so extremely too happy. I never think go to world champion to world. So never my thing go to world. Just play one pro tour in my life. So very rich art. So I happy just for no sense. I go to world championship.
You know, you had talked to us a lot about how much you have played in the past, and getting to something like this was just a dream for you. How long have you been dreaming to get this kind of opportunity in your career?
That really happy and not expect to qualify for the World Championship and Pro Tour playing. Just play on arena. I never thought I would reach this goal. Just play on telephone. Very extreme.
Well, congratulations, Raphael Mazza. You are the 9th Arena champion.
Yeah.
Big congratulations to Raphael Mazza, our champion of Arena Championship number 9. He said in his player survey what winning would mean, and he said it would be very nice. I think it's a little bit more than nice, right, Corey and Daquan? I think it's pretty darn great, actually.
I would be underselling it, I would say, but definitely wasn't not nice, I'll tell you that.
I would say this. If you went back and asked him, like, okay, you're going to have effectively the match of the day. You're going to be the end boss of the tournament, right? You're going to be on the verge of elimination a couple times and overcome that and still win. How would you feel then? I think his answer is going to be a little bit different.
Roller coaster of a weekend for sure. I mean, just to be able to finish it off definitively with a clean 2-0 against the competition's favorite, like, that's got to feel great, Corey.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing better than walking away from a tournament as the champion. You're going to be feeling good about top 4ing and making it to the finals come, like, you know, tomorrow morning or Tuesday, no matter what. But you feel good about being a champion for life. And everyone always remembers who won these kind of events. So, yeah, got to be feeling amazing.
Absolutely. Super looking forward to seeing both of these players at the World Championship. But let's not worry about that just yet for them. Let's let them enjoy their prize money. And for Raphael, the trophy and the victory. And being called champion, because that is an absolutely stellar achievement. So bravo. Congratulations to all of our players this weekend. They put on an excellent show. Let's take a look at our bracket once more, just to show you how our champion got to where he is. A road littered with Is It Cauldron mirrors aplenty, and just finding every little angle and opportunity to take advantage of an incredibly powerful combination with Is It Cauldron and Vivi Onitier. And yeah, this deck is going to be a force to be reckoned with for quite a while, I would imagine. Hey, Daquan.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this bracket right now, realizing Raphael literally had to play 3 games, you know, in mirror matches even, and like, it's just unreal. Like, just played some outstanding magic to get this done today.
Absolutely did. And even had to go up against the outliers, you know? Didn't have, I would say, in inverted commas, the easy route of just doing mirror matches, right? He had to think about all of the archetypes coming into this this top 8. So
yeah. I mean, he played against
so cool.
that Sultai control deck right away and was so close to gone. You know, had to top deck that amazing string of cards to be able to get enough damage through up against that, you know, pretty much anti-Cauldron Necropsy, really sweet deck that we saw there in the top 16. So was almost out of it at so many different times. What an incredible ride.
Same thing in the quarterfinals, though, right? When he's playing against the teamer deck, right? He's up against the ropes, like the teamer deck missed, and he was able to go off the next turn, right? Like it was just so many opportunities where he just lined things up. I'm gonna go for it. If my opponent misses, that's it. And
honestly,
they did.
I forgot about that. I already forgot about that because the other 2 matches were also just crazy. But yeah, we were one creature away from, you know, making a couple copies of it with haste and attacking for lethal there from Marvin. So yeah, Matza really only got the, I would say, the easier match here up against one of the best players in the world in the finals.
Yeah, just a crazy road. That's one of those rare sequences that you don't see that very often. Like that progression of up and downs, you know, again, being on the ropes 2 or 3 times and beating effectively the favorite in the tournament almost never happened. So like that's just super fun and impressive.
He got to the finals and he was like, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to play 3 matches or 3 games. Let's just 2-0 this and be done, okay?
And honestly, from the top 4 to the finals, beat the 2 players with the highest standard stats. And it wasn't even like they were close to being the favorites. Both Jan and Daniel Getchell were like 73.2 and then 73% win rate for standard. The next person was like 68. You know, like that's how much they had an edge on the field and just slayed them both back to back on basically the same moves.
Stellar stuff here from Raphael, and just the mental fortitude to go through everything that he did. I mean, we had the most whoas and you know, with
there
him
was a lot
on
of that.
screen, so there was a lot of that going on for sure.
You know, and to put yourself in his shoes, right? You just came off that crazy match. Like I said, probably the match of the tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You get a quick breather, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, end boss is coming. You know, it's like playing a video game. We just get through an insane level, and it's like, oh, boss fight now.
Starts up
right?
again.
Like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was like for him.
Yeah, Jan was taking it so seriously. Like the dog wasn't even on the lap anymore. Like he was like, you know what? I need to focus. We need to put this adorable pup on the couch.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, that's when you know Jan is dialed in there.
Oh man, stellar stuff from our players. Congratulations once again to both of them and to our champion Raphael. And if you would like just a taste of what it feels like to be champion, well, go and try out Arena Direct. You want to win some physical Edge of Eternity's cards while playing Magic on Arena? Do so right now. There's a few hours left of Arena Direct. Win an event and you can have an Edge of Eternity's collector booster box shipped to your doorstep. There are so many events also coming up this month for Arena Opens, qualifiers, so do keep an eye out for that. If you go into Arena, there's a fancy little, what do you call it, envelope that's probably glowing at you and being like, here, click me. Go click there. You're going to find absolutely everything there.
Find the goods, yep.
Find the goods, yeah.
Yeah, these events are so good to be able to play from the comfort of your home, in your bedroom, and still get big prizes literally mailed to your house. Like, hard to beat that. So if you're thinking about drafting, you know, just go sign up for one of those. You might as well do that draft and with a much better prize for you.
You know I'm about to go crack a seal.
Oh, I hope so, yeah.
I might not even get out of the suit first. I might just like
fire it up right now. Do it.
Right here, yeah.
Yeah, maximize the time you have available.
Exactly.
Just like we have done so here, friends. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in this weekend to watch us crown our champion. Is it all the time is the name of our top 8, as it were, but a deserving champion in Raphael Matza. Thank you so much to Corey, to Quan, Hayu, Arya, and Tannen for bringing us all of the action the entire weekend. And yeah, we hope that we'll see you all next time for Arena Championship 10. See you then.
Yeah, I think Marvin might just go for the traditional big orange button. Yeah, just push them all in. Ilonga's like, I'm just gonna sip some tea and take the beats.
Jan Moritz Merkel and a 21-22 fear of missing out comes on into the red zone.
What a game!
What an insane game
The
this was.
one-off Draconautic's Engineer, literally the only card in all of Raphael's deck.
The case as we're gonna get these multiple combats here. And game number 1 goes to Raphael Mazza.
Well, congratulations, Raphael Mazza. You are the 9th arena champion.
Yeah.